Welcome, one and all, here to some Chinese Dota action. We are kicking off the second week of the DPC, getting closer towards the end of the tour, and of course, beginning the journey for all of these teams towards the international. My name is Snare. I'm joined this morning. It's my boy Fluke. What's happening, Ka? Early morning for me. I know you chilling, you relaxed right now. How are you feeling? How's your day been, fam?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I woke up early this morning, had to finish things off in World of Warcraft before I got myself nice and prepped and ready for today. And speaking of the international, I actually have my international hoodie on. I don't know if you guys can read that. Hold up.
Oh,
yeah,
snap, there it is. Hey.
So everybody's getting themselves in the TI mood because obviously it is a little bit later on in the year. Still got plenty of time for these teams to get prepped and ready for it. But this is the best showcase for these teams going in towards those hopeful TI qualifiers and obviously the big day itself.
Big day itself is coming closer and closer, and it beckons a lot of these teams. But these teams here in Division 2 still need to prove that they are capable of earning a spot at the international because there's no direct qualification for them. So to have a quick look at what these teams have been through thus far. So 1 week has elapsed in the DPC. And if you aren't aware, let's take a quick reminder about how we ended off that first week. We had a triple header on that day, starting off with the Last Dark versus Team Dissolution. And the Last Dark, honestly, the more and more that I see them, Fluke, the more I'm like, yeah, this is the team. This is the roster. This is the crew to be watching out for, or at least one of the teams to be watching out for, because they do seem to be quite a fair few, but this is certainly going to be one of the squads vying for that top 2 position at the very end.
Yeah, I think we've definitely got a pretty solid top 4. I think consistency is the biggest thing for a lot of those top 4 teams. And then speaking of consistency with Team Dissolution is, I feel like when they're playing really, really well, they can put it to a lot of these top teams, but sometimes it's just not their day, right? Like we saw in their series up against, I believe, up against Limit, where, you know, that game number 2 for them was an absolute shocker. That was probably one of the lowest games they had. And then they come back in game number 3 and play almost perfect Dota. And then they come into this series here up against the Last Dark, where it was going to be a test nonetheless, but yeah, it just seems like the Last Dark had their number this time around and they really could not get much going for them, and it was a pretty quick series for the Last Dark to be able to get the win, and that puts them in a really good spot for the Last Dark. They're obviously 2-1. They lost their first series, of the split so far, or of the tour, pardon me, and now they've been able to really come back with a little bit more of this form, and going in towards these latter weeks, if you're starting to build up, it definitely puts you in good stead, because the way this top 4 is looking, if some more of these series go one way or another, we potentially could be looking at some tiebreakers for those top 2, and you need to be making sure that you're hitting your form at the end of the tour, not just starting out red hot and then petering out towards the end.
Absolutely. We also can't ignore the fact the elephant in the room for a lot of these teams is the fact that they're not going to be playing together most likely next tour. There's an outside shot that one of the tier 1 Chinese teams who are also going to be playing in the qualifiers might be in need of a new player. So now is the time to make your name known and to build momentum for those qualifiers. And of course, the team that the Last Dark ended up losing to is Holy Grail, who are thus far not only looking like one of the better teams, but clearly the best team alongside Team Zero. And they were in action against Supernova. And this one, you know, I would like to say Fluke walked back and say, well, Supernova did really well. They were able to push Holy Grail to the limit, but I'd be lying, dude. This wasn't even close. Like, it was long games, yes, but it's one of those long games where if you're Supernova, this game 1, it's like the fact that you got here to begin with was amazing, right? We were watching these games being like, this should be over really, really quickly. They kept pushing the envelope, but I always had this niggling feeling in the back of my mind that, guys, you have to be more than perfect to make this draft work. And sadly, it wasn't more than perfect. It was very, very good, but I think you have to be better than perfect to beat Holy Grail in the form they're in right now.
Yeah, especially, you know, having a look back at this draft as well, when you look at it, you kind of hit the nail on the head, right, where you have to play perfectly to try and end this game. You're going up against an Alchemist and a Queen of Pain, who are going to be relatively hard to kill when you start getting later and later into this game. And unfortunately for the Morphling that time around, it just really didn't work out for them. And props to them for pushing as far as they did, but this is the reason why a lot of people are picking Holy Grail to be one of the teams that go through, right, just because they've got a lot of that extra special sauce to be able to try and finish out a lot of these games. And then that game number 1 going the way that it did. Game number 2 was a interesting game to watch, right? Obviously, the Hand of Midas Bounty Hunter is something that a lot of people are going to be looking at, but also this Tinker pick. I thought that maybe we might have seen something cool come out of Han this time around, but it mainly just kind of ended up in them having a pretty good start, and then it eventually got to the point where they couldn't deal with Deucer, they couldn't deal with Garner, and it was just kind of all over Red Rover for them, and it ended in a pretty abrupt fashion.
Yep. Very abrupt fashion. Poor Tinker tried his best, but not really all that much that they were able to do here. And Summer, I must say, Shylock, Summer, for a long time, this guy was spoken about in the same vein as your Shiros, your Lus, your Ghosts, the guys who are representing China at the upcoming major, but sort of failed to capitalize on the promise that he had over these years. Spent a lot of time in Div 1 with various teams, didn't necessarily work out for him, but he feels like he's gotten a new lease on life in this patch, especially when he's playing Alchemist. My God. Both in Game 1 and in the prior series, him on this Alcuro feels like it can perform miracles for Holy Grail overall. So I imagine that many teams will be looking out for that. Supernova, unfortunately, they did really well Game 1. I must say their carry player, Dong, has really been impressing me. His Morphling was honestly out of this world. I feel bad for him that he didn't end up winning that game, given how well he played. And of course, we rounded out the day with Big Brain taking on Team Zero, some other squads that are going to be vying for some top placements here in the division. Team Zero, of course, with the legends of CTY, TI winners like Ice Ice back in the mix. This series, I did think it was going to be a little bit closer because I thought Big Brain, especially with the help of the God King, would be able to do more, but it was not close, dude. Like, they were able to just control the map so perfectly. And I think Team Zero is one of these things that all the games I've seen from them so far share one commonality. They always out-macro the enemy team, even if they don't necessarily out-click you the entire time.
Yeah, and that was kind of the idea that we had going into this series, right? Was the fact that we thought the Big Brain were going to be able to put up a fight. This game, number one, was not close at all. That was a complete masterclass by ZZQ at how to kind of play these very, very aggressive lane-dominating position fives. Really just set up CTY to have a free game, and it was everybody else as well that was just doing a lot of work, and then CTY just being the kind of backup plan for them if things did start to go sour. But they never really did. Ice Ice as well as Beyond had a very good lane off the back of a ZZQ rotation. Then they just kind of walked around the map and killed literally everybody. The fact that there was multiple times where you see like 7E as well as Beyond being on like 100 HP but still being able to get away and turn around and get these kills was massive for them. And this game number 2 was much more what we expected coming in from Big Brain, right? You know, God King was doing a really good job on this Terrorblade. There was a lot of spooky moments from Cicada, right, on this Winter Wyvern where we thought maybe they might be able to get the carry going, but it just eventuated in a moment where they got caught out this one time here by God King, and then it just turns into this team fight that's very, very hard to deal with. And then after a little bit more of these scuffles, that eventually just turned completely in the favor of Team Zero, and they were able to hold their nerve and get it done.
Yep. That's one of the complicated things about Dota right now. It's a very snowball-heavy affair. Things can snowball in one or either direction off the basis of 2 bad fights or even so. Big Brain did what they could, but we got to this point in the game where they're just diving high ground while there's still towers alive and they don't really care about it. Easily able to get these kills, and then you're like, yeah, okay, fine, this game is over. But like you said, Sakata really made it hard for them. His Winter's Curses, the first like 20 minutes of the game, were impeccable. And he was losing the mid lane and then managed to turn it around with some good rotations, good Winter's Curses. Sadly, they weren't able to take that and convert it into a win, so it will be Holy Grail, Team Zero, and the Last Dark will be occupying the top 3 slots in the division so far. Big Brain coming in right behind them, having suffered their first loss, tied up with Supernova at 4 and 5. Then, of course, Team Dissolution, sole occupier of position 6, with 7 and 8 being taken up by IG Vitality and Limit Gaming, respectively. So far, not too surprising. I think the only thing that might change going into the last couple of weeks is the order of the first 4. And that's why some of these games are going to be so important. Team Zero taking on a team on the other side of the bracket. So for them, they'll be looking towards getting an easy win. For IG Vitality, they're starting to get into that danger zone of not only is our seeding looking weird, but we might have to go all the way through the qualifiers again if we want to be here in 2024. But to kick off the day though, Fluke, we have some interesting business. Supernova versus Team Dissolution. I think one thing that I've loved about this matchup here, both of them have an interesting player. Supernova, Dong, I just mentioned, feel like he's a really, really, really good player and someone we should be looking out for in the future. And on the other side of Team Dissolution, someone that you've been caping, Ionid, been playing really, really well so far in the division. So I think those are going to be the guys that we need to be keeping our eyes on once the series kicks off.
Yeah, I think so, right? And both these teams have a lot of potential in them, but unfortunately just haven't been able to realize it just yet. They haven't really been able to hit a lot of those games that make them look very, very strong in a tool like this. I don't feel like either of these two teams are going to be in too much pressure of being eliminated, considering from what we've seen from Limit as well as IGV, who are both teams that are kind of struggling right now. But the question mark for me is what kind of teams do we get out of both of them today, right? Do we get Supernova that's able to come out and really enable Dong and he can sit in there and just carry carry them to victory throughout the series? Or is it going to be Team Disillusion who's going to come in and play like this very regimented squad that we've seen them be able to do? Or are they going to, show us what they showed in game number 2 against Limit? That's the real question between both of these two teams, is who's going to turn up today and what do these teams look like when they do get to play their best kind of Dota? Because I think if we get the best out of both of these teams, this could be a really red-hot series.
Yeah. If we do get them operating at maximum level. But like you say, consistency has been plaguing both of these lineups. Well, not just them, but for the most of the world in the Division 2 scene, consistency is the reason they're in Div 2 and not in Division 1, because the skill of these players is beyond reproach. It's just whether or not they can marshal that skill and the ideas in the game to make it work all the time. So I see Team Dissolution, the one hero that they're going to keep picking, this Magnus. It hasn't been working out all the time, but that one game they played with Ironed Magnus was super, super good. So I hope that they try to emulate that performance, reach towards the Mag. And it's just Magnus right now, man. Magnus, what a hero. What a hero. What a hero.
Yeah. He's very, very good. And obviously Superova like to lean towards the Bounty Hunter for Chen as well. So I don't know. This could be an interesting draft between both these teams. Obviously, we've seen between the entirety of the tour has been a lot of Silencer first pick for these teams, just to make it a little bit easier and consistent for themselves. Team Dissolution look really, really good when they get small KK on one of his good heroes as well. We've seen mixed results from his Earthshaker, so I don't know if it's something they might be pulling out early on in this series, or whether or not they're going to wait a little bit later. But that's got to be something that Supernova have to worry about, right? Is this Void Spirit, this Earthshaker, and I think the Magnus are 3 big heroes that you really need to make sure that you're either banning or dealing with up against Team Dissolution. Whereas against Supernova, you're probably looking towards a lot of Dong's heroes. You're looking towards his Morphling, which he looked really, really strong on. Maybe this Bounty Hunter is something you just get rid of because they've played it so much that you just don't want to play against it. Obviously, it hasn't had the best kind of results for Supernova, but at the end of the day, if you get rid of some of these comfortable heroes, that's how you make these Div 2 inconsistent teams feel a little bit more inconsistent, because you pull them out of their comfort zone.
Force them to play a style of Dota that they're not prepared for, and that they have no idea how to respond to. And when it works, it can look really, really good. Just make sure that it's a style of Dota that you understand much better than them. It doesn't fall apart really quickly. I really do want to see if they have any more pocket picks like that waiting in the wings. I'm still also not sure what to make of this Bounty Hunter, dude. With the Midas is obviously not the right call, but I'm not entirely sure where the hero is supposed to slot in all the time. I've seen it work as a support sometimes. I've seen sometimes as offlane variants, but I haven't seen it pull off consistency. And I think it's probably one of the more draft-specific heroes. Like, you can't just slot him into any draft and just be happy with the result. So I don't know. We shall see whether or not that hero will emerge for us yet again here. And for Team Dissolution, I also want to see them pick Spirit Breaker again. I was kind of cool with that, and I think that hero definitely deserves more and more praise every single game. Even the games where it looks rough and they end up losing, the role that he's able to perform, having that constant tracking through the map, BKB, piercing, disable, just a guaranteed gank machine. Just the value of this hero is just so good in the game right now.
Yeah, and especially with how big the map is, it makes it a lot easier for you to make these ganks, right? Usually one of his powers was being able to charge from one lane to the other and really be able to bridge the gap. But now you can get that charge going, and then you can spend a couple of seconds if he doesn't get detected, then you go across in a twin gate and you're able to double up on that gank, right? You can send a lot of your supports into one lane, even you can send an extra core over to that lane, and then you can transition that from, a Timbersaw that's basically unkillable in off lane to him having 4 heroes in front of him and he gets killed. So it's going to be very interesting to see how much stock a lot of these teams do put into Spirit Breaker. Obviously, there's a lot of tournaments going on right now, and the major's only a few weeks away, that I think this hero may stay sleeper for a little bit until we see it at the major, where a lot of those big teams are really going to start to bust out and abuse it. And kind of circling back to what you said about the Bounty Hunter, I think he's a really good hero against Silencer. So maybe that's something that Supernova are looking towards now is, you just find the Silencer in the background, you Janata hit him, you throw a shuriken at him, and then he may panic global, or you may even kill him before global even gets off.
Yeah, killing him before global gets off. We've seen how many team fights right now being wholly determined by whether or not Silence is the first one killed, or if he can get off global, and whether or not he has buyback or whatever. And if you can find a consistent answer for Silencer in this region, I think you're putting yourself in a very good position going down the stretch. So Silencer, definitely expect to see being involved in our drafts. Bounty, it depends on what mood Supernova is today. Alchemist probably not going to come up. Well, it actually might. Given the performances we've seen from Summer, maybe teams are looking towards that and saying, we should try and get that into our back pocket as well. We also saw in Div 1, Extreme Gaming doing a similar thing with Ghost. Game in, game out, playing amazing Alchemists. So that might be something for some of these teams. I can also imagine, honestly, Dong playing it. Like the style of hero that he plays, super aggressive, high tempo, in your face. Alchemist could certainly fit that bill. But we'll find out if they get themselves an Alchemist, as we are about to get a draft underway here, Fluke. Dissolution on the Radiant side with second pick, Supernova have first pick on Dire. Let's see what's cooking. Oh, look at this. Dissolution show the right respect, dude. If you're playing against Supernova, pro tip, ban Dong Morphling. Do not allow this hero through.
Yep. I think that's definitely going to be something we're going to see for the entirety of this series is no Morphling. It also enables you to play certain heroes that Team Dissolution have shown in the past as well. So them getting rid of that just means that it makes their offlane a little bit better. And I think, as we touched on before we got in this series, was ANID obviously being the newest member of Team Dissolution when they were called Poke Gaming in the previous tour. He's definitely started to stand up and look really strong. And I think a lot of his heroes... it's not that they don't do well against the Morphling, it's just the fact that if you're able to enable him to have a better lane, then it definitely feels much better for you. But Supernova Magnus and the response is the Sky Mage and the Void Spirit, so lots of kill threat already so far here for Team Dissolution.
Yeah, tons of kill threat being available for them. I'm going to be very intrigued It'll be interesting to find out if they thought to themselves that this is a good answer against the Magnus, having the instant silence as soon as he jumps in, so he can't finish off the full skewer or RP combo. And nowadays, a lot of Magnuses don't buy Blink Dagger, right? They buy Harpoon, which is way worse for dealing with Skywrath Mage. So I like this option. Gives them some kill threat, like you mentioned. But there's the hero that we know was coming. Supernova, grab the silencer. It is China after all. First phase silencer is going to be happening no matter what.
We're going to be seeing a lot of it, and I don't think it's really going to go away either. So these teams are just going around about the same kind of styles that we've seen from them so far. A lot of silencer in the Magnus. Also, it enables you to kind of cover that initiation, right? You know, you can go in with the Magnus, get the Harpoon off instantly, global silence, and then people aren't able to respond. You can basically get yourself like a free kill onto a core most of the time, but obviously with Void Spirits, with their new build with like the Echo Saber Manta style, it doesn't mean that he's as susceptible these days as what he was in the past. Usually when you'd see these Void Spirits, it was like Witchblade into Yules or Witchblade into BKB, and that felt kind of bad because you were lacking a lot of the damage. Whereas now, your damage items are also built in your survivability items. So it also just means that this Void Spirit is much harder to catch, and he's very, very annoying to deal with, especially once he gets towards that 2-item power spike. So I'm really looking towards Supernova to try and have some more ways at catching this Void Spirit off guard. Like Global Silence is good, same with Skewer, but you need to have that extra kind of stuns or disables to make sure that this Manta style isn't going to completely ruin you, to make sure that he just doesn't survive through it all.
Team Dissolution are on a similar wavelength of thinking as they banned out Ember Spirit. They're like, yeah, let's get rid of Lockdown from the mid. Wouldn't be surprised if they banned Storm Spirit for similar reasons. And Storm gives them reach to the Skywrath Mage on the end of the fight. So certainly would think they're going to ban out that hero. The Supernova want to protect the Magnus a little bit more, as they also remove the Rubik. Man, that's a lot of love for this Magnus. So you better have a great plan on how to deal with this and how to make this hero as viable as humanly possible.
I'm interested to see where they're going to throw the Magnus as well, right? So we'll have to wait and see what the flexibility is going to look like for Supernova. We've seen in the past Magnus be able to be one of those carry heroes, position 3. I think that really is the reason why we're seeing him a whole boatload. Also Void Spirit going in the offlane too. So if things start to get weird for both these cores, I wouldn't hate to see some transitions. It probably won't be the best for Team Dissolution, but at the end of the day, you have to make sacrifices when you can. So I'd love to see them pick their POS 5 here. A lot of the POS 5s that we've already seen from Ramfudao have been taken out. The Techies has been one that he looked really, really good on. Maybe they go for a Shadow Demon once again, which has been one of those heroes that they've been playing a decent amount of. Not that great into the Silencer because it's hard for you to purge Global Silence, but it's a lot of comfort for Team Dissolution. You know, Aaron plays a good Shadow Demon, and then Ramfudao can take the Sky Mage in the safe lane too.
Love that idea. Love Shadow Demon in general. I think that hero is criminally underpicked, but I would love Shadow Demon. I could see space for a Dank Willow here. Bramble Maze into Magnus feels decent. Batrider. You know, we rarely see Batriders in China anymore. It's just banned like second or third phase every time, but teams don't prioritize picking it up. We do happen to get it, and I do think this will potentially be our support for this game. We've been seeing more and more Batriders as a support rather than a core. The odd thing about this is that if it is support, who would you rather have as your 5 between Batrider and Skywrath Mage, given that both of them kind of do need quite a bit of experience to be effective in that role?
I think for me, it's much more about combinations, about what does the lane combination look like for you for Team Dissolution, right? Like if they're going to play a hero that can abuse the slows and constantly get a lot of right clicks in and be able to close the gap, then I would love to have the Bat Rider combined with them. But for a lot of these other stock standard offlaners, I think the Sky Mage fits the bill a little bit more because Bat Rider, especially early on, spamming these sticky napalms, he kind of needs a little bit of extra help. That's why you may see him as a position 5, right? Where you just sticky is the position 4 and just tries to trade that way. Whereas if you're in the off lane, you want to try and combine with your off laner a little bit more and try and put the extra pressure back onto the core. So maybe that's the way they go. I'll have to wait and see what their off lane is going to look like just yet. But
this is intriguing. It looks like our Bounty Hunter player is not around today. I don't see Shen. I see Karma instead of former Team Sirius fame. So it looks like he might be standing in today. Okay. I mean, this is a guy who's played on quite a few teams. The ones that he's most notable for would be like Keen Gaming and Team Aster, the small stint that he had there. But then I'm curious, right? Because Shen is not necessarily a mid laner, he's an off laner. So is Kama playing off lane? Is somebody else shifting into off lane and Kama goes back into his preferred role of going into mid or carry? We'll see. We'll see. Interesting things happening right now. Also, we get this Enchantress. Lots of lane aggression coming in from Supernova with these two supports, dude. Silencer, Enchantress, my God. It's also a lot of damage from these support combinations so far.
yeah, very true. And just the one issue is they just don't have much lockdown, but their lanes are going to be very, very strong for Supernova. Both their off lane and their safe lane are going to be completely secured. They're going to be A-OK with whatever hero they can pick. So they can try and go for maybe a pretty hard carry here for Dong. Whether or not they want to try and play something along the lines of like an Alchemist can be bullied pretty early by a Bat Rider if it is going to be in that lane. But once you start hitting that towards that level 6, Bat Rider really doesn't do all too much to you. So I wouldn't hate to see it coming out of Supernova. We have seen a whole lot of Arc Warden of the past. So I don't know if that's something that Supernova want to try and lean towards and try and save themselves against a rain carry. Yeah, TB.
TB could work. We've seen some TB silencer lanes, and that always feels very strong.
Yeah.
And hey, I honestly just want to see Dong play this hero. I'm actually really excited right now. Given his Morphling performances, remember at the start of the tour when we were talking about treating this as a scouting expedition in Division 2?
Yeah.
For me, so far, I found my carry. Every Div 2 season, I find a new carry player, and Dong is my guy. You got my heart right now, bro. So I'm already, dude, Terrorblade Magnus Silencer with Enchantress. Strong lanes, incredible scaling throughout the game, obscene amounts of damage. They have team fight, they have objective take. Like, this is good stuff from Supernova. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, they definitely put themselves into a good position. This was another hero that I was thinking of right now up against Supernova. It's very good against the Terrorblade in lane. It's able to mitigate a lot of the damage that's coming out because the way that you look at it, once you start getting in towards the mid game, it's mainly just the Terrorblade's damage that you have to be worried about. Yes, the Magnus can scale, but if you're in much more of a offlane role, you don't build into things like the Assault Curash and the Daedalus and all that kind of stuff. This is where you're more just going like Harpoon, Blink, and then from there it gets a little grey. So I like that Team Dissolution have gone for a little bit of damage mitigation for themselves. I would like to see them for their final pick give themselves a little bit of this extra damage because they need to play into a Terrorblade. So they need to have that burst damage in the small amount of lockdown that they do have to try and get rid of Dong early on. And that's why I like the Earthshaker as well as the Queen of Pain ban from Supernova. Two heroes, lots of magic burst, hard to lock down, and good laners.
5 seconds remaining.
These bans are somewhat intriguing because it seems to signal that Supernova believe that this Void Spirit is going to go into the safe lane and that small KK's hero remains to be picked from the mid. Okay. By that same token, Team Dissolution seem to believe that this Magnus is potentially both mid or off lane. They're not entirely sure. But Supernova, what do they need the most? I think they need catch and initiation of some kind. They banned Queen of Pain themselves. Maybe Puck? Oh, Pango.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, no BKB piercing disable. Their burst isn't incredible. I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that it's not as easy for him to like get to the backlines this game, but I'm still okay with it. It's still fine.
Yeah, I think the reason why you pick Pango over Puck is just the Pit of Malice factor. It's just, you know, during Rolling Thunder, you're immune to it, so you can kind of roll around and do whatever you want. They are very similar in the way that they play. I think Pango just gives you that little bit of extra laning prowess early on. whereas Puck scales a lot better than what Pango does. But this is where Team Dissolution, they're just going to answer directly with the Bloodseeker. So I think Supernova kind of got everything that they wanted in the way that they're playing these heroes. Looks like Karma is going to be picking up the Magnus, and probably just slotting directly into that offlane for the side of Supernova, whereas Dissolution, they will be playing the small KK Void Spirit, and it's about who's going to be picking the Bat Rider. Looks like Aaron's going to be picking that up. So Bat and Underlord as a lane is... I think they kind of combine pretty well. You obviously got the slow from Sticky Napalm that does really well with the Firestorm as well as the Pit of Malice. So I think that's okay. I am a little concerned about Aaron putting his emphasis on this lane, though. Going into what seems like it's probably going to be a silencer. It's going to be hard for him. Playing an Arcane Curse really sucks as a Bat Rider. So I think for me, for Dissolution, they need Aaron to get off to a good start, and they need him to not be a liability on this position for Bat Rider. Whereas Supernova, they're just got to play their lanes and get to the mid game. I think their game plan is pretty straightforward, whereas Dissolution have to make sure things go right, and they have to answer what Supernova are throwing at them.
They certainly do, and they have to play with some extremely high tempo as well, with this last pick Bloodseeker that they snagged for themselves. Does mean that they do have some relatively decent, if he gets off to a good start, a relatively decent answer for TB, because then you just get to his face. But if TB gets off to a better start than you, good luck, buddy. For now, though, I do think Team Dissolution, they've shown themselves capable of playing high-tempo games and leveraging that into a victory, but they did so against opposition somewhat weaker than them. Against Supernova, who are evenly matched, it's going to be a much more difficult affair. Let's find out if they have what it takes, though, to make it happen, or if it's going to be Supernova on the back of the Dong Terrorblade getting themselves over the finish line for Game 1. It's a BO3, it's Division 2, but more importantly, it's the road towards the International. So let's go. See some Dota.
All right. I'm excited to see how these opening couple of minutes are going to look like, about whether or not if Ramfu Dao is going to make early rotations on the Skywrath Mage. Combined up with those three heroes in the offlane, it's going to be a pretty heavy kill threat lane. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that, Lonfer gets himself up to a really, really good start and then kind of just finishes off those early couple of levels with a rotation towards the top lane. So once Lonfer gets off to a good start, I'd expect Ramfu Dao to be able to make rotations.
Okay. Also have an answer. Kama is going to be playing from the off lane. He has experimented with the short in the past, but he's just going to be slotting in directly for the side of Supernova, not asking them to adjust their team structure just for him. Good guy. And they're potentially setting up for a kill here in the mid lane. They have an Observer Ward scouting Ranfu Dao. He's not necessarily aware what's happening, but he does feel like he wants to play with his team, not venture all by his lonesome onto this high ground. And that intuition ends up keeping him alive.
Yeah, and also the one issue that Supernova have is that their level 1 catch is kind of bad. Like, they don't really have a good way of stunning anybody or pulling them really out of position unless Kamba somehow gets in a very interesting position. So they will just chill for now. They will respectfully go 2-2 when it comes to the bounty runes. And the laning phase is off without a hitch. And it's going to be an interesting start for both these two teams. Very, very strong side lanes for Supernova, whereas the side of Team Dissolution, their side lanes get a lot stronger when their supports are able to combine with one of their two cores. So if they get the first couple of minutes going their way and they haven't really lost too much and maybe they've got a little bit of regen still in their lanes, you can expect some of these supports to be able to link up with each other, whether it's Aaron going bot or Ramfu Dao going top.
Exciting side lanes. Unfortunately, as per usual, boring as hell mid lane. Pango, Void Spirit, get me out of here. Nothing happens. It's gonna be so boring. It's not even like some Queen of Pain lane where something drastic could happen. With these heroes, we just trade farm. That's chilled. Top lane, fun could happen there. Fun could happen in the bottom side of the map. What do you think? Who's getting first blood and which lane is it gonna happen?
I think the lane that's probably gonna get first blood is there'll be first blood in bottom, but I'm not sure who's going to get it first. I probably feel like Ramfu Dao could potentially be on the chopping block early on. You know, if he gets caught out by Sheep and Camera, he potentially could be going down, or it could be the other way. Oh, he didn't click him.
Sheep almost ended up dying. He was 20 HP, but did not get clicked. Lonfer, let's not blame him too much. Poor guy doesn't have thirst just yet. Didn't have the movement speed. Enchantress super fast, but now he's gonna get skewered back. Enchantress has full HP. Drops the blood right down. Camera's gonna trigger onto him, and this time around he does have the thirst. Doesn't decide to chase all the way though, as he's taking some right-click damage from this Enchantress. It's always so scary to me how much damage early on Enchantress can do. Like, this Bloodseeker, if it was a different support, he could have actually made the chase, but because it's Enchantress, if he chased there, he would have died.
Yeah, Enchantress is kind of messed up with how much she can do early on, especially with Impetus against a lot of these heroes that may not have the most amount of armor. So yeah, this bottom lane is going to be extremely volatile until one of the two cores is either involved in a kill or isn't the one that gets killed.
Top lane is equally as volatile, as we almost saw the Batrider taking a tumble there as well. Dong was applying pressure before having it thrown back in his face. So you were correct, sir. The side lanes, meat grinders right now. Spells being thrown around, lots of damage being done. No death just yet, but the more this keeps on, the happier Lonfer will be here in this bottom lane with this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and that's a thing, right? As soon as you start getting towards like that level 3, level 4 mark, where maybe you have 2 levels in the thirst, that's when you're going to start to really enjoy a lot of this trading. For Lonfer, you can keep up your HP relatively high, and if these fights ever do get down to the death, that is when it really enables the Bloodseeker. And interested to see what kind of build Lonfer is going to go this time around. See, obviously the Maelstrom is one of the good pickups for you, but about whether or not he wants to try and mitigate any of the global silence prowess, or maybe like an early Manta style, which couldn't be too bad for the Bloodseeker, or maybe whether or not he just wants to go straight BKB into like Bash or normal stuff.
So that's a lot of time to make his decision. For now, small KK.
Sheep.
Sheep is actually going to end up dead. Blood Ride triggers. Hey, Lonfer. Very happy about that. Ranfu Dao got the slows. They prevent the escape, and Sheep. You know why Lonfer is happy about this? Not only is this annoying ass Enchantress dead, but I don't have to be eating impetus shots while I'm last hitting. Feels good.
He did lose 2 last hits to his own volition after Sheep had died. So
Oh no.
That's a little unfortunate, and he got caught in 4K too. So it's right, Lonfer, you got yourself first blood. That's always a decent amount of gold, but now with the runes starting to come up once again, we're seeing a lot of these supports come towards the middle lane, and this is what I talked about, right? Like when the first blood happens or the first kill happens in one of these side lanes, it kind of just signals for the supports to try and go ease up some of the issues in some of the other lanes. Like Sheep, now that he's already seen that he can die and they've got extra levels on him as well, it's going to be harder for him to try and play in this bottom lane. So I'd imagine he's going to see if they can get a kill with Kama early on, maybe on a Ranfu Dao, and then he's just going to start making his own transition on this Enchantress to other lanes to help them out.
That's what Sheep does decide to do. Top lane. Aaron, how's he performing so far on the Batrider? Haven't seen a kill happen top just yet. Dong seems to be farming for the most part uninterrupted. And all right, looks like we've gotten past the hill where kills could reasonably happen easily in the top lane anymore. Everyone has enough money has enough experience to have the necessary points. You have 2 points in meta, you have the 2 points in Arcane Curse, and Shola's actually going to try and leverage those points by going bottom. He's taking a twin gate trip. Lonfer needs to be careful here.
He got back on Roche.
Feels bad, man. Roche is on the way to work. He's in a hurry. Don't interrupt him. Lonfer just got slowed up by the enchant, and here we go. Do they have the damage to kill him is the question. Kama finds the shockwave, skewers forward, and this should lead to a dead Bloodseeker. Shola throws in the blood grenade. Blood grenade for a Bloodseeker. It's kind of poetic that that's what kills him.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about, right? As soon as, the Terrorblade's feeling okay with his lane, or, same thing with the Bloodseeker, you can just see these fives make their transition, and that's exactly what Shola does. Goes towards bottom, gets the kill there onto Lonfer, opens up the map again for Kama, and that just means that you can just see Sheep just going, okay, this is a good time for me to go try and get my own farm. I'll go get some stacks going, see what we can do towards the middle lane. And then the laning phase eventually just starts to break down until these big cores in the side lanes want to start moving around, because it's mainly just going to be support rotations and trying to link up with their mid laners, who both have their level 6s right now. And this is where it's going to get scary. First, power rune goes the way of Eren, which is always nice.
It's a good thing too, because had it not gone towards him, it would have been a haste rune for Pango, and they leverage it to go kill this young Terrorblade. Dong is dead. He's all alone. The Silencer not here this time around to help him out. And they should be able to leverage it with the Sea Dragon onto a tier 1 tower push as well. So, good stuff. And it's interesting how Dota cascades, right? If Eren doesn't get that rune, maybe Pango goes like bottom to get a kill, but we might still have a kill happening here anyway, as Lonfer got skewered back towards the two supports. No Sheep or Shola have left this area, so they're available to get revenge for what happened in the top lane.
Yeah, there's no vision there for Lonfer. I thought maybe he might have respected Sheep coming back towards bottom, but he thought maybe just with those two heroes that wasn't going to be enough damage to kill him, and he gets killed into an extra hero.
Big rotation to the top lane for Han and Shola as they go in. Arcane Curse on the two heroes. Rolling Thunder committed by Han as well. Iron at the very least finishes off the tier 1 tower, but his life is certainly forfeit. It's a double kill for Dong as well in the process. And Han very happy with his first big rotation on the map. And sadly, we do not see the same move being mirrored coming in from their mid laner, so no punish elsewhere for the side of the Radiant.
Yeah, special small KK is sitting towards that mid lane a little more, and Lonfer is on the chopping block once again. This is pre-level 6.
Yeah, I've seen this movie here, Fluke. He's 5.5 right now. He needs to play very, very carefully. But Kama doesn't have much mana. That's the issue. Like, a lot of this has relied on the skewer shockwave. He should have enough if he pops the wand. But Lonfer is playing fairly carefully. Ensnare will come out from the Dark Hole Summoner. But I think Lonfer should end up being alive. Especially with Aaron also making a rotation.
His Sheep found out the Bat Rider, but I'm not sure if Aaron found him. A lot of heroes coming bottom now, though.
Yeah. Dude, if they can get out of here, this feels so good. And indeed, it doesn't seem like they'll be tracked for this move. Aaron even triggers Firefly, hoping for somebody. But nobody will oblige to show themselves. That leaves this mid lane being pushed in by the Pango. Terrorblade casually farming his jungle. And a lot of wasted time for these Radiant heroes. Maybe they get this Pango though. Han has to go shield crash onto the high ground, and he doesn't swashbuckle, Fluke. Fluke! He had swashbuckle. He had Rolling Thunder. He should not have died there.
Yeah, I don't know either. I definitely thought that Han was going to be able to get out of that, but I mean, he gets punished, and the small KK rotation did feel bad going towards the bottom side, but at the end of the day, he gets himself a kill onto the mid laner, which is probably what's going to make you pretty happy about that. But it just seems like right now that Supernova are just getting the better of some of these rotations. They haven't really been able to do all too much with their Bat Rider, and that's starting to cause a bit of issue for me. Is about if he's making these rotations and not sitting back and just kind of free farming as a Bat Rider can, then Aaron can really fall behind as a bat. We've seen it. I can't remember which game it was, but we had a actually no, maybe it was the Western Europe game that I did with B Cop, and there was a position 5 Bat Rider that never got a blink. Literally, not for the entire game. Didn't get a blink dagger, and I don't want to see that again because that was sad.
They'll definitely need some dynamism to come in from Aaron. Small KK can't do it all by his lonesome. But we're still fairly far away from that point. Aaron doesn't have that kind of net worth at the moment to even think about a Blink Dagger right now. The primary concern is going to be how do we open up the map. They're trying to play around this mid lane. However, their pushing prowess on the side of Team Dissolution, not really that great. So Han can just post middle. As long as he has Swashbuckle, spam the spell out. Very hard to take down this tower. And they're going to go bottom. They're looking towards saving Sheep's life and potentially killing off Lonfer. Dong is here as well with the TB. Shola and Kama right around him. And Dong, looks like there's a little bit of, not necessarily miscommunication, but he did not want to be the first body in that fight. And says, so you know what? I don't think Lonfer's life is worth me potentially giving up my own. I'm going to go farm these Ancients. Y'all can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, I think maybe they were hoping to try and get a rotation to try and take this tier 1 tower bot because they have lost their tier 1 tower top. So Dong is just like, I kind of want to try and find a place to farm where there's not too many people around. But unfortunately for him, he ran into most of Team Disillusion. And that will just signal the retreat for him, who's doing pretty okay on the Terrorblade so far. A lot of the cores coming in from Supernova are doing pretty well on the net worth, but there's not really any cores that are starting to balloon out the front of anybody. I think Small KK has a decent lead here with 300 gold, but he's the one that hasn't really made all too many rotations. Echo Saber is almost done for him now, though, which kind of signals to me that they want to try and get some kills, right? They go in, they see if they can catch it out of Silencer, maybe they can keep farming or Sheep for a little bit, and keep getting Ramfu Dao a lot of experience because this hero, Sky Mage, is very, very spooky when you get experience. You get maxed out Arcane Seal, you get maxed out Concussive Shot. When you start these fights, people just blow up and die.
Yeah. Well, he does have a smoke in his inventory for Ramfu Dao, Small KK, as you mentioned, finishing off his Echo Saber. So now let's see what decision is going to be made. With level 6 available, there are some targets that could die if they find them. Problem is a lack of vision. The map is not the brightest spot in the world. Have a decent defensive wards for themselves, but the offensive variety are lacking somewhat. We do see a potential Rolling Thunder. Han gets himself a global silence next to him by Shola. Rolling Thunder triggered off by him. They're going on to Small KK. Can they kill him in time? And yes, they can. Just as the global ends, Ranfu Dao cannot help him. And Ranfu Dao himself just trying to get rid of this DD rune, but he gives up the chase. He knows if he goes there and they spot him, he gets enchanted, and then he probably gets killed, DD rune or no, on the enemy team.
Yeah, that was a nice little setup there. I think it was good that Han was just kind of poking and prodding away at Small KK until that rune did come up. Just meant that he wasn't at full HP when that engagement happened. So nice use of the first global silence there to be able to get themselves the free kill onto the Void Spirit. But now Small KK is up and he wants some revenge. Maybe they can get Camo, but he's so hard to kill. You know, 1700 HP, 10 1 stacks, full Vanguard. Like that's a lot of damage you have to try and pump into him, and I think the only way you're going to really be able to do it was if Eren as well as Ranfu Dao were there. But they were not. Seems like both these teams are more than happy to sit back and farm. Han's getting to the point now where he's got his diffusal blade, so he's ready to fight when he has to. But we'll be going in towards that Lincoln Sphere. Nothing really crazy for Dong so far. I like that Sheep's going for this early Hurricane Pike. It is kind of the best item for Enchantresses. So I like that so far. And yeah, everything's pretty stock standard. Nothing too surprising opening up here.
Sheep and Han will finally go on a smoke move. They have a double damage rune for this Pangolier. So it's time to try and kill somebody. Unfortunately for them though, Dissolution, aware that something might be coming, they trigger a scan around the river and they posture some heroes around Lanfur to protect them. So Supernova will find their approach blocked off. We've been seeing a lot of this move in China, especially in Div 1. Around this point in the game, if you're playing on Dire side, you go and invade Radiant Triangle, try to take it over. But Supernova unable to make that reach happen this time. They'll have to content themselves, like you said, with just the farming. That being said, though, if I'm playing a lineup that has Magnus Terrorblade, even Enchantress, I don't care about like just casually farming away. Feels good to me.
Yeah, it definitely does. And that's why I think Team Dissolution are kind of just waiting on some of their items before they start to get these clashes going. I believe they have a full mechanism out now on Aeonid. They've got Maelstrom ready on Lanfur. He's just going to go into the BKB. So they're obviously trying to hit this early timing. They're giving a little bit of extra time to Eren as well to build this Blink Dagger. And when they have those items, they're ready to party, right? Like they can just start chucking themselves into a lot of these tier 1 towers. They got at least ways of slightly dealing with the dealing with the global silence by just trying to out heal it with the mechanism and such. But still going to be a hard fight to try and go into them if they don't catch this silencer early on, and they have to deal with the Rolling Thunder, they have to deal with RP, they have to deal with global silence. Like it doesn't really get easier for Team Dissolution from here.
Still though, they will have a couple of their own items coming soon. And BKB not that far away from Lanfur. And Aeonid not that far away from having Crimson. Once Aeonid has Crimson, that's a fairly decent timing. Crimson, Mech, it's a lot of sustain that they'll have available. On the side of Supernova, still haven't finished off all their damage items. But I don't want to see them stay playing this laid-back, passive style. And yes, even though they're accruing their own net worth, the risk feels a bit high. And bottom, Aeonid might end up being dead here if he gets scouted. He walks right into the three of them. That feels so bad. He's going to attempt to TP out right now. Rolling Thunder gets used up and he actually just gets out. In the meantime, while that's happening, in the top lane, Dong is able to take down the Eren Batrider all by his lonesome. Okay, nice move. They still get a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane though.
Yeah, that was, I mean, a fairly decent trade. You at least forced Aeonid outside of the bottom lane and
middle
fight mid.
Camo, he got himself Mystic flared up, but the Global Silence protected him, and now with the young RP dropped onto this Void Spirit, they kill him off. Aeonid took a Dark Rift with the Fiend's Gate coming middle to render aid, but he might have put himself in an awkward place as Dong also now makes his presence known, wanting to put in some right-click damage, but the Underlord is a bit too far away. The Fiend's Gate will elapse, Supernova still hold on to their tower, and they don't lose any heroes in the process.
Yeah, losing Spore KK twice in a row now is a little unfortunate for them. He obviously needs to build towards this Manta style until he's able to comfortably play against the Global Silence. They did a really good job. Oh no, they've got Ayanid now too.
Oh gosh, dude, this young skewer blink play did so good, and they're trying to get out. The Underlord is so tanky, but even he will eventually fall. Magnus fighting underneath the tier 1 tower, so getting some bonus armor. It's taking longer than it should to kill him, and bringing him down will lead to Aaron losing his own life. Dong is also involved in this fight. Small KK didn't just die twice, he's died a 3rd time in a row here, Fluke. The only survivor of this fight being Lonfer, and that's only because he doesn't want to get too involved. A 4-for-2 affair middle. Tier 1 tower still protected. They're probably going to get a tier 1 of their own. And everything coming up Supernova right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting beaten by the team that outscales them early on, and it's really starting to feel a little rough. You know, I understand the reason behind the Bloodseeker, but they just have not been able to connect any of their heroes just yet. Okay, they're going to get a consolation prize in Chola, so they at least get rid of the silencer, but a lot of these fights, they've just been kind of outgunned, right? Like playing into RP, playing into Skewer is so hard for these heroes. And unfortunately for Small KK, that is, as you said, 3 deaths in a row that definitely have not felt good for him. He's got Yasha now, but he's still a ways away from this Manta style, which helps him against Global, but it doesn't help him against everything else. So it's only going to be a small mitigation for him in these fights. But maybe with Ayanid getting these auras, that's when they can start to feel better, but Karma the way he is, doesn't want to stop.
Fortunately, it's going to be a hard job getting the auras when you're spending so much time in the fountain. And then it is about to make a trip right back there. You will drop a Fiend's Gate here, but Han is like, mates, come on. Come on now. Come on now. Respect me a little bit, please. Be serious.
Okay. I thought they may not have had enough damage to kill Ayanid there, especially with some rotations coming in from the supports. Small KK is in trouble.
He is indeed. So let's try and run himself away from Dong. The Global Silence comes just a second too late. Had it been slightly earlier, it would have been a great situation. Instead, though, Set Silencer will find himself getting punished by Small KK. That's a very nice pickup. And it's great that Small KK gets the kill. Not just because he needs gold, but man, he needs a morale boost here, Fluke. And it's nice to kill the guy that's been making your life a living hell.
Yeah, the small little outplay there from Small KK, you know, accidental or not, still ends up in them using Global Silence, not getting a kill and then losing a life. So that's exactly what they need to do now. They need to work off the back of this. They don't have Global Silence for another 95 seconds, so a minute and a half is a good time for them to use their Batrider blink, right? There's going to be about 40 seconds by the time Lasso comes back up. They're not going to have Global Silence. So just get Aaron together, get Ramfu down together, get Small KK together, go and kill someone, even if it's not somebody big like the Terrorblade. Like, it's going to be hard for them to kill Dong nonetheless. But if they're able to catch Han, maybe they can do a lot of damage to Kama, maybe they can, you know, kill Chola again. I mean, it's more experience, more gold in your pockets because you need to have that advantage to try and push this game over the edge for the side of Team Disillusion. Or it's going to get to the point where I think Dong's just going to solo carry this, you know?
Yeah, Terrorblade is getting kind of scary. Has the full Manta complete, more than halfway towards having Skadi as well. So very, very soon, Dong is going to be a terror to behold on the map, which he already is, to be fair. We did just pick up a Lincoln Sphere right now for this Pango. So we have some anti-Batrider tech at the ready. Ranfu Dao, he has no tech to protect himself though. The Ancient Seal was pretty nice, and there's the lasso from Aaron. We're falling quite low on Kama's Magnus. He is still alive though. RP will be used then. It throws in all Small KK into the rest of Supernova, and he dies, but he brings the Void Spirit down with him. Han finding a very nice swashbuckle, forcing Lonfer to pop BKB. Arendo doesn't have a BKB to pop, doesn't have any life to give anymore. And Dong is the one credited with the kill, putting him in on an unstoppable streak. What a game for Supernova. It's a tier 2 tower now as well in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they just don't have quite the damage just yet. They're still waiting on Lonfer to be a scary hero. You can just see in these fights that as soon as somebody gets caught out and can't really utilize all of their skills straight away, it becomes very, very hard for them to kill these heroes. Karma's got caught in almost the entirety of a Mystic Flare and just didn't even die. Yeah, they had to overcommit for him once again, and the fact that Small KK still doesn't have Manta style means these fights are so hard for him. You can just see all these little dots and debuffs and stuff that it's hard for him to deal with. And, you know, if he gets Metzal in that fight, he's able to play around some more stuff. He's able to be a bit cute. Maybe he can get an extra assimilate off. He can deal a little bit more damage, and then they kill Karma and they get out, right? But it's just not the way that it's going, and these team fights are becoming big wins for Dong as well, because he's starting to get involved. Like, he's been involved in the last couple of team fights, almost has Skadi available. Like, how do they kill a TB with Skadi? I don't think they have enough damage to kill both TB and Magnus.
She's going to have an obscene amount of HP. Let's actually see. So once he finishes the Skadi, it's 2.7k HP, 32 armor. And he still has Sunder to play with. Good luck, have fun. Enjoy yourself, killing him off. And I think now's the time.
Back him up and all that other stuff.
You just go Roshan, right? If you're on the side of Supernova. Go into the pit, get yourself an Aegis, leverage it to try and take over more of the map.
Yeah, and it's just going to snowball so hard for them now, right? Like, we already touched on the fact that it's hard for them to kill one of these cores, let alone two of them. Now one of them is going to have an Aegis. They're able to just kind of walk into your buildings. And what's your response from the side of Team Dissolution? What, like a Blink Lasso and a 4-staff out? Yeah, it doesn't feel too great, especially because the Mystic Flare is only level 1. So it's not like you're really getting a free pick with, like, Lasso into Mystic Flare into, like, an Aether Remnant. Your Underlord's not going to provide any damage because he's an Underlord. He may make you a little tankier, so small KK can do more damage, but again, he's just having to be on split pushing duties, and if he ever gets caught out, he's most likely going to die.
Speaking of split pushing duties, they put small KK on him, and sadly, it might lead to his death. Do they have the damage to kill him before he escapes, though? He does dissimulate and jumps with the Astral to the far side. Yo! Kama does not find the skewer. So he escapes last second, draws a lot of attention and draws a global silence. Well, sometimes playing very high risk does get you high reward. And finally, it does happen for small KK.
Yeah, and even, you know, the passive part of Manta, just the extra stats, just gave him enough HP to live there. Like, enough HP to be able to live the global and the RP combination. This is a massive moment now for Team Dissolution. They've got everything available. Yes, they have to play into an Aegis, but they don't have to play into RP. They don't have to play into Global Silence. They can get a kill. They can get a fight going their way. Maybe they can start to turn this game around, but they need to find it now.
They caught the memo fluke as they smoked up. They're coming. Small KK, he's the one that goes first. They find the lasso onto Kama. That's a huge pickup, but he has BKB. He gets forced off the way by his team and kept alive. Can they chase anybody else down? They TP out on the silencer right in front of his face. At least Sheep might be a potential target here on the left-hand side as the Enchantress dragged back in by the Aether Remnant and will finally be killed off. Lanfer went forward with the BKB, but sadly Dong is here. Metamorphosis Terrorblade, baby. You said they don't have enough damage to kill both. They might test that theory as they're running forward. He gets access to the Empower. Rolling Thunder stalls Iron it up, and this Underlord will go down. Brand Fuda might not be lucky either as he gets caught with the last few seconds of the Rolling Thunder and now killed off by Dong. Somehow this guy keeps getting double kills on the TB. He gets it again, and another team fight victory that they get for Supernova. And Fluke, that's the fight that they started on the side of Dissolution, and it did not work out for them.
Yeah, it's just very hard for them to keep the team fights going if they don't get that initial jump to net themselves a kill, right? Like, you can see they really rely on Blink Lasso to kill somebody. And you didn't kill Kama that time around, and everyone just runs away from you. Like, they're going to swashbuckle away, they're going to skewer away. Enchantress is very hard to kill. Yeah, the silence is probably the only one that you might be able to catch if these fights go bad, but it just means that it's so hard for them to get the team fight they want because Supernova can disengage, and then they just re-engage with, like, Blink Skewer, they re-engage with their Terrorblade, popping Metamorphosis, and now they get another freebie.
Case in point, Blink Skewer even drops the RP for good measure. Shola will be credited with some additional intelligence. Sheep gets the kill. The tower's gonna fall. And to make matters worse, Fluke, look what's available right on the left-hand side. Just got it out by Shola. It's like, hey, look, there's a young Tormentor. And you know what's gonna happen after we kill the Tormentor? If we just stick around a little bit longer, we're probably gonna get the next Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, and this is the dire side snowballing. Pretty hardcore, right? Especially if you make the first Roche on the Radiant side. Very little control Radiant can have.
Bro, Dong is actually so good. They get the tower. He TP's bottom, denies the tier 2, forces away small KK. They still have access to their own Tormentor again now. And he did it with while barely playing with any mana. But I think Small KK is like, he probably has the whole team behind him. Nope, it's just Dong by himself. What a player.
Still got a minute and a half left on the Aegis too, so this can open them up to put a little bit of pressure on the tier 2 tower. I think even without the Aegis, if the Aegis does get reclaimed, like look at how much gold they've got on their supports, man. Like they're more than happy for this game to go the way that they want it to.
Yep.
But what, double 4-stars on both their supports. There's a Hurricane Pike already on Sheep. You know, Han's at the point where he's got a Lincoln Sphere. We saw in that previous fight where the Rupture went out onto the Pangolier, but he had the Lincolns. So there's just so much net worth that they have to try and cut through here for the side of Team Disillusion.
Small KK is still being put on side duty. Unfortunately for him, there's not really that much to pick up, and he might be needed to come home because there is a DD Terrorblade. But the Aegis does expire in 30 seconds, so they're letting it go. Right now, Aaron just TPing out, having drawn some attention from Han. And I must say, Small KK making these side adventures, this has kept him in the game, net worth-wise. Like, he's top 4. At some point in this situation, he was bottom of all the cores. Done a really good job for himself to remain relevant in game 1.
Yeah, I think Small KK does a really good job at playing these side lanes really well and understanding where he can and can't be. There has been a few times where he's been caught out positioning-wise, but most of the time he's causing a whole lot of rotations, right? And that's a good thing for the side of Team Disillusion is they're just trying to see if they can close the gap, trying to see if any of these items coming up are going to be able to enable them in the fights. Like, Aeonid's doing a really good job at being a big damage mitigator for them, but they just need Lonfer to get in these fights, right? They need Lonfer to be able to stick onto some of these cores for him to stay alive, get a big burst of healing coming in from his thirst, but they just haven't been able to find that fight just yet. And this is a big kill if they can grab it.
They can't find Kama, and there's no point jumping Han since he has this Lincoln Sphere. So yet another adventure from the side of Team Dissolution that goes to nothing. This is like when your boys holler at you. They're like, hey man, come hang out at my house this weekend. It's going to be awesome. Great. We get there and we just do chores all weekend. What the hell's wrong?
That is very depressing.
Oh.
Hopefully there's a bit of partying for Team Disillusion soon, because it seems like Supernova is starting to circle in, really starting to close out the map and just doing a good job after a botched gank. You understand that they don't really want to smoke up straight away after a gank like that goes your way, so you're able to just freely walk through their own jungle. You're the strong team. Close out these 2 lanes and really start to push towards mid and bottom. And really try and close out this map. Because if you're just constantly spending your time chasing Small KK around, like he's not like a hero that's going to be able to take the base against you. So as long as you're just keeping at least 2 lanes in favor of yourself, then you should be able to get some of this tower damage and not have to worry about, a tier 2 tower going down top.
Small KK, speaking of him, he's still on the side lane duty, keeping these waves pushed in. Legitimately doing a phenomenal job at this. And it's getting him the gold that he needs. More importantly, right now, he's secured buyback. So even if he gets caught out randomly here, firstly, it's super far away from his base. But if by some miracle, one hero catches him and the rest are ready to push, he is at the ready to jump back into the fray. He's even actually drawn back some support. Dong is top lane already. And I think they want to play around this next Roshan for Supernova. Potentially up in the next 40 seconds. No real need to try and force a high ground push. But that does buy time. Lonfer will have the full butterfly completed, as well as the Aghanim shot, by the time the next big fight ends up happening. Unless Supernova can force it right now, and they're going to smoke up its 5 here, Fluke.
Yeah, this could be a 4 versus 4. Small KK and Dong are nowhere near.
Okay, good. They get the RP out onto Lonfer. They don't have the damage without Dong though for this. BKB gets popped by this Bloodseeker. He's going to attempt to just TP out. Lasso will be there onto this Magnus. And how did he get stunned? What happened to his TP? He needs to run away right now on the Bloodseeker. Global Silence was used. Ionid coming in, putting his body on the line to just draw attention away from the Bloodseeker and putting it towards Karma. They actually kill this Magnus. Bloodseeker now running around in the fight. He can't survive it. Dong gets there in time to just rinse him down with the Scotty hits. Although he almost killed Han to recover his HP. Fluke, what happened to his TP? I thought he was going to get out. Did he get too scared of the damage output?
I think he manually cancelled it. Maybe he got a call from one of his other teammates to stand and fight, because he cancelled and threw a Rupture out instantly. So Yeah, I don't know. He did a decent amount of damage, I will say that. But Lonfer just not being able to be on the same page as everybody. Small KK was so far away from that fight, and Dong is on a Terrorblade, so him coming at the end of these fights just kind of means they secure it, right? Because everybody else is doing so well. But the fact that there's no small KK at the start of this, like, look at this. He's TPing. Yeah, he just cancels it.
Oh, no. Why?
I don't know. He just wanted to fight, it seems. And then that just means that this fight just goes the way of Supernova, because Lonfer wants to try and get the chase there onto Han, turns his attention back onto Sheep, but that was just into the waiting arms of Dong, who, as I said, because you're a Terrorblade, when you turn up that late to a fight, especially if the fight hasn't gone like 4 for 0, you're just walking in and you're just being able to handle people, and that's exactly what Dong was able to do. And it was a half-decent fight. It was a good choice, but they just weren't able to complete it. And I'm really starting to feel the impact of this support Batrider, which just has not been able to do much. Unfortunately for this game, and maybe this is something that we're going to learn for Team Dissolution, that maybe support Batrider just isn't it, especially in these games where you're behind it. It really does fall to the wayside and feel quite bad.
Aaron really struggling in this game right now. Does at least have a gem, so it can help his team out in terms of map control. They're actually going to go for another smoke. Him, Smoke AK, and Ranfu Da. We've seen this trio go on many forays on the map. It has yet to work out for them, but this time around, they only come across a lowly silencer, so that's a nice quick kill to get. They even drop a Fiend's Gate from Iron. They want to come closer to the fight. Dong gets himself ruptured up. Lonfer thinking about maybe putting damage onto him. He does already pop the Satanic a little bit early. Han trying to buy interference at the same time. Small KK, he gonna get the RP'd. Global Silence will be there as well. And the Void Spirit's gonna end up dead. Nova now will be happy to turn around, as Dong feels very happy without Rupture anymore to put in the right-click damage. They're looking towards Ironid. This Ironid Underlord is going to die to Sheep's impetus shots, giving him a double kill. Aaron taken out by Han as well with the swashbuckle. And that doesn't necessarily mean Ranfu Da was safe, because Kama does have the harpoon. 4 heroes will die. Only Lonfer survives. And yet again, they start the fight, they can't finish it.
Yeah, and it's just hard for Lonfer to play this game, right? Like, he ruptures a Terrorblade, and it's like, okay, well, I still kind of can't fight the Terrorblade because he has Satanic. And then so he runs away from the Terrorblade, and then he's already about half HP, and he's just like, well, I can't really re-engage with anybody else because they're going to run away from me because I don't have Rupture. And then Small KK just doesn't get the extra kills on the side of the map. They just get the buyback coming in from Shola, and that just means the Global Silence comes down. And these fights are very hard for the side of Team Dissolution. Even though the net worth is not that huge, it's just the fact that Dong is so huge, right? Like, he is 27k net worth right now. He's got MKB. He's almost got a full Silver Edge coming out. Satanic's got it. Like, this guy is very hard to deal with, and they're already having struggles killing Karma as well as Han. So if they can't deal with those guys relatively quickly and relatively easily and try and isolate and kite out the Terrorblade, then they're just not going to win these team fights handedly enough. And it's just slowly but surely becoming way too hard for Team Dissolution. You can just see these desperation smokes, right? Like, they're just smoking because they want to see if they can catch out some of these cores being a little lazy and not sticking with their team.
Yep. They should be aware that Roshan is the next port of call for Supernova. I don't think they'll be able to steal it, but maybe they can find a pick-off around this area. Best case scenario, you find a pick-off and you steal the Roche, but that feels like we're asking for a bit much. Worst case scenario though, Fluke, we lose the fight, then we just lose the whole game. We get vision onto Chola now. He forced off to the left-hand side. He is wasting a lot of time. Pops a Global Silence as well. Will end up dead though. This actually could prove to be very beneficial. He doesn't have buyback, but even if he did, there's no Global. But they're not going to sneak the Roche. They're feeling confident here. They're thinking about taking their heads up fight. I don't know about that one, but we'll see what they decide.
They still have Lasso, and they still have Mystic Flare, so they can burst somebody.
Oh my goodness, the person getting bursted though is Lonfer. He got dragged back in by Kama. Han goes in with the Rolling Thunder. They find and kill Aaron. He's forced into buying back as well. Small KK on the high ground, just forced to run himself away as he can't contribute to this fight. I say that though, but he might contribute in the form of a corpse. He gets RP'd. He almost dies. Survives with 60 HP. He makes it out. He TP's home. Small KK is allowed to live. Dong, though, him and Sheep trying to make sure the rest of his lineup is not allowed to do the same. They're forced to drop the Rupture onto the TB. But like you mentioned earlier, this Rupture is not an offensive one. It's just trying to zone this guy away. And even with half health, he still casually saunters into the Roshan pit. Despite a very good start to the fight, the Aegis might still belong to Supernova unless they can stop them from Dissolution.
They're going to try. I don't know if they're going to be fast enough, though. This Roche is going to go down. Yes, so they were just not fast enough, but maybe...
They're still going to fight! They jumped onto this Dong Terrorblade. They really want him down, but he is carrying an Aegis right now, so a difficult customer. Kama trying to go directly onto this Bloodseeker, but will end up dead to him and Small KK. Lanfer finally able to put in some damage in this fight, and that allows him to kill Dong. Han needs to run away, but Small KK and Lanfer kill him off. And now look at Dong caught inside the Pit of Malice. He tries to fight with the Satanic, but it's not going to be good enough. He dies 90 seconds in the grave. No buyback for him either. What the hell just happened? What a massive turn. This would have been so big for them, but they have to go home because their base is in shambles and somebody has to go and defend it.
Oh my god. See, this is what happens when Lonfer is actually able to play the video game. That was such a good team fight. It's separating the Terrorblade from everybody else, right? Like, you need to make sure that Small KK and Lonfer are far enough away from the Terrorblade that the Skadi slow and the damage that he does is not going to be scary. We'll watch it here in the replay, where Eren just goes directly in. They get the lasso out onto the TB. They're about half HP him, and then they almost instantly get the Heaven's Halberd off. So Aenid understands that if you can separate this fight enough and force Dong to have to spend more of his time walking rather than fighting, it's a lot easier for Lonfer. And also, they probably would have understood that there was going to be no metamorphosis for that fight because it got used in the last one. And that meant that that was a very weak point for Supernova to play in. And that was a massive net worth swing. That was about 9,000 gold, almost 10,000 gold swing for them. And starting to look strong right now. They still have to play in a big amount of team fight for Supernova, though.
Almost 12,000 damage well dealt out by Lanfer in that engagement. And they will be able to get themselves a melee Rax to the mid lane. This is excellent Dota from them. Getting this, resetting the map equilibrium, equalizing the Rax advantage, shutting down the Aegis as well in the process. This, you know, in Dota right now, it feels like you get these windows, these 2-minute, 3-minute windows where everything comes your way. You get all the runes on the map, you're able to take out a bunch of ancient stacks, you get Raxes, you get a Roshan fight, maybe you get an Aegis as well. And you mentioned it, Lanfer was allowed to be in that fight, sticking around. But also, we didn't get to see Dong spending that much time actually hitting Lanfer. He's the only one with the MKB. So if you have BKB Butterfly and you're not next to Terrorblade, you're effectively immortal in that fight.
Yeah, and I think they just recognized exactly how they need to play these team fights, right? They split him off with a Pit of Malice, so he couldn't walk through, the stairs area here near the Roche pit. They made sure they silenced him, so he had to pop his Manta early. They also halberded him, so he had to walk up. And then they also separated the fight even further by going on the opposite side of the stairs. So it was a good fight there from Team Dissolution. And this is what I talked about in the pre-show, right? Is you never really know the Team Dissolution if they're going to look super clean or if they're going to feel pretty clunky. And they've been kind of clunky, I would say, for most of this game. I think they've been getting outplayed in a lot of these fights by Karma as well as Chola, but they're really starting to pull this one together here in the late game. And it's not like the game's over for them. They've still got 2 lanes of Rax that are healthy and ready. And I mean, if Lonfer gets to a point where maybe he's got Aghanim Scepter, they're getting a lot more of this mitigation coming out from Aenid. Eren's actually turning into a core with BKB. Like, they've got items, man. And they're starting to become scary, and Small KK is doing a really good job of just being pesky, just being annoying, man.
Yep. I was watching some Dream League yesterday, and I can't remember who it was, but they were mentioning that they don't feel like there's that many comebacks that happen in 733C. And I literally burst out laughing on the couch. I was like, wait, come watch some Div 2 Chinese. Just watch Chinese Dota. It will very quickly dispel you of that notion. So you might have a 5v5 fight here happening. Supernova, they smoked all the way towards the Dissolution side of the map. Dissolution smoking their base. Kama, he's waiting on the stairs. His smoke will pop. He gets caught first. They have caught Kama. Will he be able to fight this? He finds an RP, but he's only able to skewer down the Batrider. Eren will die during the Global Silence duration. Han bought some time with the Rolling Thunder. So far, the only casualty of this fight has been that Bat. Doesn't have buyback either. Small KK jumps in, demolishes Sheep. It's also going to steal away a gem. That is a pretty big deal. Here though, Kama finding a skewer onto Ayanid. Ayanid will die outside of the base without buyback of his own. Small KK though assassinates Chola, forcing a buyback out of the silencer. It's a 2 for 2, but with both supports buying back, looks like Supernova want to try and leverage their strength to take a lane of racks, but they have used the meta. The duration is going down, so they have to make this happen right now. Cliff to buy some space and time. Ranfu down, finds the silence onto Kama before the skewer happens. He gets ruptured too, so Kama, he might die here. They just need one spell, Fluke, something. But they pass him a cheese. He heals back up. Ranfu down will go into a buyback. Small KK got bashed up during the swashbuckle. He's trying to go kill off Sheep. He's forced to Manta and dissimulate away, but he dissimulates forward. Kills off Sheep, yes, but he might die for this. The Astral Step not going to be enough to get him away as he gets bashed to death. He did make space for Lon first to finish off Kama, however. Let's see, can they still keep the rest of the defense going? Looks like the answer is yes. Ionit is coming back, Aaron is respawning, and Metamorphosis is finished. So that signals the end of the Supernova push. And somehow, some way, they still defend the mid lane of Rax.
Oh, I thought that was probably game over there. They did a really, really good job at holding on. Yes, Small KK does throw his life away for that, but they had to use a lot of resources to get him killed. And he still does not have buyback for a decent amount of gold, so he's going to be sitting on that for a little bit longer, but holds on to his buyback, holds his base, and things will go around one more time. They've already proven that they can win at least one team fight. So that's probably what Team Dissolution are really holding on to. That last fight, I thought they were going to be able to kill Karma, but they were on kind of two different minds, right? There was two different fights that were going on, and they just weren't able to come together and really get the damage out onto the Magnus, and you got that 2-man RP that meant a lot of the buybacks had to happen. So they can still do it. I'm not going to count them out just yet, but Nova are definitely well and truly ahead here, and feel like that they need to make sure that they just play clean, they just play concise, they get Dong into these fights, let him deal the damage, and they'll get carried.
Each time they beat themselves against the wall of defense and fail to finish it off, does mean a little bit of a tick up in itemization for the Radiant lineup. And as well, look at this gold lead. It has been shaved very much from the 20k mark it was earlier on. More importantly, Dota Plus also reckons that we have a 40% chance now of Radiant side winning, trending in their favor. So these small things have changed the game. Lanfur is not that far away from Abyssal Blade as well. I feel like Abyssal Blade, that's going to be such a game changer. That in tandem with Swift Blink, when he eventually gets it, then they actually have a way to get directly on top of Dong and try to 100 to 0 him, global silence or no.
Yeah. I also would like to see an Ag Scepter eventually be picked up by Lon Fur. I think that'll enable a lot of his damage. Also gives you that extra bit of shield too, which feels like he is lacking a little bit of the survivability. Like he's, almost 3,000 health and 35 armor, but, he still needs to make sure that he's surviving in these fights as long as possible. Maybe the Blood Mist can enable him to do that with that early shield, but either way, both these teams understand this game feels very tentative, right? Like they understand that, if Karma just gets caught randomly, Chola doesn't get global silence off, like these team fights can go one way or another. They have to play nice and slow. But are there any big items coming up? They're getting close to a Bloodthorn. Aaron's gonna go Ags, Ayanid, BKB. I don't know if that really helps all too much. Glimmer Capes. No, nothing that crazy on the Radiant side. There is an Abyssal Blade on Han, which can be very, very important for these fights. And Dong's basically slotted, so he's is an MKB on Sheep. What?
Yeah, man, Sheep farmed. He built this earlier. Went Hurricane Pike MKB. What a player!
That's a lot of damage, especially with the little friends too. You just get that extra bit of damage with the boys floating around, but also with the double creep with the enchant feels pretty good. So, yeah.
Also crazy enough, he has an enchanted quiver, so Sheep, a bona fide right clicker for his lineup. In the mid lane, they did manage to take down the range racks, and 6k gold lead now only for the side of Supernova. For me, right now, we're at that point in the game, Fluke, where the most important metric isn't net worth, isn't distribution of experience, it's who has buybacks available. Yep. And right now, the buybacks are actually in favor of the Radiant lineup. Two supports still waiting 3 minutes on Dire side. So if they can try force a fight, maybe they can rely on the numerical overload on Radiant side.
They also have to be very mindful about where they take these fights as well, right? That's a big thing with these buybacks. Is it's all well and good to be able to get yourself back into the game, but if you're not going to be able to be a part of the fight, you might as well not have buyback, right? So understanding where you can take these fights, when you should take these fights is very, very important for these teams, especially as we get into the 46-minute mark where these games, I mean, everybody's felt this in their pubs, right? Like you're going, we've lost a couple of fights or two. You know, a lot of these items are starting to come out. We have to be careful. Like Small KK has a Scardy now, man.
He does.
He's almost got 4,000 HP. He's very hard to deal with. And they're just walking and taking a lane.
Yeah, they knew that a tier 3 tower into a Rax attempt could actually happen because Roche was under siege. No, okay, somebody had to commit their life for this. Dude, 70 health? No. Small KK, dude. Sorry, bro. You know what you gotta do.
He's gonna do it.
There we go. It had to be done. Even if you died for this, hashtag worth. Dude, this is... Okay, high key, real talk. Remember we were talking about Small KK, him having a rough time, not connecting with his rotations, 3 back-to-back deaths early on.
Yeah.
If they win this game, there's no way he's not the MVP. The amount of space he's bought his team with these split push shenanigans, and even the times he's put himself in the fight with his own body being like, kill me, leave Lanfur alone. Lanfur can escape, I will die, it's acceptable, it's fine. And it looked like feeding at the time, but it's bought the space and time necessary to bring them back to something that resembles parity. Like, it's actually 50-50 according to Dota Plus. That's actually nuts, this game.
Yeah, because I think the biggest thing when you look at the net worth, all of the net worth is on Dong. Like, it's not like everybody else is screeching ahead. Like, even the two cores on the side of Supernova, they've fallen behind their counterparts. So it's like, it's at the point now where it's literally Dong versus the world. And if he's not able to stick into these fights, and that's why I'm talking about, you know, the team fight spells coming in from Supernova are so important, because they need Dong to be able to get into these fights to win them for them. It's gotten to the point now where all the cores on the side of Team Disillusion are starting to get their items. Like, Small KK, like, he doesn't just die in an RP Global Silence anymore. Like, you need something more to kill this guy. You need the Abyssal Blade. You need the Rolling Thunder Chain Stun, because he's hard to kill and he's just going to sit around and he's just going to harass you like this in the side lanes. Maybe they try it.
Oh my god, what a player! Small KK though will still get feared. How will he escape this one? RP will be there. Shola's here. They have the second RP. This time he does die. The first play was beyond sick. What a jump away. The Astral Step triggered the Mind Breaker to silence Camera. But sadly, I don't think he was aware of how much danger he was actually in. Didn't leave in time, ends up getting killed off. But still, think about where the team was. They were pushing through middle. They get forced top by Small KK. He'll have buyback again in 15 gold, so his base isn't even in jeopardy even.
Yeah, him getting clipped by the Terror Wave really done him in, right? Like, he was probably expecting nothing like that to come through, and pumped his Manta a little bit too early. He got Global Silenced, and the second RP is what done him in. But Small KK, sick little play from him. Now let's see if he can defend it once again.
Yep.
They really do not want to use his buyback here, so they're going to use everything they can to try and hold on. Probably happy with this lane going down, maybe.
And if it does go down, it only equalizes the situation, right? They're not losing out on anything. They still are losing quite a lot of HP on this Terror Blade. They lasso back this Kama Magnus and they kill him off. He's dead, down for rights, no buyback. Small KK buys back too. He jumps into the fray, almost killed off Sheep. Sheep though does pop the cheese. Han with Rolling Thunder doing what he can to get them away from this Terror Blade. He comes back with the Terror Wave, but there is an Abyssal Blade from this Bloodseeker. Wonderful Sunder at the very last second. Allows him to survive off of the husk that is Iron It, but it's not going to allow him to survive the entire fight. As they come back for him when his BKB elapses, they kill him off. 4 heroes have died. They're about to make it 5 as Shola gets found, gets killed, granting a double for Small KK, who bought back for this fight. But wow, what a buyback. How much worth did they get from this? They have the official gold advantage. They have saved the base. They didn't even lose the Rax fluke.
That was a sick lasso coming in from Eren. He did exactly what he needed to at the right time to be able to bring the Magnus back in towards his base, and everyone from Team Dissolution played really well in that fight. The way that they were able to just kind of outplay everything that went on. I wasn't sure if Supernova were going to press the envelope. I don't think they should have. They were probably going to get that lane of Rax no matter what, right? Like, if they were just getting chipped away and they got a buyback out of Small KK, great, you leave, you disconnect, but now they're in a very rough spot with no buyback on the Magnus.
Holy smokes, what a comeback from Team Dissolution if they can make this win happen. The Ancient is exposed, and they're taking it down. Fluke, they can't stop this from happening. It's done, it's dusted. GG will play Team Dissolution with a comeback of the entire tour so far, getting the victory in game 1 in excellent fashion. Man, the resilience of the squad, I don't even know what to say right now.
See, and this is what I talk about with this Team Dissolution squad, is they can do stuff like that. They can pull together, they can play really well and really well oiled, but sometimes their early game really lets them down. And I think that's something they've really got to work on for the next couple of big matches coming up. But this is a massive confidence booster for Team Dissolution, and unfortunately, a big giant kick in the pants for Supernova. I felt like they had that game locked down. Probably, I think they were just being a little bit too overconfident, maybe trying to test the waters with Small KK and his buyback in that last fight. But yeah, they got punished super hard with Karma coming in. RP doesn't hit. They get lassoed directly underneath the tower. And then they just get blown up because the game has gone so late that now finally Lonfer is able to deal some damage in these fights. And as soon as Small KK got in that fight, you could just see the panic in the eyes of Supernova because they knew that they had stuffed up something shocking. And it was too hard for them to try and get that done. And Small KK, I mean, what a game from him. Every single time that he got caught, it was basically a massive committal coming in from Supernova, right? Like they would either global silence and double RP him, or they'd global RP him. They do a few extra things just to try and get that kill. And Small KK knew that him getting caught out in some of those side lanes never meant that the game was over. Yes, he did force himself to buy back in that previous fight, but it was calculated because they got the win.
Yep, very much calculated. He knew they'd have to commit resources in order to kill him every single time, like you mentioned. And Dong, I feel really bad for him yet again. Another excellent performance from him, but the rest of his squad wasn't always able to keep up his net worth. In retrospect, you know, I'm trying to look at maybe this itemization. And from Han, it's like Abyssal earlier could have been really nice. Also, I love Aaron, how he adapted to the presence of this Lincoln Sphere. Just play away from the Pango. Never even touch him with the lasso again. And although Aaron did manage to get off 1 or 2 nice little Lincoln's blocks, the problem is there's so many targeted spells. There's Skywrath Mages, there's Bloodseeker Ruptures, there's Aaron as well with his 4-staff that can break it. Just became complicated, but this is the fight. Aaron, MVP of this fight for sure. At first I was so perplexed. I was like, why is he jumping the Terror Blade? What the hell is this? But like you mentioned, it was calculated. They knew, let's just split the fight, play away from the TB. By the time we get to the TB, sort of treat him like Medusa. Make sure the rest of his team is dead so that he's just standing alone, and yeah, he can dish out all this damage, but nobody is that tanky to survive all this against all this damage himself. Yeah,
see, this to me just does... This start of the fight just doesn't make any sense to me on Karma. They don't have RP. He doesn't have the spell. They don't have Global Silence either. Like, this fight is not a fight that you should be taking. Especially because you had to use, what, 1.5, maybe 2 seconds of your BKB just getting close to Harpoon? Yeah, that's not a fight that you should be taking there if you're Karma. That was a big kick in the pants for Supernova. But, I mean, all props to Team Dissolution. They poked and they prodded and they forced Supernova to feel like they needed to take a fight, try and secure this last line of racks and force out this buyback. And, I mean, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Look at the score coming in from Dong. 14, 3, and 6, and you lose?
Oh, man.
Oh, man. That's one of those games where I think, like, if that was a pub game, a ranked game for me, I'd turn off my computer and I go do something else. Yeah. I go for a walk. I go talk to some friends. I go do something else, man, because that's a heartbreaker.
This is pain and suffering for the Dong TV, dude. And what's crazy for me is that of these 3 deaths, 2 of them happened in the last 5 minutes of the game. That's...
Yep.
Yeah, rough times to be a Terror Blade player. Dong, sadly, will not be getting the MVP award here. Dissolution, with their victory, will be finding themselves in a very strange spot, having gotten a massive comeback. But man, shout out to Small KK. What a comeback in the game. Like the peaks and valleys that this man has been through just in game 1, kind of incredible. But the comeback, well-deserved. He made some massive plays happen. Ends the game also with an astonishingly high net worth, given his circumstances. Lots of damage being dealt out. Instrumental in every single fight. And also, how often do you see Void Spirit being the one that dealt the most damage in the game for 18.8k damage? He dealt 4,000 more damage than a Terror Blade Fluke. That doesn't happen every day.
Yeah, Small KK played really, really well. on this Void Spirit. And this is the reason why they're first picking it for him in a lot of these games as well, because we've seen when he has a great start to the game with the Void Spirit, he takes over and he tears teams apart. And sometimes when he's fallen behind, he knows how to bring it back. And unfortunately for Supernova, they just weren't able to really get much out of the catches they got. Yeah, they caught him a couple of times, but every single time they caught him, they didn't get anything out of it. They didn't really get a tower. Sometimes, you know, they just kind of walked back and farmed a little bit because they had to use Global Silence for it. And that's why Small KK is such an integral part to this Team Disillusion roster, because not only does he dominate his lane in games that they allow him to, but also he's able to bring them back from the jaws of defeat.
Yep. From the brink of defeat, the jaws of disaster, they are back. They got the game won. Let's find out, though, if they have what it takes to make it a 2-0 sweep, or if it's going to be Supernova ratcheting up the pressure a little bit to try and end out the game when they have an advantage for themselves. We find out after a small break, so don't go anywhere. More Dota 2 action continues in the Chinese region after a couple of minutes, so we'll see you soon. Welcome one and all. We have returned for some Chinese Dota action, witnessing Supernova taking on the side of Team Dissolution. Game 1 was an incredible comeback by Dissolution up against a Supernova squad that 20k gold up, 80-something% win probability, felt all but over, but they showed us that you should never give up in Dota. Until the Ancient itself falls, the game is still on. So heading into Game 2, Fluke, we're going to be seeing some adjustments in the draft, I imagine. It's going to be on Team Dissolution. So just try and make sure that they keep the winning train going. So what do you want to see from them? What adjustments do you want to see being made by Supernova for Game 2?
I don't think Supernova really needed to make too many adjustments. I think maybe just try and play a little bit more connected as a squad. Obviously, they do have a stand-in with Karma coming in instead of Chen, so that could be some of the issues. But, I mean, they definitely played really, really well in those opening couple of minutes. It was just the late game and the mid to late game decision-makings that really kind of scuffed them up going into that first game. And you can see already that Team Dissolution understand playing against the Magnus was a big issue for them going into it. They're going to get rid of the silencer as a natural ban, and then winning the coin toss means they're able to go first, and they're able to snatch up that Magnus. But Supernova,
10 seconds.
This is my one issue with certain teams when they go into a best of three is they lose a game like that, where I don't think there was any really glaring issues that they had. Their draft was really nice. The way that they played their lanes was really good. I don't think they ran into too many issues. And then they just change everything going into game number 2. Like, they're going Batrider at Timbersaw straight away. They're lacking a little bit of stuns. They've got some good heroes, but if you go too far away from a formula that it worked, but it didn't get you the win, then you can really shoot yourself in the foot, and things could become very bad in game number 2 if they stray away from what worked in game number 1.
Yeah. We'll see what the evolution is going to be like in the second phase, especially the off lane. I feel like Kama did such a good job on the Magnus for most of that game that I would like to see him still play some initiation type hero. So there's a non-zero chance that Timbersaw ends up being deployed through the mid lane. Maybe even Batrider is the core hero of this game. Kama's an old school guy, so he might be still fond of the offlane bat, but we'll see what Supernova decide to do. They actually could go Medusa. Yeah, let's go. Let's go Medusa. Ban Anti-Mage, ban Faceless Void, ban Oracles. Time to pick Dusa, baby. And also, Team Dissolution did them a favor. They don't have to worry about the Shadow Demon, so these OP illusions not going to make their presence. What's left to get illusions? What? Unless they go Darkseer, Medusa's pretty safe from her biggest counters right now.
Yeah, you could probably go Darkseer, you can go Pango if you wanted to have one of those other heroes that's relatively okay into the Medusa, but they're going to go Darkseer plus Nyx, so it looks like that's going to be their lane combination. You're probably going to have Ranfu Dao running the Skywrath Mage. Most likely, the way that it's looking right now is it could potentially be a Lonfer playing the carry Magnus, and then Small KK can get his hero at the end of the draft. So they got some good Deucer counters right now. I'm still not 100% convinced on Nyx Assassin. 1 being a hero and 2 being a counter to Medusa. On paper it works, but in practice it definitely feels kind of clunky. So we'll see what Team Dissolution are going to look like with those heroes. But for me, I want to see Supernova try and have some of these heroes that are able to keep the fight in a kind of area, because the way that Team Dissolution are going to be able to play, they've got Surge for all their heroes, so if you don't have any natural lockdown, it's easy for them to get away. They've got Skewer, they've got 4 stars, you know, the Nyx Assassin can go into Vendetta as well, so they need somebody to keep everybody together, and from the looks of it, they're probably going to have to do that with their supports, and that's hard. Trying to pick heroes that kind of enable your team fight in such a way that keeps a lot of people locked down is going to be a difficult way to think about it.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. I was just taking a quick look while you were talking about this Nyx, and our man Nyx Assassin, across all regions, all divisions in 2 or 3, has played 13 games, 23% win rate. It's not looking hot. Not looking hot. Even in our region here, when I knew that this hero is not good, when Kaka tried to play it and it looked terrible, it's like, yeah, okay, that's just that seals the deal. If Kaka can't play Nyx, nobody can. We'll have to see what they do in this game for Aaron and the crew to make this work for themselves. Supernova, go for another hero we haven't seen all that much, although we are starting to see him creep up a little bit more, primarily deployed as this beefcake in front of the Medusa. Undying with the Tombstone, okay. They don't have any Tombstone hitters on the side of Dissolution right now. Their team, like, it gives them a lot of vision. Also, it gives additional heals to keep the Medusa alive, which is great, given that Dissolution, the only burst damage was on Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, but it still kind of runs into the issue that I have with keeping people in an area that you want to try and fight in. Like that's, Deucer doesn't like walking around. The Timbersaw likes having people relatively close. He is quite mobile in and of himself, but you want to keep people inside of the tombstone. So the final pick for Supernova is going to have to do a lot for them in regards to setting up a lot of these fights, because Team Disillusion, if they want to try and pick, there's still Spirits. Yeah, I was going to say there's still Spirits plus a Wind Ranger that is left available, and you really don't have anything you have to worry about. You build an early Lincolns on this Wind Ranger, and you're going to be, you're going to be smiling. There's literally nothing you have to worry about. Maybe you get hit by Ag Snake from Medusa, but if this is a Karen Medusa, then you don't really have to worry about it. So this is where Supernova are going to show us whether or not they are moving the Medusa from position 1 into somewhere else.
Seen quite a few teams do that in the relative and recent past. I kind of hope they don't. If Faceless Void are still available, then maybe, but I need some stuns, man. I need some stuns and some presence. They don't have enough of it on the side of Supernova. Like you mentioned, how do they keep heroes around the Tombstone and around the Snake Lady? They also have to deal with this. Do they play Lion? Then they put Batrider off lane. I suppose they could, actually. That could be pretty decent. Spirit Breakers banned, Shadow Demons banned.
Yeah, it's the only hero that I'm thinking of right now that solves a lot of their issues. Gives them stun, gives them a way of dealing with the Darkseer walls, and but then you're playing Lion into like Wind Ranger when she gets like Lincoln's BKB and she just runs at you and kills you. And same with Nyx, he just catches you out and kills you.
What other
they've just got a lot of issues. Yeah, they've just got a lot of issues for Supernova that they need this final pick. They just go Void Spirit. So Batrider support?
Yep. Bat support. That's what we're going to be seeing a lot of, fam. I'm sorry. I know you don't like it that much, but it's going to be deployed here by Supernova. And it's interestingly enough, the offlane Medusa, they have switched it up. Kama's playing the Medusa, and then we're going to have Dong on the Void Spirit. Okay, going to be interesting to see how he plays that, because normally we've seen him impress on these uber hard carries. So now he has to play something a lot more active. So witnessing how he's going to go about doing that, what build is he going to go for. We saw Emo, of course, in Div 1 playing a lot with the Battle Fury, other safe lane, Void Spirits, especially around the world. Eschew that build in favor of the Echo Saber Deso. So Dong has a lot of options for this game. Does a little bit fix their stun problems. They have some kind of disable at the very least. Still, not the most it's not the pick that makes it look like, oh my god, this game is over. They've got the perfect draw for themselves. They still need to work very hard to try and make this hero work, because they really struggle in the lockdown and teamfight starting department.
Yeah, I really don't like this Supernova draft. To me, it doesn't feel like there's not much synergy between these heroes as well. Moving the Medusa into the offlane, I kind of agree with you when you said earlier that I wouldn't have liked them to move the Medusa around, because now they're relying quite heavily on their Void Spirit. And we saw in the previous game how hard it is for a Void Spirit going into a Silence plus a Magnus. It's very, very scary. The Magnus pulls him away from his team. They get the Silence out and you can't really save him. So I think for me, this time around, the shoe is definitely on the other foot. Team Disillusion have a much easier draft that they get to play. I'm interested to see what Lon Fur is going to look like on Wind Ranger. And I mean, I'm always happy to be wrong. If Supernova can prove me wrong with this draft that has next to 0 stuns against a Wind Ranger and a Magnus, then hey, I'm all for it. But from what I've seen from support Batrider, from what I've seen from a lot of these drafts with minimal stuns around these objectives, it doesn't look pretty.
Yeah. Let's see what Lanfur does. CTY played Wind Ranger the other day in the carry role, and obviously it did end up working out for them. So we'll see if Lanfur can do the same. Honestly, I thought they were going to put the Wind Ranger mid, and then he would play the Magnus, but we'll see if this pays off instead. I hope Small KK makes sure that even though he's playing from the mid lane, Blink Harpoon is the priority for him in this game.
Yeah. I think maybe it could have potentially been like a matchup thing where Small KK seeing the Void Spirit potentially could have thought that it was just a better matchup for him going into the Void Spirit with the Magnus. Either way, I think that they both would have been fine. Wind Ranger probably does better in the lane against the Medusa, so that's a big positive for them. They've got a lot of long range poke, especially with the Skywrath mage. So this Medusa in the offlane, it's going to be a rough time, I think.
Speaking of Dusa, she might find a first blood here, but they run out of slows onto Ranfudal. Shola was too far away, so they didn't have any blood grenades available. And they'll content themselves with just not getting a bounty. But in the meantime, while this was happening, Team Dissolution got 3 bounties on the map. Okay. So there was a curse that happened in Div 1, Fluke, where if a team got 3 bounties and they got the first blood, there's only 1 game in the entire tour where that team didn't end up winning the game. So if they get first blood here, Team Dissolution off to a hot start.
Yeah, I also remember there was a Mars curse as well, right? In like 201 that did 202 break? I don't know. I think Mars was pretty bad. Mars has been pretty bad for a long time. But I'm a big fan of superstition and curses, so hopefully it sticks true. Then it makes my job easier, right? If they get first blood, then I just walk away. I say, guys, the game's done. I just tell Twitch chat and we go home, you know?
GG, well played. Don't have to worry about anything no more.
It's written in the books.
So, look at this mid lane matchup. For once, one that might actually require us to at least think about it a little bit. It's going to be a lot of trading, but Timber versus Mag. We don't see this all that often in the mid lane, despite the fact that these heroes are often paired against each other in a lot of these games. When I normally play against this, it is in the off lane against the Timber. But how does this go middle? Normally, I expect Timber to still be able to win the matchup pretty much no matter where he is.
Yeah, small KK can outplay him a little bit though. With obviously Shockwave and Skewer underneath the tower, it's very hard for a Timbersaw to get those angles to get out, just because of the way that the architecture is in the mid lane. You don't really have any of those good trees to be able to catch out. So there is potential for small KK to be able to catch out the Timber, but Timber's going to get to the point where whirling death spam is going to be too hard for small KK to worry about. One big thing though, he is a universal hero, so it's not the the worst in the world. For him to lose it. I haven't run the damage numbers on about like how much damage you lose with the stats, so could potentially be a different change, but it's not like the whirling death is as bad as it used to be, you know?
Definitely not. Down bottom, I'm gonna start seeing more and more harass in this lane. Einid did almost take a tumble earlier, but Shola's the one that needs to start being careful. From level 2 onwards, playing here is not easy. This Iron Shell is going to start being put on the necks. They just chase you around all the time. Super, super frustrating.
It's going to be rough. But they potentially have a little bit of kill threat because they do at least have a stun on their carry with the Void Spirit.
Jola's
but
dead.
It's about dying before that.
Jola's dead. Vacuum into the Iron Shells. That's going to give the first blood away. John will at least get some revenge by quickly bringing down Aenid. But still, Aenid, very happy. He spent his gold before he died to finish off his wand. He's gonna come back to the lane close to the Ring of Health. Everything's Gucci for them.
Yeah, feels okay. They would have loved to have lived, but the amount of damage that came out from like the double blood grenade took a lot of health off of them. So Team Dissolution, they're doing pretty well in their lane so far. The big glaring issue that I'm seeing right now is Lonfer is basically at parity with Karma, who's doing a really good job on this offlane Medusa. And offlane Medusa is one of those scary heroes that can kind of hit this early tempo timing where she becomes a hero that's hard to deal with Phylactery. And obviously, if you don't have like a Diffusal Rush, then it'll be hard for you to deal with this hero if they just start headbutting into your towers, which they can do with like, Undying and Batrider and Timbersaw. So his objectives could be on the menu pretty early on for Supernova.
Also, one of the reasons why I prefer having Wind Ranger mid in lieu of having her in the safe lane is when she's safe lane, she does not tend to buy the Diffusal Blade. So we will not have a Diffusal. And I think Diffusal Wind Ranger is so good against Medusa. So we'll have to find different answers to deal with Karma's inordinate amount of survivability on that Dusa.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see him go for it, but I'm definitely a bigger fan of Glepnir plus Lincoln Sphere this game. Just because it enables you to get away from the small amount of lockdown that they do have. It also means that you're a massive kill threat on the lanes. I think it'll probably temper his ideas depending on how obnoxious Karma is in the game. If they've killed him like once or twice, then they're probably just like, we don't need it. But if he starts becoming an issue with like an early Phylactery, then maybe you might start looking towards that Diffusal Blade.
Down bottom, first tombstone of the game does get dropped by Shola. Secures him the life of this next assassin. I mean, I actually kind of like it when Undyings do this. Use their spells, don't save it for that perfect opportunity. Just use it to get an advantage in the lane. That does, of course, mean that next assassin can go replenish small KK's bottle. But overall, Supernova still feel good about the situation.
Yeah, going a little warding mission for Mr. Aaron. And neither of these supports, I mean, I guess a lot of these supports really don't like making rotations. I mean, for Dirge, it's hard for him because he's going to be linking up with a lane that doesn't have any stuns. Batrider is one of those heroes that may be able to make a rotation early, but it's going to be hard for him to kill into the Nyx Darkseer lane. So I think there's going to be a pretty static laning phase until we see at least some level 6s arise for these supports.
Just farm. I'd love to see it.
Ain't it?
Top lane, we do get a shackle shot going out onto Sheep, and it also was in a bit of danger. So on both sides of the map, attempts being made on heroes' lives, but none of these attempts come to any fruition. Let's take a quick look at middle, right? Because this Magnus is doing a really good job in the denies. Like, he's 12 versus 6 at the moment, basically. So we find a death on the Dirge. Whatever. It's just Shola. We knew it was going to start dying around this point in time. 2 points into Iron Shell are available. That's not going to be the last time that we see a death on this Undying. But at the same time, Ranfu Dao has made a rotation bottom, looking towards bringing down Dong. Dong will be able to get the kill onto Ironhead. The supports will finish him off. So both heroes will be dead bottom. Good stuff being done here by the side of the Team Dissolution lineup to make that move.
Yeah, it would have been a lot nicer if Aiden was able to live, but unfortunately he was not. Sheep's doing some shenanigans here by farming up this neutral camp in front of the face of small KK. So he will just have to, unfortunately, have his neutral crits be taken. And kind of circling back to the idea you said with the massive amount of denies, I think the big thing for small KK in this matchup is the crit wave will naturally be pushed underneath his tower, and you're going to have an advantage because you have Empower, right, against Timbersaw. So I think that's where a lot of his denies have come. It's just naturally being underneath the tower, being able to win out there.
Down bottom, one of the scariest points when you're playing against Void Spirit is level 6. It did arrive quite early for Dong, but Ironhead had his dancing shoes on, was able to evade away from Shola and Dong. And they're going back on him potentially here. But Ranfu Dao is here. He's already thrown in the silence. I don't think they'll be able to get that much damage on the tower, but Sea Dragon will still beat away at it. Get some decent damage out. In the meantime, middle Aaron gets flame broken back towards Han. Chakram is out as well. Very nice impale being found, but sadly not good enough to save his life. So they don't find the kills down bottom, but they do find something in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is the one issue that Team Dissolution has, is them being able to defend towers. They kind of need like a whole team fight to kind of kick off. And what I said just before with Supernova, they've got these heroes that can kind of just face rush into a tower, right? Like you've got a Timbersaw, you've got a Medusa, these heroes that are just going to kind of plant themselves in your lane in front of a tower and eventually chip it away and take it down. And Team Dissolution don't really have a good way until they get, maybe some Blink Daggers or the Echo Saber or what have you on their heroes until they can start to defend these towers properly.
Yeah. Might have another Tombstone getting dropped down as Shola throws it in onto Ranfu Dao. Astral Step comes in from Dong as well to finish it off. They've been very aggressive in this bottom side of the map. They really want this tier 1 tower, but they're being denied this because Aaron, with his presence being here as well, becomes a little bit harder to push through this. Still though, good stuff. Supernova playing with some very high tempo down bottom. They even finished a very early Pavis. 8 minutes in, Shola already has this item. Love to see it.
Yeah, and they're just kind of abusing the fact that, albeit they don't have stuns early on, but Undying is a very, very strong hero before people can deal with the Tombstone, right? Before people have these abilities to get away. And they're probably going to need another freebie here on Aaron. Yep, they do.
Indeed they do. They get the freebie. They just want this building. And it'll be even better if they can get it before Aeonid hits level 6 himself. That would be... Woo! That would feel good. Oh, I've got an update, brother. This Shola Pavis, it's the fastest Undying Pavis ever built. Sure, it's only a sample size of 49, but still, good stuff from Shola.
Congratulations to Chola being able to get that. It's an insane Pavis game. Like it's a sick Pavis game, this game. So him picking that up is pretty massive for his squad. Lon Fur dropped relatively low in that top lane. I don't know why he had like 100 HP, but either way, he's healthy now. And yeah, the fact that they've been able to take 2 tier 1 towers at 9 minutes into the game with the heroes that they have is disgusting. This is insane start for the side of Supernova, and they had a good start last game, and the game still went the way of Team Disillusion. So we're not going to count them out just yet, or especially if these stacks get stolen.
They want them. Small KK, though. We'll find Karma running in front of his face, trying to block him with the Stone Gaze. Aaron gets a very nice 2-hero Impale. Karma just wants to find Small KK, who's forced into RPing just to stay alive. Nice little science from Ranfu Dao. Prevents the Timber Chain, but Small KK should still end up dead. At the same time, though, the Shackle Shot from Lanfer thrown out onto Sheep. Sheep not dead just yet. And they don't have enough damage to kill him off quickly. He finally gets denied by the Centaur Conqueror. Feels so bad. Aaron, though, will die heads up at least. So the only kill they get doesn't even go their way. Team Dissolution not finding anything in this early game right now.
Yeah, Lonfer not being able to commit for the kill means that everybody else is just going to fall to the wayside, and they are just getting this pressure put on them here for Team Dissolution. It's very, very hard for them to try and compete against this because they just don't have the heroes to respond. You know, Aonid wants to sit back and farm and get some of his items. Aaron's very low on the levels department. And, you know, they've got a Wind Ranger and a Magnus as their other cores. So it's like they don't really have this scary amount of damage early on until they get some of these early game items. And they're doing a really, really good job on Supernova, just kind of pushing the tempo and just forcing Team Dissolution to feel uncomfortable with how the game state is.
Very uncomfortable place to be. The only hero doing moderately well is Small KK on his Magnus. Still farming away, but the rest of the crew, they need time to catch up, especially Lanfer. However, we also know that this Team Dissolution team is like a sleeping dragon. Might look like easy customers right now, but the longer things go, the more comebacks could happen. And we see a big jump in. Dong goes for Aaron. At the same time, Kamal getting force fired by Lanfer. Lanfer won't be able to kill him though. Trying to TP out, Stone Gaze will not cancel it in time. But this will open up the path towards the tier 1 tower. Very easy take for Supernova. They get to continue taking all the map away from the side of Team Dissolution. 12 minutes in, Fluke, and we have no tier 1 standing on the Dire side.
Yeah, and again, this is just what I said. Just it's hard for them to defend any of their towers. And now Lonfer is going to try something again, but doesn't have focus fire. So he just doesn't have any damage early on. And this Wind Ranger hero is very much needs to snowball super hard to feel good. And right now, Lonfer is very far behind. He is not even 4,000 net worth yet. And this is your carry. He got demolished in lane, it seems, and just hasn't been able to get the farm back. But big shining light, Small KK. He's got Mask of Madness, almost Echo Saber now. Once he gets into that Blink Harpoon, he can do a lot of work on the map for them. And they can just link up as kind of 5 heroes to be able to get these fights going. And that's where it becomes hard for Supernova, especially if, you know, all eyes on Sheep. He doesn't have Blink Dagger. They don't have Blink Dagger on the Batrider. It's going to be all on Dong to kind of carry them throughout this game, to do a lot of damage for them to start these fights.
Well, they're smoked up right now on the Dire lineup. The Nyx Assassin and Scarlet Mage want to find something. Aaron does have the level 6 with the Vendetta, but they don't have any... Oh my god, wait, what? Han is actually such a god. Tumblr Soy.
Oh.
So, having seen what you just saw right there, right? Where he makes a move that should have been hard punished. Brother Fluke, please tell me you've gotten on board. Get this fucking Tumblr Toy out of the game item. Top lane, Small KK does die to Dong on the crew. And you know why he dies? He didn't have a Tumblr Toy, so he couldn't get out safely.
Yeah, I actually was surprised that it survived 7.33. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, I was just like, wait, how did Tumblr's Toy live? And like, what? I thought that thing was going to be completely removed from the game, not even out of the rotation. But it survived, and I think that's the first time in a long time I've actually seen a Tumblr's Toy save somebody. So, I mean, when it looks like that, you're like, yeah, this shit's too good. It's far too good.
Maybe they thought to themselves, well, giving you options for your neutrals, maybe people will feel Tumblr's Toy is not that good relative to like some Arcane Ring or something like this, but it's still... To be fair though, if Timber had found an Occult Bracelet, he would rather have that over and above having the Tumblr's Toy, because Occult Bracelet is stupid. Like, you're saying it's weird that Tumblr's Toy survived the rotation? How Occult Bracelet got added to this game at all is beyond me.
I think a lot of neutral items are very, very broken when they're in the right hands, and I think that's the issue that we've got. Okay, so that's a freebie there on the Sheep.
It is
Maybe
indeed.
this
The
is a
question
fight.
is, can they get out? They want to just retreat very quickly. Lanfer shackles Han, and yeah, that should allow them to all get back to safety. Should be all good.
Okay. So they got the kill there on the sheep, which means Delacey has blinked dagger a little bit more. He's still pretty close to it though, 400 gold away. Aenid almost has Pipe of Insight, so they've got a little bit of that damage mitigation. The thing for me, Karma's got a Yasha running out. I'm not sure why, whether I'm the one that's stupid here, but I'm not sure why a lot of these offlane Medusas go Yasha. Surely you just go Ags.
I also prefer the Axe, but we'll talk about it in a second as Lanfer finally gets chopped down by Han, who chased them a long, long way. And they want more. Aenid dropped down the wall, but that's not going to help you, my friend. Dragged back in by Sheep's Lasso. That's going to finish off the Blink Dagger for this Batrider as well. And everything's starting to come clutch for the side here of Supernova. Great stuff done. They're now taking over parts of the jungle as well. They just live here at this moment. Han can do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, the callers for the side of Team Dissolution are they're just not in this game at all. Lonfer, he has a Javelin at 16 minutes in the game. He is 4.8k net worth. Like he's so out of this game, even though that he's died a single time. He just hasn't hit creeps. Maybe this is a big kill.
Oh, it is if they can get it. And the Mystic Flare with some right-click damage, it enables them to bring down Ranfu Dao. Oh, kill Dong. Ranfu Dao is the one that gets that kill. Excuse me. Han on the forward edge of the fight. He gets shackled to a tree, but he's super, super tanky. Small KK blinked in. Thought about the RP. Didn't trigger it off just yet. Now uses it. Gets it onto two heroes. They vacuum them both back, and they should be able to kill them off. Ranfu Dao with the killing spree on his Skywrath Mage. Great fight for the Dire lineup. They protect their towers, they take a good fight, and they get to involve some of the most important heroes without them dying, so they get some gold and experience, much needed in the process.
All right, Small KK MVP of the series, full stop. He's actually carrying this team so hardcore. Holy damn. Aenid is in trouble though.
He is indeed.
Small KK's in the area.
He doesn't have full RP though. There's a last two. They throw it onto Small KK. That does mean it takes them longer to kill Aenid. But Karma does still eventually finish him off.
Crap.
All right. But that was Stonegaze used. Maybe they want to try something off the back of this.
Yeah, Stonegaze and Lasso. They don't have RP for 70 seconds though, and that's a big issue for them. I think they really want to sit back and just let Lonfer farm his way back into this game. He doesn't have any levels in Power Shot, which I think is a little weird. Usually at least one value point is always useful. Like when I look at a build like this, I'm probably looking at a support that's really trying to just get a lot of work done with a lot of these kills. But yeah, Lonfer just hasn't been able to do anything. He's only got 88 last hits, and
He might do something here though. Is he tries to save Small KK, focus fire onto Sheep, will turn into a freebie like you say. And they're gonna get the pickup on the Undying Tombstone.
Give it to Lonfer.
No. And it says, mate, listen, I like you, you cool, but I also want Crimson Guard. Sorry, bro.
He's like 1,000 gold ahead of him. Just let him kill the Tombstone, bro. Come on, man. That's your carry player. That's rough. But, I mean, it seems like a good little pick-off then. Keeping Small KK alive and getting another kill for Lonfer is exactly what they need to do. They're starting to get to the point now where Medusa is building her own Aghanim Scepter, so she's going to be a lot of lockdown that they have to try and deal with in these fights, which potentially could be an issue for Lonfer, and you can see that's the reason why he's going in towards this Lincoln Sphere. Not only is he a universal hero, but you need to be able to save up against the snakes as well as the lasso.
Well, we might have a lasso triggered out just here as they drop the Mystic Flare onto Shola. Not enough damage to kill him off. Obviously, he has the Pavis. Still has a medallion as well. He's actually crazy tanky on this Undying. Kind of living up to the name in this particular game at least. But the rest of the Dire lineup are chasing. They see Han. Maybe not the person they want to start the fight on. Aaron goes in, burns away half of his mana. Focus Fire is going to be out. They're going on to him. Vacuum back.
Sick
and he's
vacuum.
dead. Batrider gets brought down as well as he was caught in the vacuum. And it drops down the wall. It connects onto the Medusa, but he just wants out of this fight. Trying to run himself away as Dong picks off the Nyx Assassin right quick. Lanfer shackles Shola, preventing him from chasing against Ranfu Dao. So a 2-for-1 affair. And Medusa, stolen Dark Seer Illusions, trying to take down the Tombstone. Shola does deny it, but Ultimately, if I'm on the dire side, I'm still ecstatic about that fight.
KK.
Or maybe not anymore. Small KK in an awkward plot. He's trying to TP out. Will the Stone Gaze cancel it? It will not. He gets out, dude. Small KK, what a boss this series. What a legend.
Yeah, that was spicy. I was like, oh, Small KK goes down here. That's very bad for Team Disillusion because he's their heaviest farmer and he just needs to balloon his net worth out until he becomes a very, very hard hero to deal with because the heroes they've got here for the side of Team Disillusion, they're pretty hard to fight against in a team fight, right? Like Magnus is one of those heroes, especially now as a universal hero, that he's not just an RP bot. He does a lot of damage by himself, especially with this like Silver Edge Mask of Madness build that he's going to have. And they've got a lot of other heroes they have to try and lock down and deal with. And, you know, Wind Ranger, once she gets like Lincoln Sphere plus another damage item, she's going to be very hard to kill. You just start running around these team fights, and then Darkseer provides all the auras that makes it easier for them to get these kills. And Shola.
Yeah, he's just dead.
More gold.
Feeding away the gold of the tombstone. His team is coming. 3 heroes are smoked. We'll see what they can get out of this here. They first see Ranfu down. Chakra misses. They don't find him. Small KK, you said he needs to get out, but sadly they found him with the lasso and they kill him. No Magnus available. That also signals the end of the push down bottom. So, yeah, it was nice to get Shola earlier, but he bought them enough space and time to get avenged and to defend the real estate.
Yeah, if they're able to get out alive with Small KK, they're probably definitely happy with that. But him going down means that he's dead for like 50 seconds. He's not farming up. They don't have any of their presence on the map as well. And they're more than happy to use the lasso to try and kill him. So maybe that might be something that he's going to look towards after the Silver Edge is going to be like, you know, his big tanky items. Look like he's got a Skadi lined up now. But, you know, I wouldn't hate extra Lincolns. Like lasso is their end all and be all when it comes to hardcore catch, right? So if you're making sure that your 2 cores can't get like instantly lassoed and you have some way of playing around it, like maybe being able to pop a BKB or even a skewer away, means that it just makes it so much harder for Supernova to get these fights going. But Supernova, they're in a good spot. They've got a lot of their cores happy with how their net worth is going. The one thing for me is their objective taking has really slowed down. They haven't put any emphasis on Roche. They haven't put any emphasis on these T2 towers. And they're just slowly starting to get picked off in some of these fights. But they identified that, and now they're going into Roche.
Yep. Literally, as you said it. Unfortunately for them, as much as they've been putting in work in these fights, like it's kind of hard for them to bring down these buildings with the heroes they have. But they're aware that something's going on here on the dire side. They're making their way down bottom. It's going to take too long for them. They're not going to be here in time. So the Roshan will go the way of Supernova. Dong is the one that grabs up the Aegis. So maybe they want to try and utilize this to reach forward for a fight. They have a very good observer ward, so if somebody goes into this graveyard area, they could very well end up dead here, Fluke. And Ranfu Dao almost went up the hill, but his spidey sensors went a tingle. He understood how much danger he was in, went to the left, and that keeps him alive.
Yep. Just alive long enough to be able to fall back. There's a lot of sentry coverage coming in from Supernova. Or Aaron, he's just dead.
Yep.
Put out the lasso.
He has a spike character, so buy some time, but not going to be enough. He ends up dead. And they're chasing for more potentially, but they're too far away. Dong doesn't want to play overly aggressively here. So they'll turn that kill, I imagine, into a tier 2 tower. While this is happening, Magnus and Wind Ranger finally claiming some real estate. They get the first tower for Team Dissolution in Game 2.
Yeah, it opens up a little bit of this space, but they need to make sure that their teammates don't overextend and give more of this space back to Supernova.
Ooh, look at this. Look top, bro. They're stealing the Tormentor. They stole a Wisdom Rune and they're stealing the Tormentor. Okay. This is actually big stuff.
Nick's got it too. So he's actually faster.
Okay.
That's actually really good, getting the Vendetta one. I mean, he has to hit people with Vendetta, but I think most of the time he's been hitting the Timber Saw. So being able to increase the amount of magic damage that Timber Saw takes is very, very important, especially with being able to get the break going as well. But, you know, it doesn't break anymore, does it? No, it removes his max mana.
Yeah. Sadly, he has BKB now, though, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to feel the impact of the spell. And here, Supernova, they're on the high ground. They want to leverage this Aegis with the Supernova, with the young Tombstone. Tier 3 towers already less than half HP. And they smoke a little bit on the side of Team Dissolution, but they're struggling to find the angle in. They don't want to jump this Void Spirit. Dogs here doesn't want to die either. They find Karma. They found Karma. They got the Medusa. They don't prevent the Stone Gaze though, and she does get it off. And now there's the last two onto the Magnus. They bring down Small KK. He does not have buyback. Tier 3 tower has fallen. They get the damage out onto Aenid. Mystic Snake with the Whirling Death kills off the Dogs here, forcing him to buy back here. We already saw Lanfer just throwing in right clicks, waiting for an opportunity to use the Focus Fire. It hasn't come just yet. It will now emerge. Throwing it in, trying to minus away all this mana from the Deucer. Nice little impale from Aaron, but it doesn't catch anybody. So now he has to try and skirt himself away really quickly. The Rax are still alive though. Aenid waiting nearby here. Has pipe again in another 15 seconds. Magnus has buyback and is up in 30. They would love to defend without it though. There's going to be 8 the Remnant though that catches Lanfer. Aaron found a wonderful impale, and that's going to buy Lanfer the time he needs to stay alive. Shackle Shot doesn't connect. But the last right click from Kama will. Aaron will end up dead. They finish off the melee racks. And this will be them getting out as well. And although they lost the racks, Team Dissolution made it very difficult for Supernova. However, they find a way to take and breach the high ground, giving them the advantage.
Yeah, that was great spacing coming in from Supernova, and they want to engage again. The fake back.
And they find Aenid. Aaron helping to get the kill off. There's no buyback available on the Dogs here because it's a straight up dieback from him. Lanfer threw in the Focus Fire. Medusa has lost a lot of mana, but has a Mystic Snake. She should still be fine. Small KK was waiting in the wings, hoping for an opportunity to find a blink, a skewer, and any kind of play. But none will be forthcoming. And the rest of Supernova just take what they want and leave without suffering anything.
Yeah, you can really see the issues that they're having with their team fights here for Team Dissolution is they rely so heavily on the wombo combo hitting, and Supernova understand that. They've got an Aegis, so they just put one of the heroes in the front lines right there. They just put Dong there, and he just chips away at the building, and Small KK is like, all right, I got to try and grab the Medusa in this as well. He did get the nice Blink Harpoon skewer play, but by that time, Dong was able to easily respond with the Dissimulate, gets himself out, and then the RP just never comes out because they've just got that extra bit of damage, and they're just having issues with keeping some of their members alive. They've only got 1 4-staff up on the Skywrath Mage, and yeah, this Nyx Assassin, we're seeing the issues that the hero has, right? Like, you can't just walk up with Vendetta because, like, pro teams are going to be good enough with their vision that it's too hard for you to try and defend your base, and that's one of the issues that Nyx Assassin has, is defending your base against these 5-man pushes. And it's just too hard for them to get a fight going. And again, I'm going to circle back to it, but Lanfer has really not had a game. He's going Ag Scepter, which I don't think I really like. I think you just have to bite the bullet and get a BKB this game. And just play that way, and hopefully you can just BKB, focus fire, kill someone.
Really hasn't had much influence in the game. We saw the damage numbers pop up just now, and Lanfer was on the lower end, not providing his team with the punch that they need. And you know, this is compared and contrasted with his Bloodseeker in game 1. Bloodseeker will eventually get to that point with just pure itemization, where you truly are a menace in the midst of these team fights. Wind Ranger, not so much. And Small KK, he's the one that cannot die. He's not allowed to get caught out here. He's juking, he's jiving, and he's actually surviving. He's good. He's straight. He's out. What a player.
Like, is this guy made of air? I feel like every single time somebody tries to catch him, he just runs away. Oh my god, Small KK is the Duke god. The fact that he didn't get clipped by that dust there as well is criminal. I think Supernova deserved to be able to hit that one, but he gets away by the skin of his teeth. He doesn't kill the tier 1 tower, but he forces all the rotations of Supernova. And I mean, this is reminiscent of game number 1, right? Like, Supernova, they go in, they have a scary hero, they take a lane of racks, but Team Dissolution, they just slowly chip away at them with Small KK walking down a lane, and then eventually it's going to get to the point where Lanfer has his items. So
not
this
twice.
Is very reminiscent of game number 1, Snare.
It can happen once. It can happen once. Twice in the same series. No way, dude. But if it does, Small KK will have leveled himself up, not just from game MVP, but just division MVP at that point. If he can make this happen, sadly though, he might end up dead here. Oh, look at this. Sheep read the move, blinks in front of him, so he gets carried with the skewer. Will end up dead for this, but he did get off the dust. That's the important part. This time the dust is out, they have the vision, and they can kill off the Magnus.
Yeah, so they at least finally get that kill there onto Small
Oh
KK.
no, but look what, Shola's gonna die though on the other side of the map. He's not with his crew. Will get back by Ayanid. As he dies, they might be able to clean up the tombstone, but Kama will solo zone them away, actually almost killing Ranfu Dao. The shackle shot required to save him, and he needs to TP out right now. Chakram though comes too soon. Holy smokes, what a kill.
Yeah, they just walked into a tombstone, and Shola understood that he was dead, so he's going to drop the tombstone, and worst case, people get stuck in there, and, you know, Karma's done a good job with his Aghanim set the build, and this is why I feel like it was so strong in the offlane, and I guess the pace of the game meant that he's able to sit back and kind of just go these carry items, and now it's just very hard for them to deal with any of these heroes for Supernova, and this game definitely does feel a little bit more of a ways away than what game number 1 did, because how do you deal with Dusa, how do you deal with Timber, how do you deal with Void Spirit? You're gonna have to get a sick blink vacuum wall, which he's finally got now on Ayanid.
He does get the vacuum wall into the 3-hero impale. Shackle shot though doesn't connect onto all of them, and the wall only hit 1 hero. They end up killing off Aaron very quickly after the Stone Gaze. Lanfur though still going in onto Kama, and they do melt the Medusa down.
Okay.
As our mana pool expires, so does she. However, they did find a lane of racks, and they brought back on Aaron. They want more out of this on the side of Team Dissolution. They find a shackle shot onto Shola, who will happily die for the cause here. Small KK doesn't want just the skewer, will catch sheep, so that's going to be something for them. And it finishes off Shola with Lanfur's help, and sheep will end up being killed off by Aaron. So Supernova do take the lane of racks, but doesn't come for free. Several heroes die in the process. Sadly though, there's no Roshan to be picked up by Dissolution.
Yeah, the vacuum wall was almost rough. They did eventually get the illusions on the Timbersaw and the Medusa, but they weren't like instant illusions that we saw, so they lasted a little bit longer. But either way, they win the fight exactly like they needed to. They start to pull back this net worth lead. They are looking towards Roche. He's going to be up in 1 minute and 30. So it's going to be a hard fight for them to stick around for 1.5 minutes. But at least they're getting gold. You know, Lonfer now, okay, he did build the BKB. I like this. I think the only way that he's able to deal damage in these team fights is by building BKB. Like, it sucks. I know it does. But you kind of just have to have BKB to try and just run in, focus fire BKB, and do what he did to Karma, right? Like, he just runs in and he focus fires him, and then the Medusa can't do anything about it. So, it's a rough way to go, especially with Ranfu Dao going down. But it's exactly what they needed. And now they're clawing the game back. But if they lose Roche, I don't see how they're fighting into an Aegis here, Snare.
Fortunately for them, the Aegis still not available for pickup. It's unfortunate for Dissolution that they brought back on Skywrath Mage. Man, there's one of those times where you're really sad as a player that you don't see the exact Roshan time. Because he didn't actually have to buy back for this fight. But now let's see what happens here. Sheep gets caught, killed very fast. No lasso available here. Stone Gaze has been triggered off. And they killed the Nyx Assassin quite quickly. And they've got the Blink Vacuum onto 2 heroes. But where's the rest of his team? The rest of his team, they found Dong. They got the catch. They killed him. He doesn't have buyback on the Void Spirit right now. Now they need to run the hell away. RP will come in directly onto Kama. Has a lot of mana to work with still. Can they fight through this wall? Yes, they can, because they're fighting right next to the tombstone. Now they need to run the hell away. Lanfur, he's still alive. Han is chasing him. Misses with the Chakram though. And they will be able to slow him down now. Chakram, the shackle shot will be there. Chakram comes out, but he's away into the base. He's going to be safe. It looked so good for them. I thought they were maybe going to be able to make that happen, but the tombstone placement from Shola, just way too good, Fluke.
Yeah, it's too good, and obviously the butterfly from Karma as well was a massive pickup. It just meant that Small KK, who doesn't have an MKB, just can't kill him inside of RP. Probably you would have seen Karma go down if he didn't have that butterfly, but the way that fight did go, Small KK doesn't have any buybacks. It's probably going to be Mega Creeps, and unfortunately, my 2-0 curse is not going to stay too long here in 2 or 3.
Nope. Ironhead potentially about to die. Does survive for now though. And Lanfur doing a decent amount of damage onto Han. So they give up the chase onto Ironhead. Instead focus on getting themselves the Megas. The building will eventually fall. Kama making sure his team has the Megas they need. Ironhead finds a 4-hero vacuum into a 3-hero impale coming in from Iron. It's not going to be enough. They don't have the damage. Small KK is still dead. Lanfa is not strong enough. So they'll have to play this game with Megas being in mind. How on earth do they defend from this position?
Yeah, it's a little rough, especially because Karma's just basically turned into a position 1 Medusa with a Flactor and an Ags, right? So this is the power of this offlane Medusa is you build Flactor, you be this kind of hard hero to deal with, and then you get into the Ag Scepter and you have that little bit of extra team fight ability, and eventually it's just going to get to the point where you don't need to build anything else, you can just build carry items. And now he's doing enough damage in these fights for him to be considered a big carry. And especially with the MKB that's going to come up as well. So Team Dissolution, I think they've only really got 1 fight left in them. If they don't completely full 5-man wipe and push down a lane with a few big items coming up, it's going to be next to impossible for them to do it. But there is still like, what, 4 or 5 team fights they have to win. You know, if they win the first fight against this Aegis, they get themselves a tier 1 tower, probably get themselves a tier 2 tower. And they have to fall back, win another fight, get another set of tier 2 towers, fall back, win another fight. Like, it's a long road ahead of them here if they want to try and win.
Indeed it is. Small KK trying to abridge that road, but sadly will just end up dead for his efforts. Does have the buyback though. And Sheep has just had his number the whole game, just chasing Magnus around. Happy to die if it means that the Magnus also follows him into the grave. So the support Magnus for the side of Supernova has certainly worked out for them. They have a buyback on the mag. They need to use it. They need it right now. They jump in. They find Ionid. Ionid already falling so low. There will be a nice shackle shot on the back wall coming out. And at the same time, Dong got caught and killed. Shola taking damage from Small KK. And he'll die to him as well. So they took 2 fights at once from the Dire lineup. And the fight on the back from Small KK enables them to kill the Void Spirit. And they're not done just yet, Fluke. They're going in. They find the Deucer. She doesn't have Stone Gaze. She doesn't have mana. And now she's dead. Aegis, though, will bring her back for round 2. Shackle Shot doesn't latch onto Han. But so he's felt a little bit more free to move around in this fight, though. However, Focus Fire doesn't need to latch for them to just kill him off. And he's just gone. Karma now. He's looking a little bit isolated. Shola's going to try and help him out. He fought back just to keep Karma alive. But Karma will still find himself taking a tumble. Lanfa so low, though. Lanfa dies for this. Oh, no. You don't want to see that. The Gem of True Sight is on the deck. Somebody go pick up the gem. We need the vision. Aaron, go back. Go back. Okay. What a crazy fight. They defend the base. They kill all the big cores. Somehow this game is still going, Fluke.
All right, that's fight number 1. There's still a couple more they need to go. The target prioritization is getting really, really good. They're starting to really lock down some of the heroes they need to get, be able to catch them. Aaron's doing a really good job of just getting his body in the right places with his Spike Carapace, and then following it up with an Impale. But you can just see how long it takes them to deal with some of these heroes, right? Like, it just takes them such a long time to get rid of Karma that it almost takes like 2 or 3 rounds of Lon first Focus Fire to get it done. And see, this was a nice little Impale that comes in and be able to catch out Dong, and then he gets silenced, he gets stunned, and then that was a Mind Flay that basically one-shot him from like half HP. So a lot of damage the Nyx Assassin can do, and with these 2 heroes going down almost instantly, you can just see that Team Dissolution, they just want to sit back and they just want to chip you, they just want to force you to try and play your abilities in bad spots, they just want to get Karma out of position, and then eventually they're able to get the kill. And I'm surprised at how much damage Lonfer can do to Han. Like, Han does not feel overly tanky this game when he gets Focus Fired, so he has to be careful in these fights if he's the one that gets caught out, especially because he's a lot of their lockdown with the Sheep Stick.
Yeah. Han's death here pretty big. It's very unfortunate that Lanfa died here. I don't think he had to. Just got a little bit overzealous, but still, you'll take it no matter how the kill ends up happening for your lineup. What does suck though is that, like you mentioned, they have to do that multiple more times, and next time out they will not have buyback on Small KK. So Small KK gets picked off beforehand, and he's super instrumental for them being able to make those kind of plays. Need to be very careful with the remaining heroes and their ability to re-engage the fight.
I was going to say, does Small KK try and see if he has enough damage with a DD rune and RP to solo kill Karma, but doesn't look like he can get it done. If he finds Dong, I feel like in an RP he kills Dong. Like, even though Dong's got like, what, 3,000 health and a Manta, like in RP, he does so much damage. especially with the DD rune. Like 10% in power damage and cleave. He's just got so much damage that happens inside of RP. 3.5 seconds for him to just whack away with harpoon hits and all the other special stuff. Definitely feels like he can do it. But I think 25 is going to be pretty important for some of these heroes as well. I think for the Darkseer, it's going to get pretty good for him to get towards the 25. Just having those extra
Small KK.
iron shell charges.
Small KK, is he dead? He's trying to get out right now. Sadly for him, they have all the vision in the world. He turns with the RP, trying to get the damage, at least killing off sheep. Can't do it. Might be game. He's dead for 2 minutes. They have an Aegis. Oh, they don't have an Aegis. That's the one thing. If they had an Aegis, they would be going for the jugular, but... dude, that's... I can understand him, like, farming the far edge, like Ancients and stuff, but it was so risky to go into the lane itself.
Yeah.
What a punish coming in from Supernova.
Yeah, and they were kind of on his scent as well. It seems like they really understood where he was, and yeah, I'm gonna have to try and do something.
Let's
big.
go back wall. It only hits the Undying, but they still kill Karma. He's low, he's dead. The Medusa's gone. She does buy back, however. Iron forced offing away from the rest of Supernova. So therefore, taking a decent enough fight so far. They get a young Impale out onto Sheep. Sheep is dead on the Batrider. Dong, though, jumping in to assassinate these support heroes, forcing both of them to have to buy back. Lanfer really wants to try and find a shackle shot onto these core heroes, but they're just chasing them down one by one. Aeonid is dead. He's forced to buy back. The Ancient is exposed. They're beating it down, but Chola will also die here. Aeonid helping to kill him during the vacuum. BKB popped now by Han, but the BKB goes down. Aaron wants the damage out. Dong got found out by Lanfer and crew, and Han is about to die too. What the hell am I witnessing? The game is still on. Dong did buy back. They're going on to Lanfer. Lanfer will die to Sheep. He buys back, but it's already too late. Megas are beating down the Ancient. The building has fallen, and Supernova have forced us to a deciding Game 3.
I mean, what a series between both of these two teams. They're pulling stuff out. They are definitely sending us all the way to the edge here in this best of 3. And I mean, I'm here for it. This is a really cool display from both of these two teams that kind of pushing their heroes to the edge. I think for me, the biggest takeaway from game number 2 is Lanfer. Maybe just put him on those super hard carries once again. I don't want to say his win range was bad. He definitely got to a point in the mid to late game where he was starting to really do a lot of damage in these team fights, but the early game he really struggled. And to me, it just didn't really seem like that he got pushed out of the lane all too early. Yeah, Dusa did take his tower, but it was not all too early in the game that he had to make these rotations, and he just wasn't able to be a force in these fights, and eventually just got to the point where you have to deal with 4 cores instead of just 3 of them. And it was just way too hard for Team Disillusion to try and come back into this game. Maybe if some of those big team fights had happened earlier that they'd won, I definitely could have seen a road to recovery for them, but it was just too big of a mountain for them to climb, and eventually Nova closed it out.
Yep. Nova do manage to get the W for themselves in the end. They also made sure not to repeat the mistakes they did in game 1. They only went for the pushes that they could guarantee that they had all the spells that they needed, all the items finished up, and that they were stronger in the fight. I will say Ionid really tried his best, but man, Shola was so good. With these tombstones throughout the game, even, like, it was so frustrating because you'd find a decent pickoff, you'd be like, yay, sweet, we found Dong, awesome, we can take this fight. But then you realize, well, all of our spells are down, all of our HP is at half because of constant decays and these 2 zombies just chomping at us, mystic snakes flying all around. There's too many incremental things to have to deal with. I must say, though, their actual fighting prowess was very impressive to watch. The execution was still definitely there from Dissolution when it came to those team fights, but by the time they were able to take fights, they were just way too far behind, like you said. Lanfer, man, if this was... I honestly think this could have worked if he was the one playing the Magnus. I just don't think Windranger is... I just don't think she's that hero. Having seen it twice now in this division, in the safe lane, and having seen it once at Dream League, I'm not convinced by safe lane Windranger, by any of those performances.
Yeah, I definitely feel like she shines a lot better in the offlane or as a mid hero just because of the natural play style of her. I think as a carry, you kind of just want to have somebody who scales a little bit better in those lanes. And I feel like I felt very similar around like some of these other universal heroes that we have as carries, right? And then you see some of the actual carries and like, yeah, this is probably what it should feel like. Same with Dong's Void Spirit. I think it gets to the point where you're doing a very similar thing from the mid lane as you are from the safe lane, whereas you could probably have a nicer hero in the draft. But either way, I think it was a very dominant performance coming in from Supernova in those first like 10-15 minutes. They never really had any issues with any of these stuns because a lot of their fights were going to be centered around the Tombstone, and luckily enough for them, Team Dissolution, a lot of their fights and a lot of their ways they were taking those fights were around the Tombstone. So they were able to utilize that to its full potential. So, a full best of 3. I'm interested to see what both these teams do in game number 3.
Yep. We definitely saw some things that worked and didn't across both of these lineups. I really hope once we get to game 3 as well that we do not see another Nyx Assassin. Really didn't feel the influence of this hero. And the rationale is there, into Timber, into Medusa, massive amounts of mana burn can be really useful here. But yeah, just at the end of the game, you're like, well, I see Aaron. What are you doing in the fight besides really dying? Died 12 times in this game. Very complicated engagement. On the other side, though, for Supernova, we got to give it to Dong for his MVP. Game 1, he went 14-3-6, still lost the game. This time, 16-3-15, and 13, sorry. He's like, all right, guys, relax, chill. It was a rough day at the office, but I will recover for the second game. Play this very, very well. It's also good to see that he can play the style of hero, right? That he's not just a sit back and farm kind of guy. We compare and contrast to say Lanfeur, who it becomes very apparent now that, do not give this guy the uber active heroes. Even when he was playing Bloodseeker, he played it more towards the late game. But it turns out Don can do both. Can play for the late game and he can show up really, really early and leverage his influence in these fights for the sake of his team.
Yeah, I think he played relatively well here on the Void Spirit. I think his lane was the biggest positive for me. He really did shut down A-Net as well as Aaron, who just weren't really able to get much out of that lane. And Chola, you're playing Undying, so you're more than happy to get a few of those deaths going your way if your carry is the one that's starting to pick up those kills. And Void Spirit can snowball super hard for them. And at the end of the day, he had Karma on the Medusa, who was going to be a backup plan for him if he did falter. But yeah, all in all, good performance from Supernova. I think that's 2 games in a row that I'm happy with their mid to early game. But their late game, they are getting a little bit out team fought, is the one concern that I have. So maybe leaning towards another fast tempo draft going into game number 3 to try and shut down Team Disillusion for the rest of the series.
1 game remains between these 2 squads. So once we get into it, we're going to be finding out who takes home the 2-1 victory between Supernova and the side of Team Dissolution. We find out together after a short break. So don't go anywhere. Dota 2 action resumes in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all. We return to some Dota 2 action to witness Team Dissolution take on Supernova in a third game of this BO3 extravaganza. It has gone the full distance, and now we're going to be seeing what these teams are truly made of at the end of this experience. Dissolution will be playing on Radiant side with the first pick, and Supernova are on Dire side with second. And it seems like the hero of this day is our Magnus. He gets picked up yet again for the side of Dissolution. Yeah, Magnus seems like a great hero, and even though it's lost both of its games, it's looked very good, even despite that process happening.
Yeah, I think Small KK really proved the point once again. This hero is very, very strong. Karma had a good performance on it game number 1. It has lost both of the games, to be fair, but still it has been a menace in both of those 2 games. So maybe a few changes for both of those teams to try and make it a little bit stronger in those games to really be able to eke it out. But either way, I'm surprised that Supernova didn't go for their silencer to respond here. I thought that was definitely going to be a pick they were going to go for, but they want to go for the Rubik into the Magnus, which has been a hero that has over the, I don't know, basically the entirety of Dota been a very good hero into that Magnus. You know, being able to steal RP is always great, but the instant telekinesis, if you're fast enough, is very, very hard to play with, especially with Harpoon now into Skewer is the combination you need to play against.
Yeah. It's actually been banned both games as well. The Rubik in the second phase when the team that had Magnus banned it, but this time around they make sure to pick it. Also, we've seen Batrider proving to be really problematic for these Magnuses throughout the course of today's games. So having both of the heroes, one that normally applies pressure to Mag, the one that has been doing it already, puts them in a good position for dealing with the Horned one. But Team Dissolution still have themselves the Medusa. This time around they snatch it away from Supernova. Not sure where they're going to pick it just yet. Although the bans seem to suggest that they could put a carry, but it does depend on whether or not they feel Supernova maybe has like some Wind Ranger, some Pango, and that justifies moving the Medusa into the offlane.
Yeah, that's the question now, right, is what of the remaining quote-unquote Medusa counters do they want to try and go for? There still is a Phantom Lancer as well. I think it's kind of bad into Magnus anyways, so maybe leaning away from that, see whether or not Supernova actually felt that the Nyx Assassin was a good hero. I hope they don't, because it's not a good hero, full stop. But I think their next ban should probably be one of the traditional supports that we see from Dissolution. I wouldn't hate to see them ban Silencer themselves, unless they wanted to pick it up in their second phase. You know, ban one of the supports, pick Silencer, and then leave Team Dissolution with some of the wonkier ones. I think Venge would be a big ban for them to be able to buff up the Medusa as well as the Magnus, because she's just percent-based bonus damage, and those heroes love having that kind of stuff around them because they are stat builders. So what Supernova feel like is the scarier hero? I would probably say Venge, because it does nullify your Batrider as well to an extent. Being able to swap out of the lasso is kind of scary, but they get rid of the mana battery, which is another hero they could have gotten rid of.
No mana battery from the Pugna and no general salvation from the Oracle. If they are looking for some purges still, or if they're afraid of those, maybe some Abaddon could emerge from the side of Team Dissolution. Long-standing way to deal with the Batrider. They go for the Snapfire first. So this gives us some magic damage. It gives them some laning prowess. It gives them some scalability for the game as well. That if you get to this late game portion with the Snapfire, she becomes absolutely insane. And given the heroes already picked, they could still decide who goes core between the Batrider and the Snap. So I like the hero being available so far.
Yeah, it's also good into Medusa as well, right? Just because you've got long-range damage against Medusa, and it's very hard for her to deal with that. She's a naturally slow hero. You get slowed by the kisses. And also just, as you said, just kind of gives them that little bit of extra in their composition like they do need. So Team Dissolution, I would probably say I would want to see them go like Silencer +1. I'm not sure if I would feel okay with Silencer plus Avenge as their combination. Okay, so they're just going to go Silencer Void Spirit, okay. And they're going to leave it open about whether or not this Medusa is going to be like a support, or whether or not she's going to be like an offlaner or something. So the Silencer nullifies the Mortimer's Kisses if you press it at the right time. Nullifies any of the follow-up damage from the Batrider. Yeah, someone gets lassoed, but you can just global, and then a lot of the other damage really kind of goes away. And we've seen time and time again that this Void Spirit has looked very, very strong for a lot of these teams. But Supernova respond with the Slark, a hero that is one of the only heroes in the game that has like a purge that can get rid of the Silencer, even if you don't like hardcore react to it. Like if you're just lucky and press Dark Pact in a team fight, you can just come out on top. So
yep. I mean, that applies for all of the spells on the enemy team. Can get you through the Stone Gaze, through the RP, through Global Silence, through Void Spirit spells. If Slot gets sufficiently tanky enough in this game, this does feel like a phenomenal game for the Fishman. Also has generally been one of the better heroes into Medusa. Whether or not you build a Fusel Blade can be decent, but you have that option now as well if you do decide to go for it. And honestly, when you have an immobile support like a Silencer, definitely you buy Active Fusel, make this guy breakfast, eat him, get some free Agi stacks, and then turn your attention towards dealing with Dusa later. I really like the Slog pick. It also means that no matter what lane it is, Slog plus any of these heroes, they can protect him in the lane until he's strong enough to actually have an influence on that side of the map.
Yeah, it's very true. Slug is a great pick right now for Supernova because he doesn't really have to be scared of all too much. Like, yeah, you can get hit by the Aether Remnant, you can get hit by Global Silence and what have you, but he's just a naturally slippery hero. You've also got access to the Depth Shroud if things get bad for you, so you can at least keep Han safe if he's not going to be picking up the Batrider. So there's a lot of versatility with this hero, and there's a reason why it gets banned out a lot against Medusa, because she does struggle dealing with the Slug. So I want to see what they try and pick to free up a lot of their heroes to try and deal with this Slug, or whether or not they feel like they've got enough to deal with it so far. It's going to say you kind of just need to ban a hero that's got a lot of lockdown. I mean, they could just honestly go Sky Mage again.
I wouldn't mind Sky Mage. Wouldn't be the most terrible thing in the world. Give us some more damage, strong lanes yet again. Yeah, I'm definitely okay with it. And just also having a silence in a game like this, aside from the global, could be very, very useful. But let's see what they want here. We need our 4-position hero. So the Skywrath Mage that you mentioned is still in the mix. Dark Willow was banned out. We haven't seen Lion today at all. Haven't seen Disruptor. Disruptor actually, I think, is a decent option. One of the few heroes that can prevent Slog from actually having any inroads in the fight during his Shadow Dance. So either just keep him away from the fight completely, or your silence actually kills him with a Static Storm. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, honestly. What else has been good? Lich hasn't looked too terrible, but it does leave them shy on damage for their 2 supports. So maybe not that option.
I mean, they could try and throw a massive curveball, throw Medusa on the position 4 and pick a Doom. If they wanted to.
Let's see.
Wind
They go
Ranger.
Wind Ranger.
Okay.
So, it's a deny pick. They're scared of it being picked, right? So they want to make sure that there's no Diffusal Blade for the Wind Ranger being picked into the Dusa.
Yeah, and also Wind Ranger is one of those heroes that you can kind of get lucky from Fog as well. Like, you can throw out a Shackle Shot onto a Slug and he doesn't Dark Pact, and you're able to at least follow up onto the Slug. It makes it hard for him to kill you, especially if you're a support, because you've got Wind Run, so it forces him to have to go in towards that MKB or maybe even a Nullifier. So, yeah, I like it. They've definitely got really, really good heroes. They've got 3 universal heroes, so they're able to build kind of whatever they need in this game to feel strong. They've got late game, they've got tower push, they've got scalability, they've got team fight. Yeah, it's a really well rounded draft from Team Disillusion. They do rely on their Wind Ranger getting to the point where she becomes scary, though.
Let's see what Supernova decide to do. So it's either we get a Karma hero from the off lane to start fights for us. I'm thinking we put Snapfire mid for this game. Put her mid, have a Batrider Rubik as our support duo, and then get like some LC Tide. Doom is good. Okay, I'm fine with this, yeah. Doom is still very, very good. This is amazing versus the Medusa, incredible versus the Void Spirit in general. It's not a hero. If I look at this damage output from Dissolution, yeah, they have some big damage, but it doesn't come all in big increments of burst, right? It can take a little bit of time. I should reliably be able to get off BKB Doom every single fight if I'm playing as the Doom in this game. I like it. I like this Doom. I like this a lot. It does, though, leave them very light on the objective take. So it puts Supernova in this position where they kind of have to win every fight reliably throughout this game in order to push down these buildings. But it does also mean that their lanes are fairly decent. What's your feeling on this? Last pick Doom overall. Which team is taking game 3? Which draft tickles your fancy the most?
Team Dissolution have done some weird stuff with their hero picks. So it's a mid Medusa, carry mag, and a position 4 Void Spirit. With Aeonid picking up the Wind Ranger. So it kind of throws my ideas a little bit askew because I'm not sure how this Void Spirit support's going to work, especially into some of the heroes that they've got. But I do agree with you. I think Supernova, it's going to be hard for them to try and take these buildings. Slark is, especially early on, not going to be one of those heroes that's going to be able to take buildings for you. Karma's going to sit back and farm with the Midas, and Batrider wants to sit back and get his bits of trouble. So there's going to be a lot of space on the map right now for Team Disillusion to play with. So I'm going to give them an advantage to not get pushed over in their early game, because their mid to late game has definitely been above and beyond of what Supernova has been. So as long as this early game doesn't go too bad for them and they're able to at least get Aaron into this game somehow as a Void Spirit, and Aonid can put his pressure on the map, I'm feeling like Disillusion can get this one done. And I think from what we've seen so far, that they're definitely feeling like once they get warmed up to the game, they're able to outplay Supernova a little bit. So I'm going to give a small advantage to Team Disillusion.
Small advantage for them. They need to play the game, though, and show us that they are good for the money when it comes to that disadvantage. So let's see what happens. Game 3. Let's go. Interesting stakes at hand here. Both of these teams have already lost some games. Supernova lost 1, Disillusion lost 2. And if Disillusion lose this one, it's only happened once in China that a team that has had 3 losses still found themselves promoted into Division 1. So this is pretty much their final opportunity, their final lifeline to feel comfortable and safe. Let's see how they take advantage of it. I'm also really intrigued to see this position for Void Spirit. In a game where your back is against the wall, you must really have faith in your past 4 player to give him this and say, hey, man, carry us to victory. I actually want to go check how often has this been done recently. Just give me a sec. Hold on. Let me check.
Yeah, this is... Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what you're going to build as a support Void that's like going to feel good. You're a universal hero, so basically anything feels good. It's an early item. You can't abuse Phylactery, which is really annoying. What do you even build on these Pos 4 support? Does it go like Dagon or like Atos or something? I'm just trying to think of like some weird item that he can go for first that's going to make his hero feel pretty good. But, I mean, they've got a decent amount of setup. They've got a Magnus that can work with it. They're actually switching up these lanes.
Okay. That's intriguing.
Small KK is playing safe lane, Aonid's playing mid, and Lonfer is playing off lane.
Okay. I mean, this is a more traditional way to like put these heroes in their lanes, right?
Yeah.
Interesting player-hero combination, but this makes more sense in terms of how to lane the heroes to optimum efficiency. And I just checked out of a lot of Void Spirit games, like a lot of them, 238 almost, right? 234 Void Spirit games. It has never been played support. Aaron actually might be dead here. Blood Grenade dropped down onto him. Shola has Scatter Blast. One more right click from Dong will ensure he dies. They actually might get another one. They pick up both of these heroes. The Slog does end up dead thereafter, but he gets the kills first. They get the experience, they get the gold. And down bottom, Silencer dies too. Oh my goodness. This is a perfect start to the game for Supernova, the way things are going in the lanes right now.
Yeah, they're just running away with the lanes, and this is why I wasn't too worried about Aonid plus Aaron in the offlane, because I'm like, okay, you're playing with a Wind Ranger, you got a melee hero, he's able to create a bit of space for you, but you put both of your melee heroes in the same lane, and you're playing up against 2 heroes that like playing against melee heroes, so it's just going to be a rough time for Lonfer, and it's going to be a hard time for Aaron as well, because when you play these kind of like carry position 4s, you need to be off to a good start. And if you're going to be behind on golden experience, like Void Spirit isn't a hero that's just going to naturally like get tanky and be able to win fights for you, because he needs to be in the fray. And if he just dies to like 1 or 2 spells, then he potentially could just be on a feed train all game.
The earlier deaths also gave Dong some additional agi, so You need to try and make sure that you do not give him any more than is absolutely necessary. On the other side of the map, Rubik Doom, classic lane duo that we've seen many, many times, especially here within China. Haven't seen it a lot lately. That's mostly just because Doom has he's either banned first phase or completely ignored. There's pretty much no in-between nowadays on the Doom.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a pretty good lane for Supernova as well. As you said, pretty classic lane. They don't really have too much kill threat, especially with small KK being as low mana as he is right now. It's very hard for him to be aggressive and be at the front. And same with Silencer, as long as they're not getting kills early.
Small KK is actually getting ran on. They got a blood grenade on top of him with the Scorched Earth. Level 2 Scorched Earth. He's got no mana left. He's actually dead. What's actually crazy, I was about to ask you, what do you make of Karma going the point into Infernal Blade instead of Devour? And there he just demonstrates why it's such a good idea.
Yeah, I think he understands that his lane's going to go pretty well. So he doesn't really need to fall back onto Devour. And you'll probably just see now he'll stick with the 2 levels. He'll get himself a level in Devour and he'll just sit back and just farm away and be okay with it, especially with the Vanguard on the horizon. So I like it early on, especially because Devour level 1 is like a mass, 60-second cooldown. So it does take a while for you to get it online. And Sheep with that death goes mid, gets a kill on Aeonid.
What a player. Enabling Han a bit more on his Batrider. He already has Bottle, about to crack level 5 as well. This early game, well, that's been the case throughout the series, that the early game has belonged to Supernova reliably. They've looked very good at this portion of proceedings. Things start to change later, and maybe they get a kill here onto the Slog. Sadly, though, they miss with the Aether Remnant, so Dong completely safe. Everybody's going to be fine here. A little bit of damage taken by Shola, but he's happy to take it if it allows him to zone back this Magnus.
Yeah, whiff on the Aether Remnant there for Aaron. Maybe thought they were going to walk up, but doesn't result in a kill. And you can see now with the Vanguard what Karma's able to do, right?
God.
He was underneath the tier 1 tower, and now he's completely fine.
Honestly, Sheep is going to spend a lot of his time from here on out stacking. Doesn't necessarily have to be in the lane, because Karma can even eat Arcane Curses. I say that though, but okay, maybe not that tanky, brother. Just be a bit careful here. Small KK just throwing a Mystic Snake, but Karma still feels okay.
They're gonna try and kill Dong top again.
Gonna make this happen. Nah, they do not. Dong is in way too good a position. Down bottom, they're going on to small KK though. Mana pool is almost gone from this Medusa. He is being chased down. Karma is so tanky, dude. He can just dive towers. Sheep didn't actually need to take a tumble there, giving away some free experience to the Medusa. But they don't really care about it as long as the Medusa dies, I suppose.
Yep. And they at least get the experience for it. So that's one positive for small KK. But playing into this mana burn creep from the Doom is, oh man, it is so rough. It is so hard. Not only is it a little bit of damage for you, but it also just means that your mana gets burned away. So that's just extra damage onto a Medusa. And it's so hard to stay in the lane when he's able to just spam it. And even top lane, they're trying to do this cute play with Shockwave Skewer into the tower and then Aether Remnant. But, you know, Dong is too well versed, it seems, to be able to lose to that. And yeah, they just haven't been able to get much out of it. Like, it's at least getting themselves...
Dong.
Oh, rough.
They actually got the kill. Yep. Fire Snap Cookie into Pounce. What a combo, dude. It's actually crazy.
I literally looked away for half a second and just looked towards bottom, and I was just like, oh, they should be okay with Aaron going back to base. But no, he was not.
He is not okay at all. Kama is, though, on this Doom. Incredibly tanky from the off lane. With the Vanguard, like you mentioned, he's now got level 3 on the Scorched Earth. And Wisdom Rune also stolen in by Aaron, or secured rather. Shola got there first, but now he's just forced to TP out. But he doesn't really mind doing it. Like, okay, cool. It's fine.
Yeah, only loses the TP for it. If he was able to get there a little faster, maybe he was able to steal it from Aaron, and that would have been a big start to the game. Especially when I talked about this Void Spirit really needing his levels. He needs this level 6, so he needs to kind of go gank. I think he needs to try and link up with Aeonid and try and get some kills, but it's going to be hard in and of itself.
Dong is about to hit level 6 not too long from now. On the other side of the map, Kama does finally take a tumble. Ranfu Da with the Arcane Curse. Man, Run for Dogs must be like, dude, I've been putting so many points into the spell. Please freaking die. At long last, the Doom takes a tumble. Still, though, he did expend a lot of his gold before tumbling. Doesn't really matter all that much. They can't apply pressure to the tower anyway.
Just means now that small KK gets that small little time to sit back and farm, because it's going to be a long time for him to get back on the line, and that's why I'm really looking towards Aaron to get this level 6 early on so they can unlock Aeonid, right? Like, him being the Wind Ranger, he needs to try and get these ganks going and start to win the game for his side laners. And, I mean, as a mid laner, TPing in the front like that is, I mean, it's very obvious. And now he may just waste a rotation.
And to be fair, he's not a mid laner, right? He's moonlighting today. We'll still throw on the focus fire onto Shola. This might secure the kill here. Fire Snap Cookie goes in with the stun. Global Silence was also used up here. Aeonid does have the power shot. Doesn't find the angle just yet. Nice little hidey hole found by Shola. It buys them enough time to get off the Doom. The Aether Remnant, it connects onto Sheep, but we will still end up losing Aeonid. Lanfer got killed off on the other side of the map as well while this is happening. And Aaron, he is a Void Spirit, but he's only a support fluke. So he doesn't have the levels he needs to survive this. Kama kills him. Han is here as well. With Firefly going and this mana burn creep back online, Small KK is dead. Medusa, bye-bye to you, buddy. And Supernova just popping off on the map right now. It actually turns into a full 4 heroes being dead everywhere. The only survivor being Ranfu Dao.
Yeah, this game is really ballooning out of control for them. Han was just sitting back and farming, right? I was saying that potentially it could be a little bit of a slower game for Supernova. And to be fair, that was the first kind of rotation that they'd actually made, but it just ended up in a triple kill, and they've just been winning the lanes kind of natty.
Yep. Mid lane, they're about to get another kill potentially onto Han. It's going to be one of the better kills that they get on the Radiant lineup. That's also going to make sure that some of the advantage that Batrider found in the last fight gets eaten up a little bit. So, speaking of Batrider, you see he built bots. This is kind of atypical. Isn't the build now on core Batrider just straight Octarine?
Yeah, usually, but I think he kind of understood that this game is going relatively well for them. Like, as long as they weren't losing early game, he can be a little bit greedy. It looks like he's just going to go for the old stock standard and try and play around like Blink BKB. Trying to think. I guess BKB is really, really good this game. You can play into the global silence, right? So you blink in, pop BKB, and then once the global's already out, you can pop it to purge it. So that's the way he feels about the BKB. I mean, I still think Octarine is in the build. It's just about whether or not he gets it early or late, right?
That makes sense. Ranfu Dao has this global silence, the shining light for his team. He needs to stay alive at all times so he can pop the global as a combo breaker. Mid lane, how far away is Lanfer from having any of his items? The answer is very. He's had a rough time in this game. Only 3,000 net worth on this Magnus. Actually, like, outside of just seeing an offlane go this badly, because normally offlaners do quite well, I don't think I've seen a Magnus this poor at 11 minutes since the patch drop. This is new territory for all of us.
Yeah, and he had queued up like the offlaner build. He was going to go like Vanguard into Echo, but now he's gone back into the Mask of Madness. So again, it could be one of those issues where maybe it's just player comfortability, right? Like, to me, from the games that we've seen so far from Lanfer, he just has looked quite uncomfortable in the heroes he's been given. Yep.
Well, mid lane, Silencer's going to be very uncomfortable as he gets killed off by Dong and the boys. Remember how well the Silencer was doing? There's a killing spree that they end up ending. So Dong will get a nice little injection, 300 gold in his back pocket. Someone creeps on the high ground. Nice, nice, nice.
Also, Mr. Lanfer did not pick up one of the tier 1 neutral tokens, and Han was able to pick it up and yoink that. So they're going to be missing one neutral item.
Well, Kama might end up dead though, so this might make him feel a little bit better. It'll ameliorate the emotional damage. That took a long time though. They do eventually find the kill. However, if there was even one hero nearby, hell, if he even just triggered or Scorched Earth, that would have been much more difficult for them to achieve.
Yeah, definitely would have been very, very hard for them to get rid of the Doom, especially if he picks up this Crimson Guard within the next couple of minutes, like he should, after picking up a Hand of Midas as well. So going very quickly into the greed style of Doom, which is the best way to play it. and now he's being rewarded for it. And even the same thing with Dong, right? Like, Dong had such a free game where he's able to just go to this Diffusal Blade. If anybody comes anywhere near him, if he gets involved in any of these fights, he's such a menace, and he just goes into this Echo Saber build, and, you know, probably can just go into, like, Echo Ags, and you can get, like, a Harpoon if you really want to, Shard, Scardy, Basher. Basically has the whole world in front of him, and I think this game he should be pretty okay with kind of playing as aggressive as he wants. He only really has to worry about global and RP.
If he ever feels uber threatened, then he can buy like a BKB at some point to get him out of global. But even that shouldn't really be necessary. I think a very good game on his slog, net with leader on the map. Just gonna zone back Aaron. Be like, hey man, come on, man. You know whose lane this is, right? Aaron's like, my bad. I'm sorry, bro.
Can't come anywhere near this top lane, and that just means that this tier 1 tower is probably going to stay at 1795 for a long time. Until they kind of send 5 heroes. But the thing is with Team Disillusion is Windrunner needs items, Madness needs items, and so does Dusa.
Yeah.
So it's like, who's going to make space for them? I guess it's Aeon.
Well, they're making space by trying to come onto this Doom. Global Silence is popped, as well as the RP to make that kill happen. But a Doom was applied onto Aeonid. Han finds the Flame Break, as well as the Global Silence. They're actually going forward in the fight, because they have the cover of these Morty's Kisses, raining down damage, enabling them to kill off 3, and now they'll find a 4th as well. As Dong was on a young dominating streak, he showed up for the fight. He was content to farm top, but he's like, well, there's free gold to be picked up down bottom. I might as well avail myself. And they committed everything just for the Doom, but this time around, Fluke, we see what happens when reinforcements come in from Supernova.
Yeah, boots travel, being able to get into this fight, and the fact that they got all 4 of them there, that was sick. You know, just them understanding exactly everything that they needed, Sheep being able to get the cancel on the TP as well for Lonfer. And again, they just fall further and further and further behind. And I mean, yes, they do have heroes that can come back into this game, but you're playing into a Slark, man. Like, the amount of games that I've seen Slarks throw is very minimal. And the amount of games that I've seen Slarks come back in is quite a lot, because this hero, when the game gets later, the fact that he's able to get these items and be such a menace in team fights, the longer they go, the scarier he is, just makes it so hard to end the game against him.
Let's see what's happened with the Slug now. Global Silence will be popped, but as you were mentioning in the draft, he can get through it with the Dark Pact. And indeed he does, killing off the Silencer. Aaron finds a young Aether Remnant back onto Sheep, but Aaron needs to get the hell out of here. Shadow Dance will be popped by Dong, but Han is here too. They really want to kill some heroes with this Batrider. They're going onto this Wind Ranger, but she kills off the Slug first, and it will get lassoed up. Sheep and Han should be able to finish off this Wind Ranger. No, they can't. Windrun came out too soon. So Sheep, trying to TP out, will succeed in doing so. But they do lose the Slug. Dong flew a bit too close to the sun. He went into the Shadow Dance. He didn't try to use the opportunity to escape here, Fluke. He wanted to play aggressively, and he got punished very hard by Team Dissolution.
Yeah, just staying a little bit too long there for Mr. Dong. I thought he definitely was going to leave in that Shadow Dance, and the fact that they had stolen Global Silence as well was
Absolutely monstrous for them in that fight. They just walked in and were able to do whatever they wanted.
and yeah, if Sheep's able to steal Global Silence again, then it's going to be very, very spooky kind of times for them. But that was a good response. They needed to respond because if they kind of just got run over there, I could potentially see this game being over very, very soon. But they at least lived, and now they're fighting again.
Trying to go onto Kama. That's the original Global Silence coming out. Hasn't set them up for the kill just yet. They missed with the Aether Remnant, but the Doom still falling so low. He will eventually die, but he got the Doom out first before he goes down. Between that and the Morty's Kisses, they have enough damage to kill off Aaron now as well. A little bit too far forward. No Astral Step, no Dissimulate, and therefore no life. The Pounds connected onto the Silencer as well from Dong. And that ensures that they will find 3. Yet again, Kama willing to die for the cause. Every single time that they go onto him with multiple heroes, it feels like all those heroes better be prepared to die for his life.
Yeah, and, you know, coming into game number 2, I was saying how hard it was for Team Dissolution to defend their towers because of the heroes they have. Look at the heroes that Supernova have. They've got Mortimer's Kisses, they've got a Rubik, they've got a Doom, they've got a Batrider who can respond. They've got all these heroes that are just so good at defending their spaces and reacting to a lot of these fights. And every single time there's an engagement with at least one core, all of Supernova come in to fight because they understand that if they keep getting these kills, it's easy for them.
Yep. They're trying to make a jump onto the Slok right now, but he has the Dark Pact Shadow Dance. He's good. He's Gucci. Does also draw the attention of all 5 Radiant heroes into the Radiant Triangle. So that gives so much space on the map. Kama's busy casually farming down bottom. Graveyard is being taken in by Han. Hell, even the Slok just chilling around this river. So this smoke needs to pay off, Luke. This cannot go the way the last few have gone for them.
Yeah. He's sitting directly on a ward, but Dong does understand that. And as you said, this smoke is going to be waning, and this is kind of all Team Disillusion can do, right? Like, they don't want to sit back and farm. They're playing up against a Doom and a Batrider who are just going to be constantly out farming their cores. And you can see that's why Aeonid is just sticking with this support duo, because he just needs to get kills towards this Glepnir. They almost have the Rod of Atos, though. So this is where a lot of their lockdown can really come out.
Let's see what's going to happen here in this fight. Bottom. They fight Aeonid. Easy kill onto him. Morty's kisses have been expended, though. And middle, they're actually chasing on Lanfer. Lanfer is dead.
Oh.
Dong is going to be there. So he receives the Snapfire cookie. They jump and kill the Magnus. Both these cores dead without buyback. But now, it is a little bit of a numbers advantage down bottom. What are they going to do here? Small KK does have Stone Gaze. They're trying to quickly kill off Kama, but Kama is still alive. Global Silence will be popped, but here comes the rest of Supernova. This Doom is still alive, Luke. Stone Gaze was used, but Dong is now directly on top of the Medusa, trying to right-click her down. Doom eventually will be thrown out. Kama dies, but as usual, it costs everybody on the side of Team Dissolution to make it happen. And Aeonid, mate, this is the wrong tower. This does not belong to you anymore. He dies. It turns into a full-on team wipe. And Supernova, ascendant on the map. 11 permanent Agi stacks for this Dong Slok. He is just getting out of control right now.
Yeah, he has Ags now too. And he can basically complete his Echo Saber. So Dong, you thought you were able to get away with him in the past, but you definitely can't now. It's 20 minutes in, 13k net worth. Just the amount of items that are flooding in for Nova is so gargantuan. Like, there's an Octarine core, Blink Dagger boots on the Batrider, Crimson Guard, Boots of Travel, Midas on the Doom. Like, he was so impossible to kill, and now Aaron's in trouble.
Dude, Sheep is actually a god. With the Blink Dagger picture up as well as the Stolen Shackle shot, he has permanent setup. They are going to try to jump the Slok, but he got off the Dark Pact. He still dies, though. A lot of gold now going towards Small KK for finishing that one off. Let's see how Supernova decides to play this area. So, very nicely done. Lanfer, he's been having a really rough game, but we finally do get to see the value of his Magnus here as he uses it to kill the Slok.
Yeah, just catching Slok without Shadow Dance is always nice. It is level 2 Shadow Dance, so it is a 60-second cooldown, but wait till it becomes... I don't know why Shadow Dance is a 45-second cooldown. That baffles me. This hero is probably one of the heroes that I have a very deep love-hate relationship with. I love playing Slok, love having it in my games, hate playing against it, because every single time, he just somehow Dark Packs literally everything that you want to try and do. So Supernova, when they get very, very late into this game, it's going to be hard for them to lose their Slok, but at least Team Disillusion have shown us that they have everything that they need to at least kill him.
As usual, though, it does require that his allies not be nearby. And speaking of allies, Karma, as usual, is willing to bait his life. And given how the last couple of fights have gone, when they go on him first, even though he doesn't have any allies nearby him, there's no way that they jump him ever again. He is 100% safe. He can play like this, can do what he wants. Unless everybody reveals themselves on the other side of the map, Karma should be A-okay all the time.
Yeah, they don't want to even risk the potential of TPs, right? And so they're just going to leave him be. Worst case, they kill him and he uses Doom on somebody and he at least gets one kill out of it. And best case for Supernova is they don't kill him and they turn around and they get more kills onto Dong. So they just want to play nice and slow here, do Team Disillusion. They've got Harpoon now completed onto Lanfer, so he at least has the cheese combo available. Small KK is getting to the point where he's turning into a Medusa. So he has the Butterfly fully completed. So that is his early survivability item against the Slok, who is going to have to build some way of at least getting on top of her. He does have the Mage Slayer, so he can try and build the Blood Dawn.
Now, would have been nice for the Medusa if he had Lincoln Sphere. will get lassoed. They pop Global and Stone Gaze. Don't know about this one. Sheep, stolen Shackle Shot yet again, and now they throw the Doom directly onto Small KK. This Medusa is gone. The rest of the team should just let her go. Ranfu Dao, though, came a little bit too close to the fight, so will be brought down by Dong. So 2 heroes fall here. How much further can they chase on the side of Supernova? Looks like their priority is the tier 2 for now. Okay, so they'll get the tier 2. I guess we just take the tier 2 middle next, and then we go Roche before we end the game.
Yeah, it still is kind of hard for them to take Roche, right? Like, they only really have Little Shredder. That's going to be a good way of them taking Roche. Slark isn't the greatest Roche taker themselves, so they're probably sitting back and waiting until they have a few more items, or maybe they get an extra pick. But it seems like now they are kind of posturing at least go towards the Twin Gates. I mean, if they pick off Lonfer here in the bottom side of the map, then that also will open up Roche for them.
They smoke up right now. Ranfu Dao, Aaron, and Aenid. Unfortunately for them, though, Dong is nearby. The worst possible target. He actually jumps in here. Shackle Shot will be out. Dog Pact is there. He's forced to go into the early Shadow Dance. RP does come out. He has the Depth Shot once this ends, but he uses it. Will he get out is the question. He's leaping away. They harpoon him back and they kill him. Dong, he flew way too close to the Sunday Fluke. Why did he jump in like that? He didn't have any vision.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those deaths where you're just like, okay, I was limit testing a little bit. I felt like I was unkillable, the boss man of the Dota scene right now, but fortunately it just didn't work out. And that's what happens sometimes when you play in Slark. It's like Slark syndrome, right? Where you're like, I am unkillable. I have 2 ways of being true invis. I have percent-based regen. I will not die in these fights. And sometimes you just get caught. Now this is Roche. Or Disillusion.
It's not the fastest Roche, though.
Won't die in time.
It's almost dead, almost dead. They got it. The Global Silence will come out as well. Kama trying to get forward in the fight. He's actually going to get stunned up by this Aether Remnant. He's in a lot of trouble. Han, though, finds the last 2 onto Lonfer. Killing off the Magnus first. Aenid really trying to chase down this Doom, though. He wants to get himself out of trouble. Lost Word has been triggered out onto him. On the other side of the fight, though, Dong is isolated. Small KK goes into the ultimate. He's hitting an illusion. That's the wrong hero. The pounce comes too late, so the Medusa is able to get out. The Shackle Shot also held Kama back from chasing down Aenid, but the Doom will finally come out. Aenid is gone. No way out of this one. And Kama is a cool guy, so that means he doesn't look at explosions. Still, though, it's a fight they lose, but they still do snag and keep the Aegis off the back of the prior mistake on the slog.
Yeah, so getting Aegis there onto the Medusa is massive for Team Dissolution. They did lose a lot of heroes for that, but that potentially could have just turned into a fight where they lose just twice. And I think that's definitely where you would start to raise some eyebrows and might lose him anyways.
Yeah, Small KK doesn't have Stone Gaze. Aaron is here to try and create some space with the Dissimulate. They bought back on Aenid as well. Small KK lost a lot of mana. Needs to get you the hell out of here, my friend. They need this Aegis. Sheep jumps in, wants the kill. Stolen Aether Remnant only connects to Aaron, though. So Small KK gets to keep it. It does require a buyback to come in for my Aenid, but definitely better than losing the Aegis and potentially the game right there.
Yeah, if they lost the Aegis there, I think they probably still would have been a disengage from Supernova just with the amount of buybacks that came out, but they are just putting the pedal to the metal and really trying to close out this game number 3 here in a series that I felt like they probably should have done in 2, but kicking themselves after that game number 1 loss, they're trying to make this one look clean. And
bottom. They found Lonfer. Han with the TP boots. Lonfer tried to kill off the creep wave, but his damage output is a little bit too slow, and Aenid also going to be in danger. That's a dieback. Aenid, why are you here? Oh no.
Save a mate syndrome, unfortunately, is the name of the game here for Team Disillusion. They're just getting picked off, wrong place, wrong time. Lonfer is having a rough one again here on these Universal Heroes. And it's just not looking pretty. Yeah, they're the ones that are still sitting with an Aegis. They've still got 2.5 minutes left of it on Small KK, but I mean, you have to make sure that your base survives, and it's getting to that point in the game where they're just starting to knock on your front door, and what does a Medusa do against these heroes? Really not much.
Yep. She's not fully ready to fight just yet. She does have the Manta Butterfly with the Chrysalis, and not far away from having the full Daedalus, stopping over for a Mage Slayer first. But they do decide that they don't want to go up the hill just yet. It is still true that their pushing prowess is terrible. So that is the one shining grace for Team Dissolution. Just simply the composition of heroes naturally means the game will take longer than expected. If they had, like, I don't know, some Beastmaster, anything to hit buildings, this game could be over. But they do not. At least not yet.
This game definitely could be a lot worse than what it currently is, but the way that this draft is going to work out for Supernova is they're just going to win team fights handily, right? And they just haven't been able to do that just yet, especially up into an Aegis where small KK just decides to walk down middle lane and just says, all right, boys, let's get this series done. I'm going to walk down and see what buildings we can get. Supernova respect it. I guess there is a minute to go. You really want to try and use this Aegis if you're Team Dissolution.
Yeah. Team Dissolution.
Bot would be sick.
Still 64 seconds left on this Aegis. And we are getting to a dangerous point for small KK. Like, he's starting to build into the Aghanim Scepter, has Titan Sliver right now. Provided his team can just play around him and keep him alive, it's not still super easy for Supernova to deal with him, but they have the tools, that's certainly sure.
Yeah.
What gets scary for me, though, is the trend we've seen across this entire series here, Alfluk. Team Dissolution struggling in the early game, Supernova able to get like a lane or Axe, and then it's almost like the worse the game is, that's when Dissolution starts to play Dota. So they need to still lose one lane or Axe. Then they'll level up. Then they'll be like, all right, boys, the game has properly begun now. We can start doing things on the map.
Like the hyperbolic time chamber, it seems, where they just put themselves under a whole amount of pressure and see if they're able to work through it. Because if you ever do get a game where early game goes well, then I'm sure Team Dissolution should be able to close that one out. We've seen it before. We've seen them be able to dominate games and close them out in 20 minutes. So this series just hasn't gone their way. And yeah, there's a few key items that are really starting to appear now, right? You know, Eren has a 4-staff available, so he's at least able to deal with the first pounce coming in from the Slark. Nothing really much happening for Aiden, which is a big issue. But at least got the Gleipnir, so he has the bare minimum that he needs to. Ag Scepter is almost online for the Medusa. And now that we've got the Blink on Lonfer, it means these team fights can keep working. And there's not really much as a response coming in from Supernova. At least they've got the Halberd now on Karma to try and deal with that. Slark's going into Sergeant Yasha, which, I mean, I don't hate, but I don't like it as much as some other items. I think maybe Skadi would have just been straight up better, or maybe a Butterfly for yourself, or just some of these items that just means that you don't get, you know, RP'd and global and straight up die. And they've also got a lot of Lotus Orbs coming out for both their supports, which means they can respond to any global silence shenanigans.
Speaking of RPs, Magnus has been doing his best rendition of small KK, just pushing out this bottom wave. Supernova tired of these shenanigans, though. They're going to go on a smoke move. Han has a blink dagger, and they have Vision of A in it. That's going to be a dead Wind Ranger no matter what. Can't survive this, my friend. Will end up dead. 50 seconds in the grave. Eren getting pulled back by the stolen Aether Remnants. Han, very nice move there to avoid being skewered back. Pops the BKB, though. And honestly, they'll take it. Small KK ports out in front of all these heroes, but he is playing Medusa. Can do so with the Stone Gaze being active. It is a death onto the Wind Ranger. It is a lost Void Spirit almost taking a tumble, but they had to pop themselves a BKB on Slog to do that on the bat, right? Not Slog, right? Bats. It's not great, Fluke, but worse things have happened for Team Dissolution in this game.
Yeah, definitely. So they're at least wearing down the BKB on the Bat Rider to at least get it down towards that 6-second mark. They would have loved to have gotten one for even small KK.
They might find Eren, though. Yeah, he gets off the Dissolution, though. Dissimulates, dumps away. RP was committed by Lonfer, but it was immediately dog-pacted. Ranfu Dao gets off the Global Silence. That in tandem with the Stone Gaze, actually problematic for the Slug. He has to get himself back from the fight. While this is happening, Ionit did take another tumble, and so did the Rubik. But the Global not being available makes it a very hard re-engage for the Radiant lineup. And oh no, Han popped another BKB charge. That was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, that's not good. Checking to see if it works. And unfortunately for Han, it does. So now he's definitely not excited for these next couple of seconds because he needs to wait until his BKB is available. But yeah, this is another thing, right? Like they're 20k ahead, but they're just not able to kind of close off these team fights just yet. Eren gets away by the skin of his teeth. Ranfu Dao gets away by the skin of his teeth. Dong just hasn't been able to take over these team fights just yet as the Slark. And so just waiting for that point where he becomes very scary because he is playing into an RP and he dark packed it off the last one. So, I mean, if he's able to continue to pull those kind of shenanigans, then these team fights should be relatively free for him. But just needs to make sure they secure these kills and keep getting these agi stacks rolling.
How much agi does he have right now? 16 agi on the Slark. Very big guy. And he's finishing off another pretty big item here. Going in closer towards the Bloodthorn. That's going to feel pretty good to have. And then we can start talking about upgrades for his Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, hopefully he does, pardon me, go into the Disperser. I like seeing that item, especially it's just a good raw damage item for the Slark as well. But he needs to get this Skadi out. He needs to try and have as many stats as possible so he can try and survive in these fights.
Dude, Roche is up. It's been scouted by Shola. They actually all smoke up. They're going to take the Twin Gate. They want to try and steal this Roshan. If they find a pick-off, dude, Shola actually might die. Oh, no. Shola's dead very quickly. Does he have buyback? He does. You need to use it, my friend. You need to use it. Immediately. All right. So, you know why this is extra scary, Fluke? You know where we are, my friend? Look where we are. We are on Radiant side 30 seconds before he moves to Dire side. So that means that when he comes through the Twin Gate, Supernova can't kill us all fast enough. Like, there's just no way. They can't kill this in 25 seconds. So they have to contend themselves with how do we approach on the other side to take that fight. They're going to try, though. All right, if they can make this happen, this would be the steal of the century. They have some armor reduction, of course, with the medallion as well as the Snapfire being here.
It's half.
But no way. What? No way, dude.
In 10 seconds,
no way.
they got it half.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is actually really bad.
Oh,
they have to kill it right now. If they don't kill it, then it goes over for free. But they do. Literally at the last second, while it's traveling, Team Dissolution thought they were being extra smart about this, but unfortunately for them, Supernova a little bit too far ahead. They have the damage, they get the Aegis, they get the cheese as well.
Yeah, that's just a free Roche because, as you said, right, like Team Dissolution are just expecting Roche to go meandering through the Twin Gate and for them to claim a free Aegis themselves. But yeah, that's a little rough. I thought definitely as soon as they saw the buyback coming out from the Snapfire, they were going to place down some of their vision and just try and get it for themselves. At least try and test out the waters, right? Like give yourself like 10, 15 seconds and see how much of a percent of the HP you can get done and then kind of calculate from there. But they leave it be and get punished for it. And now with a Slark with an Aegis, he can play as free as a bird. And just run around these team fights and just start throwing his body on the line and seeing if he can get these low health kills.
What do you think? Do you think they could have done it on Radiant side? Because they have, let's see, Focus Fire, Solar Crest, Medusa with crit. Magnus, despite having a rough game, still does deal a lot of damage. They actually could have done it in retrospect.
Yeah. I think the Batrider helped quite a lot for the Dire side, but I don't think they're really lacking as much damage for the side of Team Dissolution. But when you're in a game like this, where you're already really far behind, you don't want to make that mistake, right? Like, you don't want to make the mistake where it's like you half HP it, and then they come in and they wipe you, and then they get Roche for free, or, he travels to the other side and you look a little dumb. So it is definitely kind of those parts of the game that are weighing on your mind much more than do we actually have the damage.
Scary place to be. And all the eggs are on the small KK basket. They try to doom him, but he gets off the Manta. What a god, what a player. Global Silence is out. They're going to reach towards the Rubik first, with Stone Gaze being popped on the high ground here. Nobody's dead just yet, though. Shola finds a stun onto the Medusa. The Doom will finally come out from Karma. But where's the reinforcements? The RP from Lanfer onto both Karma as well as the Slog. Unfortunately, though, they just do not have the damage. Death Drought will find salvation, buying additional time. That being said, the Doom is now over. What can Small KK do here? Ionet found 2 heroes with the Shackle. They found an Aether Remnant onto Slog. Slog is gonna die, losing his Aegis. Hondo with BKB reaches forward for Small KK and plucks away his life. Ranfu down, trying to run away from the slog right now. Will be able to dodge the pounce. That's pretty pog. And Lonfer and Ayanid clean up Han on the other side of the fight. So despite the fact that the Medusa does die at the very end of proceedings, honestly, Team Dissolution ecstatic about the nature of this fight here, Fluke.
Yeah, the Slark got absolutely shredded as soon as he came out of Depth Shroud and the what's it called, Shadow Dance. So, I mean, Small KK is just able to sit there and deliver and dealt so much damage in that fight. It looked terrible for them, right? But the fact that he got this Manta Dodge on the Doom was huge for them. Doom kind of just walked around and didn't really do all too much with his BKB, and then eventually he's able to get some damage. But this is not all the while your supports are losing their life, right? And it just becomes horrible for you. And oh no, they found Lonfor alive.
No, they did find him alive.
He bought back.
It's a double damage rune on the Slog that he utilizes to kill that Magnus. It's 100 seconds in the grave. That being said, though, it's 40 seconds before the Batrider is up again. And he's on the other side of the map. I don't think they'll be able to go for the Jugular from the back of that Magnus kill.
Yeah, just like going back to that last fight, it was just they didn't get the Doom off on the Medusa early on, so it meant that he was able to get like his wand and his second Manta off in that fight as well, and they just didn't have that extra bit of tick damage to deal with him. And all the while, both the supports for Supernova basically got blown up at the start of the fight, right? Like you pop global and both the supports die straight away. It just means that the cores have to do so much heavy lifting, and even with an Aegis, they lost 4 of the heroes. There was full buybacks coming out from the side of Team Dissolution, but the fact that Small KK spent so much time wasting so much of their time was big.
Speaking of Small KK, he does build off the global silence before the Doom emerges on top of him. And they wanted to jump him from the side of Supernova. They pop the Doom, BKB. Unfortunately for them, there's also a global silence. So they live, they're chill, they're fine. Medusa's okay.
Yeah, they popped Doom for that. They also did cover it with Global Silence, so not the worst trades for both of those teams. They're both pretty happy with it. I think Small KK is doing a really, really good job right now at just being pesky, being annoying, being hard to deal with. And he's level 25 as well, so he's got the split shot users modifiers, so he's going to be able to deal even more damage in these fights. And with Lincoln's only, what, 200, 300 gold away for them, it's going to be very, very hard for them to Blink Lasso her or Blink Doom her or basically do anything against her. And we get deeper and deeper into this game, and Dusa becomes a very scary threat because Slark just hasn't hit that God mode just yet, you know? Like, he hasn't hit that, oh, holy shit, nobody can kill this Slark. He's just kind of dealt a lot of damage, and that's basically about it.
Part of it is down to his itemization. He didn't go for the Scotty on the Slark, so he is definitely killable. The only actual tank items that he has are the Aghanim Scepter and the S&Y. Outside of that, Slark, strong, yes. Invulnerable, no. But he's going to try and leverage that strength with the rest of his squad as they all smoke up. It's the first 5-hero smoke we've seen from Supernova in quite some time. Unfortunately for them, the portion of the game where they had uncontested map dominance, that phase is over. So they're not going to just find a pick-off for free. But it might still happen, though. They smoke up on 4 on the Radiant side. So a big fight's happening. They are indeed. Han goes in, gets the last 2 off. There's the first global silence. Doom has been thrown in onto Kama. Lonfer, though, finds the RP on the 2. 3, in fact. They kill Slog first. Kama's gonna be next. Shola, though, throwing in a lot of damage with these Morty's Kisses. And as well with the Scatter Blast, they kill off the Medusa. Kama dies for this, though. And Slog buys back. Maybe he intuits that Medusa doesn't have buyback, and indeed she does not. So a risky buyback, but they need to try and get more out of this with the Slog. But he doesn't know. It's a bit of a risk to take. You really want the Medusa to buy back, but how many risks are you willing to take to try and force that, Fluke?
Yeah, that's the real question. How many more risks are you willing to take here for Supernova? And it seems like they are going to chill for a little bit. Han does just get away from one fur, but Ayanid...
Oh no, Aaron is here. Ayanid is going in. Han, BKB, he's trying to get himself out. He does have a TP available, but the damage is way too high. He's going to end up dead. Ayanid will die with him, but both of these cores are down. Both of them do have buyback. Lonfer trying to TP out. Oh my gosh. Barely gets away before the fire snap cookie comes. Sheep not going to be able to catch Aaron, who also TP is out right now. So Supernova, with these 2 cores being dead, they've bought enough time for Medusa to spawn naturally. Wind Ranger has buyback just in case. It's a massive gold lead for Supernova, but Fluke, I legitimately have no idea which direction this game is going right now.
Yeah, this is getting really rough because we've seen what happens when... I mean, I hate to say it, but when Dong doesn't have these survivability items, he's going for a refresher orb now as well. So the thing is, he died in a single RP. Refresher orb doesn't help you survive an RP. The only thing that does is getting more stats and getting more HP. Maybe he's expecting some of his supports to be able to help him. You know, maybe they fire snap cookie him out. Maybe they friendly telekinesis him out, and he's able to turn around because having both Depth Shroud and Shadow Dance twice is insane for their team fight, right? Dusa can't hit, she can't split shot, she can't deal any damage to you in a team fight if you are true invis. So that's their one way of dealing with it. But I really just wish that there was a Skadi on the side of Dong just to make him tankier, man. Like, he just needs to be able to survive because in that last RP, he only just died. Like, he was just about to get out of RP, and if he does that, he drops a Depth Shroud. Everybody that's stuck inside that RP is able to heal up to full, and then he's able to puppy Shadow Dance a little bit later on in that fight, and everyone was blinking health bars in that last team fight as well. And if Slark stays alive, he just murders everybody, and then we're probably looking at 1 to 2 lanes of racks.
It's not what happens, though. He's building BKB instead as his priority choice, as we do see a 5-hero movement from the Team Dissolution lineup. Nobody's anywhere, though. Supernova literally just playing on the corners of the map. Slark farming the Graveyard, Snapfire by the Roshan Pit, Doom and the Rubik farming all the way on the other side by the mines. So instead, they're going to be forced to just take a tier 2 tower middle. Dude, Small KK does so much damage. Oh no, Shackle Shot! After the Hex, they find the Slark! He's dead, no buyback! 2 minutes in the grave, Fluke! Oh my god, this might just be the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know that Lomfo had a Hex. That was a sick blink Hex, and then the Shackle Shot to just catch him off guard. And it's not going to be the game just yet because of the Mortimer's Kisses. We'll get rid of this entire creep wave, but oh my god. Yeah, Dong is having a rough one. He's at least got BKB now, but I think it's too little too late, man. Like, what does BKB do for you if you just get blink hexed, you know? Like, all it takes is them to just do the exact same thing as what they did, and he's dead once again. There's no buyback as well.
Yeah, and they know this for a fact that he doesn't have buyback.
Yeah.
He very cavalierly bought back in that last engagement. And they weren't able to turn that into, like, anything more significant. Harpoon back onto Doom. They found Karma. Will they be able to kill him during the Aether Remnant? Yes, they do. He does have buyback, however. But still, this should definitely translate into a solid lane of racks. Fortunately for them, Batrider is busy creep skipping through the mid lane, and the fact that they have tier 2 towers on both of the sides means that they can't get mega tier. But they're gonna try and get as much as humanly possible. Dude, Small KK hurts so much, he's hitting the buildings through backdoor protection. But cooler heads will prevail. Somebody on the team sounds the retreat. They get themselves back, but Supernova, man oh man, despite still commanding a 14k gold lead, they are behind on win probability for the first time in this game. And for the first time in this game, feels very unlikely that they can win fights anymore.
Yeah, this is game number 1. This is what this feels like. This is game number 1. It gets to the point where they have very commanding lead and they just don't close it out. A few item decisions are poorly made, and now they're just getting out-fought by Team Disillusion, who are going to get themselves an Aegis. They're going to get themselves a Cheese. The Refresher Shot's going to be big on the Silencer or even onto Lonfer. Yes, but forgot the Magnus was in the game. So they have to play into double RP. They have to play into an Aegis Medusa, and they have to play into a Wind Ranger with Cheese. So these last couple of team fights have been rough for them because they kind of jump in and don't get the team out onto the Dusa, then they get globaled, and then the fight kind of goes from there. But when you basically have double of everything, it is so hard for them to finish this game. And with the last tier 2 going to fall here, Small KK is just going to walk in like this battle turret, and everybody else just plays around him. Lonfer is able to hit some big fat RPs, and I mean, I think Supernova need to try and do something a bit special around the back. Maybe try and get Dong into a smoke and try and catch out the back lines, try and force out maybe a bad global silence, maybe force some attention to change its direction, but they need something big right now anyways.
Yep. Small KK, happy to just be on the high ground. sieging the tier 3 tower. They want their second lane. Has an
This
Aegis.
melts towers.
All right, just so much damage, dude. Butterfly, Daedalus, Bloodthorn with the Mindbreaker. Sweet. All the attack speed on planet Earth, all the damage in the world, and she's getting Empower from the Magnus as well. So, Rain Drag's gone, melee about to follow. The Supernova could not really do anything to stop this. So they have to content themselves with maybe we can take a fight when they come through bottom. By then, hopefully we have like a Scotty on the slog, but how on earth can he get the farm for the Scotty if he can't leave the base, man?
Yeah, I mean, I think Scardy is so far out of his mind right now. I think he's really just trying to think about how can I win the fight with the gold that I've got.
They're actually going for a fight right now. They go directly onto Aaron. Aaron will die. RP will be found and catches onto 2. However, there's the AoE Doom going in. Look at the Medusa's right-click damage, though. Stolen RP from Sheep ensures that they can at least buy space and time. There's going to be the Morty's Kisses going forward. But these heroes aren't falling just yet. Ranfu Dao is the only one that's even falling a little bit low. In the meantime, Aaron and crew hoping for heroes on the other side. Shola, nicely done to finish off Ranfu Dao there with the damage from the Snapfire. Fire Snap Cookie, hoping to keep Sheep alive. Does manage to steal Dissimulates as well. Pounce back in onto Aeonid. Slog wants this kill, and they are able to find it. Hondo got RP'd in the process. Karma no longer has BKB, no longer has Doom, and very shortly may no longer have a life as the right clicks from Small KK bring him down. They force the Slog to have to escape. That being said, Medusa is out of mana. Han finds the lasso onto the Magnus. They kill him off. That's a dieback on the Magnus. Aaron tried to interrupt, forced away from the fight. Karma buys back as well as they see Small KK running out of mana. Aaron will die off on the high ground thanks to Han's flame break. Kama back in on the fray, looking towards Ranfu Dao. He's trying to stay alive on the silencer. Won't be able to, at least picks up the Lotus Orb, but very quickly then gets killed off. Supernova managed to take a fight. They defend the base. They will not get Mega just yet here, Fluke. It was expensive. Buybacks were expended, but it's worth it to keep the game going.
Just did almost 20,000 damage in that last fight. That was really, they don't even kill Small KK once, by the way. They killed almost everybody else twice without killing Small KK once. And this just kind of comes back to the issues that the Slark's having in these fights. He's just not able to stand anywhere close to her. And, maybe harkening back to a few of those team fights earlier on where, he just wasn't tanky enough to survive the RPs. He wasn't able to stand up and fight with her. But yeah, Supernova, they did a decent job at least holding on. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the buyback status for everyone. So there is not a single buyback in the game. The only 2 people that actually have gold for and is not on cooldown is going to be Dong and Small KK. So the Slark and the Deuce are the only 2 people in this game that have any way of getting themselves back into this game for the next 5 minutes. So this next team fight is do or die, and Snare, from what I saw in that last team fight, it can be anybody's game.
Yeah. This is actually just such a crazy series overall. It's been extremely close.
Everything's going back and forth. It feels like every team fight comes down to one small decision, one small 4-star, like an Aeon disc here, there, everywhere. It is kind of crazy. Supernova are fighting their way back into this, but they need to be careful with how they prioritize their damage. They need to make sure that they're understanding where Dong is and how to enable him to deal the most damage in these fights, and make sure that they don't get caught by a big RP again, because if that happens, then this game could spell disaster.
Bottom lane, Sheep literally just walked past a casual gem that was lying on the floor, which has been here for like 5 minutes. Everyone just forgot about it. It's been too crazy a game. But you're not also nuts? Look at Shola. The game has turned. You know why the game has turned? Our Snapfire has 25 and also has a Daedalus. He got the Daedalus quite a while ago when he was like level 20. But now it's going to start paying off. The Lil Shredder multi-shot is insane in team fights. And they're going to try and leverage that strength. Honestly, this might be the biggest power spike for either of these teams reached in the last 90 seconds.
Yeah. And it can do a lot of work for them, right? Because like you're probably thinking as a core, I can just run up on their Snapfire, it's fine. She's just not bottom as kissing. And then you just get railed by these split shots. And it might be enough damage to kill Small KK.
weird. I don't know what happened there, Fluke. There was a forced off onto an illusion. I don't know what's up. Global Silence will be there. Karma found the AoE Doom, but he can't stick on the Medusa. He's going to end up being killed off. But at the same time, the Magnus died. So there's no RP available for their fight. Stone Gate's been used off. Han jumping back in, dragging Ranfu down, and dragging the rest of the Team Dissolution lineup away from his line, away from his team. He's trying to TP out. Will succeed with the BKB. Dong playing on the far edge of the fight. Ready potentially to jump on a support who is out of position. But with 2 heroes dead, no Silencer, no Magnus, that means that they have to back off, Fluke. The game is still going. Despite how strong this Medusa is, Supernova can still fight.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at just fighting around the Medusa. They're not focusing all too much on her. They're definitely trying to put a lot of emphasis on other people. 6 stolen RP from Sheep to be able to lock down both Eren as well as Lonfer. To be able to secure the kill there onto Lonfer. But you can just see how many issues they have with dealing with the Medusa, right? It was an interesting start to that fight. I don't think Han wanted to go in there. I think it was exactly what you said, right? It was like a 4-star onto an illusion that potentially had a Lotus Orb on it. And so he got 4-star down to the low ground. And then it was basically in front of a Medusa and went, oh crap, hey, this is where the fight has to go. And they did a good job. They understand that they need to play around and not directly deal with Medusa, but at least disable her enough that she's not just shredding people to bits, right? We saw in the other team fight where there was like buybacks galore, she did like 20k damage. So if she's able to sit there and deal damage, she can tear everybody to shreds. But as long as she's being at least disabled and dealt with, then everybody else can die for the side of Team Dissolution.
What a game this is. 12k gold lead has been shaved away even further. I still don't know how Supernova still commands such a gold lead at the moment. It's kind of insane. But it's mostly because Medusa has all the Radiant Eggs. Aenid and Lonfer literally exist to do nothing more but support her in the fight. But one problem though is she is close to being fully maxed out though, Fluke. Yeah, she has the Skadi now, but the only expansion path is Moonshot at this point. Otherwise, does she? Oh, yeah. She's as strong as she gets. She's not going to get much stronger outside of level 30.
She's literally maxed. I mean, I'm just trying to think, like, what's the only other thing that you can think of is, like, refresh? Oh, this is a fight.
Oh, my God. Okay, they actually just go straight through the Twin Gate. They find Sheep here, and they should be able to kill him off. 2 minutes in the grave without buyback as he expended it in the last fight. Sadly for them, though, those 2 minutes are plenty because that's how long it takes for Roshan to respawn. They will not have a free A just to try and end this game with.
They are going to try and push in towards the bottom side of the map, though. And see if they can try and get a tier 3 tower off of this 100 seconds that they've got left. So, yeah, this is going to be very interesting tale. You can see that Shola just wanted to get a little bit of scouting going with the Mortimer's Kisses, realized that the area is completely clear.
Yep.
So they can try and push this over top side, but 5-man smoke from TD. They want to try and catch somebody.
They have an observer ward plop down. They catch a little bit of vision. Small KK can stand on the high ground here. The only buybacks are on Slog and Medusa. Lonfer got hexed. The Lotus Orb doing much work there. Karma goes in with the BKB. There's going to be the Global Silence, but Karma, look how much damage he's taking right now. They have more than enough to punch through him, but Han also committing his life to try and hold down the Medusa. Nova, they really want the Medusa's life, but they just don't have the damage anymore, Fluke. They committed Batrider and Doom and Rubik to try and make that happen. Shackle Shot now flown in onto Shala, and Shola dies. 4 heroes gone, none of them have buyback. RP for good measure onto the Slog. And as he gets finished off, the GG will be called. Game 3 in favor of Team Dissolution. And twice today, Fluke, they have made the comeback. They must feel amazing about themselves right now.
Yeah, they've definitely got a few things that they need to try and work on for a couple more of those series. But game 1 and game 3, being able to pull those games back the way that they did was, I mean, a feat in and of itself. I think what I saw in the first 10, 20 minutes of that game, I was definitely counting them out. I was like, oh, Dissolution are done here. The heroes aren't having a good game. They're really just not being able to work out. And I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was an almighty intervention or if it was something, but it just really felt like Supernova just they just don't understand how to close games. I think that could be, you know, their issue is they're two sides of the same coin for Team Disillusion and Supernova. Supernova, great early games. They know how to make their rotations. They play really well in this early game. And for Team Disillusion, that's one of their weak points. And Supernova, they just haven't been able to close games out even quickly and concisely. I think even game 2, they had some issues with some team fights going awry. So it is definitely a hole in their game right now for Supernova, but I think they should hold their heads high that they're able to play the series the way that they did. And Team Disillusion, it seems like the Dota God smiled upon them today.
The Dota God smiled upon them today. And let's especially consider the circumstances, right? They rejigged their entire lineup. Small KK played carry instead of mid. Ironed went directly into the mid lane. Lanfur played the off lane. A very different configuration. Their farm distribution was all off. It was literally give everything to this Medusa. Let Small KK do it all. And the very difficult conditions to make this work. Ultimately, he is able to come right in the end. A special shout out as well to Ran Fudao. I think he played amazingly on the silencer. But also another really good shout out. Later in the game, Aaron's influence was actually legit in these fights. Like this support Void Spirit, Aether Remnant is crazy annoying in general. But we saw so many fights where they collapse onto Aaron and then realize very quickly, wait a second, this is the 4. We've used all these spells. We kill Aaron, but now we have nothing left for Ionid. We have nothing left for Lanfur. We get RP'd into 2. Small KK can just right-click through everybody else. And Aaron, okay, I see. I'm still not fully convinced, but this is a good proof of concept for the potential of the position 4 Void Spirit.
Yeah, I think it does a lot of damage as well as is a big thing. Damage tanking and it's hard to deal with, but I'm definitely not sold on it. I don't think I'm going to be tipping it for the remainder of the tour, but yeah, definitely did show a bit of its worth this time around. And yeah, Team Disillusion, I'm really surprised that they're able to stick it together in a lot of those different team fights where it just looked like the game was over. They had so much faith in this Medusa to be able to get to the point where she was unkillable. And this last fight, I had to just praise Supernova at doing a really good job at fighting around the Medusa, not directly at the Medusa. And that's the first thing that they do. They go directly towards the Medusa. They had to pop the Depth Shroud and the BKB just to try and get on top of her. She's lost like 70% of her mana at this point, and everybody else is just dead from pure AoE damage that comes in from the split shot. So I would have loved to have seen them trying to get the kill early on onto the Magnus. Maybe if they try and put a little bit more pressure on Aenid, but they put all the eggs into trying to kill this Medusa after the Aegis had expired, and it just did not work out. They did not have enough to be able to get it done, and unfortunately for Dong, once again, I think he had a pretty good game in all 3 of these games. Yeah, 13, 8, and 13, and it just doesn't work out. This time around, Han is the guy that's going to be crying himself to sleep. 25 and 18, still doesn't get a dub. So, yeah, I mean, Supernova, they've got a lot to work on, I think, for the rest of the tour. They've definitely got some big holes, but Team Disillusion, hold your heads high to be able to pull it back twice in one series. Doing it once is fine, but twice, that's bonkers.
To make it even more salient at how awesome this comeback was in Game 3, they were behind in gold, still at the end of the game behind in gold, still at the end of the game behind in kills, still at the end of the game behind in experience, but somehow, some way, just being able to outfight and outplay the side here of the Supernova. We gotta give, listen. Aaron, you played well, bro. Ran Fudao, shout out to you. Ionid, some cool shackles. I will admit, I don't think you had your best series ever. Lanfur, some incredible RPs. But no one throughout the series, Fluke, played as well as Small KK. This guy is the one. I was talking earlier about how we can scout Dong from Supernova as a carry player for the future, and I still think that's true, even though I'm not really a fan of not buying Skadi on Slock. Not really a fan of that, buy Skadi on Slock. But this man, we found a mid player. So we've got a safe laner, we've got a mid player, Small KK. Really stepped it up, showed us some special stuff throughout the series. He's the only reason they won Game 1. And if they don't win Game 1, they don't win the series. So the fact that they get this W at all, purely down to his efforts. Incredible stuff from him. Great Medusa. Good build-up as well with how to go for this hero. Didn't go for the super early Lincoln Sphere. Most Medusas, it's like immediately after Manta style, you rush the Lincoln Sphere under these conditions where you're like, there's Doom, there's Batrider. It seems tough. He says, I'll get Lincoln Sphere super early, actually. But then first, I want damage. I'm going to get Daedalus, I'm going to get Bloodthorn. Then I'll come back for the Lincoln Skadi. Because he understood that, well, they're going to always find me in the fight. I want to make sure that by the time they kill me, they have like no HP left. And then by the time he gets the defensive items, then they can't kill him anymore. And he's dealing out that damage. Great game from him. and that will put the side of Dissolution into the top 4 as they are 2-2 right now, relegating Supernova into a 1 and a 2 loss situation. This is a big deal because, as mentioned throughout the game, 3 losses, only once in DPC history has 3 losses gotten you into Division 1. So 2 is where you want to keep it. And Team Dissolution, with this performance, not only have they kept it at 2 here, Fluke, but this is the kind of thing that can make your entire team turn a corner. It makes it easier to get the other dubs down the line.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely learned a lot from this series, I'd imagine, and hopefully if they're able to clean that up, this does give them a lot of tape to be able to give themselves a solid platform on how to build their team and how to build a lot of their drafts as well, because their late game is immaculate and it feels like a lot of their decision making is really, really good. And special shout out to Small KK, 1,000 GPM, 1,000 EXPM as well on a Medusa. I think that is something that not many people get to do, especially when it comes to a Medusa. So, I mean, he played an immaculate series.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Alchemists that get less net worth and GPM than that. So the fact that he's able to do it, the fact that they came back in that situation, they were losing for most of the game, but they made the comeback happen. Shout out to Team Dissolution. For Supernova, very entertaining team. We love watching them play, but still a lot to work on before they are the final product ready to be promoted into Division 1 and stay there. Because it happens a lot in China that teams go up and then immediately come all the way down. Of course, that does conclude this particular series. We do have to move on with the day. Had some fairly long games of Dota. So the next series, IG Vitality versus Team Zero. If you'd asked me this morning, I would have said guaranteed Team Zero 2-0. But after what I've just seen here, Fluke, upsets could still happen. So what do you think? What are the odds that IG Vitality can upset Team Zero and get themselves a victory today?
50-50, screw it. That's all I'll say. It's a 50-50, that series. It might be a 2-0, it could be a 2-1, I don't know. Hopefully it's a wild ride.
It's going to be a wild ride indeed. And of course, we won't be here to bring you that action, but our Commonwealth comrades will be here to make that happen for you. So don't go anywhere. More Dota 2 will continue in just a minute here in the DPC. Snare and Fluke signing off. Nomad and T to join you shortly. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the DPC. We're here in the China region. That's right, we're taking a little holiday, a little hop across over to this region for today. And I'm joined, of course, by T. How's it going, T? How you feeling?
All right. And, I woke up early for this series, and then I could have had a lay-in because of how weird and wacky and wonderful that last one was. Am I annoyed? No, not at all. But no, good old China Division 2. It really is one of the most, I think, if you had to power rank the regions, which region do you think is the most volatile Div 2?
Volatile?
I think China, yeah, like you enter a series and like the team that looks good on paper often doesn't win. So I think China's at least top 2 in that kind of volatility for kind of the up and comers.
Yeah. I mean, previously with China, we've always had like at least one team where, you have all these crazy teams which are just doing, like that last series things where everyone's just kind of it's very unpredictable, but then you have that one team which is sane. They're somehow managing to keep sane, and they just sweep everybody. But we don't really know who the sane team is this year. It could be Holy Grail, who are currently 2-0, or it could be Team Zero. And actually, that's one of the teams we've got coming up right here, right now. That is right. In this series, we've got it's IGV versus Team Zero battling it out in a best of 3. And have to say, when we came into this region, I was looking at IGV and being like, okay, they are coming through closed qualifiers, sure, but I'm expecting these guys to do pretty decently, but that hasn't really been the case. They're 0-2.
Yeah, I think they're kind of they're pushed up a little bit by the, just mute myself there. I could hear myself. That's my bad. Yeah, so with IGV, is it the brand maybe pushing their stock higher in your opinion? Like, or is it the players? Like, where's that kind of push coming from, though, man?
Yeah, maybe I am just a capitalist at heart, and I just see a brand, and my brain goes, oh yes, I like brand, I buy. But no, there's some good names in this team, like Butterfly Effect. He's been around for ages. Typically does reasonably well. TZY as well, also good player. Ponyo also, and they have the blessed combo: 4 Chinese players with 1 Malaysian player. And, you're supposed to be guaranteed to win the China DPC, but it hasn't worked for them, unfortunately.
No, I'm just looking at the stats on screen. It's kind of funny because Team Zero has played 4 games, obviously won everything. But looking at these heroes already, it's like there's a Warlock in their mix. Like, of everything here, like, I respect the Venom answer, the winner on a shore. Other teams fail, but they're winning with it. But the Warlock, there's just a random Warlock here. And it's, maybe they pick it again. It was against Team Delusion. They won in 28 minutes, but it's cool. They just look, at least from the brief overlook of the heroes, it is very aggressive. Very like, we're not going to slow down. Just going to push each other forward. And of course, when we look towards IGV, with this kind of depth of heroes, it actually feels rather defensive. Of course, I'm generalizing quite heavily, but Oracles, Abaddons, Silencers, even Spear Breakers to some degree, like all of these heroes enable each other rather than doing the damage themselves. So yeah, offensive, defense potentially from the quick look at the hero breakdowns, but we got a draft. And Team Zero, like you mentioned, I think they are going to be that team that should be looking towards that first place, currently 2-0. They are coached by Blink. They have Eyesight on position 4. A lot of the old YBB players who have often done well in divisions before, in the past. So yeah, this is potentially their tour.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see some good things coming out from Team Zero here, lay a bit of a smackdown. But important to mention as well that these are both of our closed qualifier teams as well, which is kind of cool to look at. So, always a bit of a respect, especially when we've been in interviews and stuff. All the teams are always like, I most respect this other team because they claim they came through the closed qualifiers with us. So, maybe there's a bit of a nod here to each other, a little bit of respect amongst these 2 teams as we roll into this draft. And we're going to start things off with the Silencer first pick coming out from IGV. That is wild.
So in Western Europe, you've heard me speak about Silencer before, and it's like, I love Silencer as a reaction-based hero because you want to silence your enemies. If you see no enemies, who are you silencing, right? Boom, they just counter it. But I think at least, I also guess in that hero breakdown, I said that they were quite defensive. They straight off the bat went for a Silencer pick, right? It's one of the more defensive style of heroes.
Yep.
We'll see how they do it, but I'm going to just instantly state my, I'm skeptical from the get-go.
I think that is wise. I think you're wise to be skeptical, young governor.
Thank you.
It doesn't feel like something which is kind of gonna work. I mean, simply as that. And Team Zero, you know, it might have been a preemptive counter towards Batrider, right? Because Batrider does cast a lot of spells, but actually, if you do play him support right now, which a lot of teams are doing, you know, you don't really go for Napalm that much. You know, you kind of just go for the Molotov and then the 2 points in Firefly. So it's not like Silencer's going to be absolutely stopping him from playing his game. So it really is just kind of a comfort thing or maybe a style thing, how IGV see them taking this series versus Team Zero. And they're going to follow up with a Storm as well. Okay, makes a little bit more sense then, you know? I really like having some protection on your spirits, you know?
Quickly you pivot. Oh, it's all over. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Within like one monologue, you went through every emotion possible.
Easy win for IGV.
Oh, no,
Next pick comes out. Oh, it's all over them. They're doomed. What are they doing?
Wait, so it's bad, good, bad, good, bad. Ah, okay, yeah, of course. It's odds. You're
Keep up.
You're scuppered. No, but
Yeah. But at least when the game ends, I can just be like, yeah, said that would happen. Knew it. IGV won or IGV lose. I can just circle back to that 1 point I made.
that's a very
I've
good
made
point.
so many.
I think the best point that you made from that was the Batrider build. Of course, it does prevent the Arcane Curse being a nuisance within laning phase because it's just Fireflies, Flame Breaks, and Blood Grenades. That actually sounds like a sick like a what's it called? Like a album name or something. Anyway,
True.
I think Team Zero with their Spirit Breaker pick, it is going to be. Have they played it? They've played it twice so far. Let me double check what role they've played it in because that will dictate quite a lot. They've played it in position 4 and they've played it in offlane. So they've actually played it in both roles. But the cool thing about the Batrider Spirit Breaker is very interchangeable. Depending on what core you see, you can suddenly shift the Batrider into the 3 role, Barra 4, vice versa. I guess the only trade-off is both of these heroes often counter the same thing and can be susceptible to getting punished by the same thing. Like some Naga Sirens, some PLs, like these type of heroes can be a thorn in their side. But then like the Monkey Kings and whatnot, of course, get heavily countered.
Yeah. Thank you, Spirit Breaker Expert. Always looking for that breakdown there.
Thank you.
Some nice drip coming out here actually from Team Zero. I've been enjoying the shirts. You know, some edgy. I couldn't tell if it was Shadow Fiend or not, but it kind of Shadow Fiend-esque shirt being worn by 70.
I'll keep
I
an eye out.
appreciate that. Yeah. Just check it out.
This draft is so aggressive.
Yeah,
It doesn't need anything.
Team Zero are wanting to give IGV zero chances of playing this game with these picks so far. They are just pedal to the metal. 3 heroes which just want to run at you literally non-stop. So hope you're ready for it, IGV. I really hope you are. Meanwhile, I just want to say, so jealous of CTY with that massive cooling unit behind him. Holy crap, it was like twice the size of him. Use one of those right now.
Dude, I am not paying enough attention to these webcams. I feel like I'm missing out on just how your mind works.
No, that's all right. You focus on the draft. I've got one eye on each.
All right, good. So this is why the Silencer first pick can at least be annoying throughout the draft for yourself, because Team Zero, you mentioned how aggressive they're going to be with these heroes. All of them are like activated by one item. A diffuser on the Pangolier, the Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker, Batrider minus here like a drum. And then from there, if it's a support, of course. And then from there, it's just keep going. If they die, sure, they go again. But for Silencer, even with Pugner, these heroes, they provide good like cover at the start. But like when there's a secondary fight, when multiple mini fights break out within the bigger engagement, they're not so good. Pugner, of course, is one of the better ones. Just, again, where's the damage? Like, they can maybe survive, life drain a dude, global a dude. But I'm really seeing a lack of damage. And with a Darkseer pick as well, it's...
Doesn't solve it.
A couple auras potentially, some turnarounds, some vacuums, but I'm waiting for this is how we're going to fight.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. I mean, at least you've enabled your Storm a lot. Like, that's the one thing I will say for this team is that Storm, if he has a good time mid, then he can kind of run over. He's got that protection, but then...
Can't you just pick Morphling if you're like Team Zero here? Just some carry
they can't, because they've got Bat, Cow, Pangolin. Need another animal. What a shame. What a shame. They've dropped the ball there, in my opinion. But why is this Morphling good, T?
Because it's not an animal and he wants to win. And
Yeah, lame.
so when I'm thinking lack of damage and defensive supports, that naturally means you don't progress the map because you're thinking reactionary. And then this opens up for a lot of these bigger cores to thrive. And then the next step to that was Darkseid doesn't pressure in lane as well. So Morphling, being a ranged hero playing on distance, sure there's the argument of Darkseid with Aghanims, mid-game wall, create illusions, yada yada yada, but the fact that Morphling will always farm within the lane gives that kind of early mid-game timing of Team Zero where all the other three heroes want to fight. Morphling will have some man-to-ag timing, and they're going to keep go, go, go. So it really is just the fact that it's just such a free lane. The whole team should have at least one team timing to then collectively break the map.
Yep, and at the moment we're not really seeing any of those like hard Morphling counters coming out from IGV. Like these heroes, sure, maybe you could catch him out with a global silence where he's stuck agi morphing and you get a freebie on him, but realistically, and that's kind of hard. He's going to hit that Manta, as you say, as well. So realistically, like that could maybe happen once during the game. Definitely doesn't make sense. They're a good pick versus Morphling, and more than happy to see it coming out for Team Zero here. And yeah, you've got like 3 running you heroes. This Morphling is most likely just going to have a pretty free time.
5 seconds.
Now they're going to need like some absolute goat carry that not only counters Morphling, but gives them kind of entry to the game so that they can take a fight. Storm's going to zippity zap into it and go, "Where's the damage?" And everyone's like, "You got it, boss." Like, what's the carry to be all carries? I respect the Faceless Void ban, even though it's still a lot of scaling issues and timing, but it could eventually be annoying with the time dilation against Batrider, just being able to delay. But yeah, where is that carry lying?
See, my mind goes to like things like you want kind of a little bit of escape and a lot of damage coming out from it. So something like the PA could kind of be tempting for the side of IGV, but at the same time, it's PA versus Pangolier, it's PA versus Spirit Breaker.
Yeah,
like it just
it's
feels
also
like
PA is 7.33.
Yeah, it's also PA.
Only RTZ on NA pubs can make that hero look absolutely goated. I think Naga Siren for IGV is where I'm leaning, because in lane you can at least deal with a little bit of that damage. Sure, there's some illusion countering-esque heroes with Spirit Breaker ultra late game with Pangolier as well, but it gives them ways to delay. I think IGV, there isn't that hero pick that solves everything in regards to damage. So maybe picking a hero that plays more macro-based, skipping lanes, waiting for your time, then you hit some big song, vacuum during the song, like Ags on Storm. I can see a potential playstyle forming around a Naga. I'm yet to think of another hero that can...
I think the other direction they could take it is maybe Ursa. It gives them a different style of playing the game. Similar, but also a bit quicker. But okay, I'll go TB, another illusion hero in the wheelhouse of Naga Siren, but something a little bit different. I mean, just why were you leaning towards Naga rather than TB?
I think Naga has a nicer time playing the game in regards to the combos with her team. Like I mentioned the song, you also can go Manta Orchid. So in scenarios where Pango's getting too aggressive, Morph waves in and has Manta off a global, you layer in another silence. Like there's ways to play quite an aggressive game on Naga. Whilst Terrorblade, his aggression comes through the big ticket items, right? It's Dragonlance, Yasha, Skadi. You can maybe go Manta before Skadi if you're having a great game, but your biggest timing is 10,000 gold, if not more. Sure, Naga is kind of the same thing, but it's a lot of cheap fights with a Naga, whilst TB, you have to take the big fight correctly. But again, they do the same thing in regards to map play, and this is very spooky. I'm never too excited to see a Brewmaster. The hero is just kind of incredibly average and boring. It doesn't do much. It ults and can progress the map, but with this type of lineup on Team Zero, this is how this hero can look insane, because no real damage on IGV, you're going to punish the illusion heroes with your ultimate, plus all the damage comes from your team, so you just need to be that control hero that you are. It's a pretty good pick, and IGV, they're going to have to put on like a tactical masterclass to win this game, because if they blunder a little bit, they're just going to lose so much of their map.
Yeah. I mean, you're playing against a team which has done better than you so far in the DPC. They've picked very aggressive heroes. IGV, it's time to step up to the plate. It's time to prove yourselves, prove that your strategy is better than we seem to be thinking it is. But my big concern here is like, who is going in on IGV? And I'm looking at this answer and this Pugner. They're not going in. They're sitting as far back as they physically can. Like, you're playing not only these very defensive supports, but you're also playing it into Pangolier, Spirit Breaker, Batrider, Brewmaster. So there is no chance they're going to be anywhere near the front lines of these fights. And then you're just kind of looking towards Darks here. It's like, okay, he'll have that initiation with the vacuum, sure, but from then onwards, like, his control, his damage is kind of limited after that point. And then you're just looking at Storm, like, yes, okay, Storm's a great hero. Storm's very strong right now. First phase material, absolutely. Can he do it all by himself and make the game work for them until their Terrorblade is online? I don't know. That is my big question. I want to see Butterfly Effect just coming back here, and this guy, he has been in academy teams for, I'm pretty sure he's been on IGV since like 2018. He's just been playing, he was in Cactus last season, I think, but still like contracted to IGV and on loan there or whatever. But he needs to prove himself. He needs to get himself up there, He doesn't want to be in Div 2 his entire life. So this is the kind of game where Butterfly Effect can really come through and kind of remind us how good he can really be. So that's what I want to see from him this game.
Yeah, and that is kind of credit to the region. They are one of the best regions at installing academy teams and kind of depth of play for everyone. Of course, they have a lot of kind of national tournaments that helps, cultivate that scene compared to the likes of Europe and NA and whatnot. It's kind of, as soon as you go Div 2 and below, you're very much starved. You might get the occasional 5K tournament, but no, China has done a pretty good job over the years at ensuring there's kind of depth to their region. Unfortunately, right now, they aren't doing so hot in the Div 1 scene, but they have a wide pool.
Yeah. Not turning many heads in the major, unfortunately. But they got a third place at Dream League at the very least. But yeah,
I think there was a stat for
TI.
The stat was like for average placement of regions at majors, and China was at the bottom of all regions.
Oh,
Obviously,
really?
having 4 slots and then having teams consistently underperforming when you have more will help kind of drag that down. But like Europe, I think was number 1, SA was number 2, and then China was like dead last. And that's the type of stat that after TI, Valve will look at it and go, all right, China, you're now like a 2-3 slot team, and then those slots might get redistributed. And Chinese teams need to be careful. It's not going to be beautiful next year if this continues to happen. Maybe a big run at TI can help them kind of save that next DPC year, but right now it is a little bit of a struggle for the region.
Yeah, it's been hard. It's been like this for a while. Hopefully they can start pulling it together. Like LGD and Asta are the ones we're kind of looking at the moment as well. If they can start winning some majors, winning some TIs, that would certainly help their case. But yeah, they might be on the chopping block if not. So back to this game, as we mentioned, Storm does need to do well in this middle lane, and I feel like he should. I feel like it's not too bad of a matchup for Storm. Probably just a trade, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, this mid lane match pretty much is a trade. I think there are sometimes scenarios that a Pango can waste his toolkit, and it puts Storm in a position of layering his spells, getting those overload charges in, you might get a kill. But yeah, it's all about active room support rotations from here. I think when we look at this bot lane from Team Zero with CTY, I would be very surprised if he was to die, especially when paired with a Spirit Breaker. If things get a little bit dicey, all you need to do is charge back in, kind of disjoint yourself from those iron shells. So yeah, Morph should 100% be free farm. It's why they picked this hero with confidence.
Yeah. He's but do you think he's going to free farm, or do you think he's going to be pressured a little bit but still be, okay?
There might be a little bit of pressure from the early Never Blasts, but as soon as Morph hits level 3, gets a couple more stat items, it'll just be pushing it out. You might have to ship out a little bit of regen due to Iron Shell creeps kind of running at him, but yeah, it's going to be just nice, chill free farm. Look, boom, nice little CS. Oh wait, did he even get that CS? He didn't. Oh, damn. Boom, he missed it. Boom, he hit that one. Boom, he missed it. Okay.
Yeah, the issue here is that
it's free, all right?
ZZQ keeps trying to come in and trade with the Pugner, but unfortunately Pugner is like a very, very fast little toddler, so it's very hard to kind of give him the smackdown. And then, of course, on top of that, he's got Nether Blasts. He'll have to grab it by later on as well. So I do feel like the support matchup in this bottom lane might cause CTY some issues.
Oh yeah, Barrow
is
a horrendous laner. Like, sure he has. Like I mentioned, charge to disengage, but you're just a big sack of meat. Let's be honest. You don't do anything. You try to right click them, you go down, but beyond that, she gets the kill in top lane. Terrorblade, he got just hit by a lot of small instances of damage. Cinder Brew into Flame Break, didn't catch it, but he had the meta still running. But yeah, Spirit
that was on us.
Useless.
Waffling away about the bottom lane, you know.
I mean, because it's funny to watch Spirit Breaker just be useless.
It is.
Like, this is the only point in the game where he's not good. And then the rest of the game, he's like this most OP first pick ban hero in all pro pubs. It's insane.
Marbly taking heavy hits. Oh, the bash as well. That might be enough to finish him off. He's got an adaptive strike on CTY, but doesn't commit it and maybe just lost vision there on the tail edge of it. Yeah, kill potential, even in situations like that, just isn't great from this Radiant side, but still going to give CTY quite a lot of space in this bottom lane now and should allow him to kind of plateau a little bit, maybe even start to get a bit of CS under his belt like we're expecting. Meanwhile, CTQ just not leaving Hara alone. He gets him low and he wants to keep him low.
Yeah, and we did miss it in the top lane, but beyond, he now has the urn complete. Doesn't have any charges yet on him. So as soon as that happens, that's when this top lane will just get really hard to play. This Terrorblade having the one death to his name, no meta available for 30 seconds. There's no real laning presence, and you can see IGV. It feels like they've kind of conceded the lane already. Look, him spinning in the spot. Silence is kind of getting run around. This top lane is not looking too healthy now for IGV.
Yeah, the Batrider getting on top of the Silencer, but did recognize that Silencer had a TP and didn't commit the Blood Grenade for it, which I really liked. Recognized that he could probably just run him down without it as well. The difference in move speed was there.
I'd be intrigued to see if the Brewmaster goes for a Vessel in this game. Because going for Dark Sword with the Auras, the Pugner and the Life Drain, sure, the Terrorblade will buy Manta, but for everyone else, it could be just enough damage to offset it. And I've seen this fight before, but Silencer, you don't have your TP this time around, and I think you're just dead. There he is.
And no TP, and Iceland just drops on the Blood Grenade and makes sure they can confirm that kill. And yeah, very nicely done from the support Batrider, showing what it can do. Might even look towards Yukio here, actually. I mean, he's got all the spells available. Didn't actually use them. Going for the TP out on the Terrorblade just about makes it to safety, but good gracious, that was close.
Oh, you never want to see this. Like, smoking yourself out of base, that's already pretty doomed. But smoking you and your carry, who's used Metamorphosis, that's absolute despair. Yeah, they have crushed this top lane. That single kill into then Terrorblade going aggressive by himself, of course. He kind of needs to do something because Silence is no TP, dead. But yeah, this is very rough. And as soon as Brew hits 6, he's going to go again. And I think Isos has done a really good job on this Batrider, dragging the Silencer away, but also just not leeching XP. Brewmaster needs to get XP to be a hero. Nice dodge there from Storm Spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. The thing is that top lane was actually going all right, but yeah, the TB slips up and all of a sudden they're punished for it. And talk about being punished, 7E. He's actually jumped in real deep here and needs to get off the rolling, and he's not going to be able to do so. Butterfly Effect going to look for another one here as they bring down 2 on the side of Team Zero. Bit of a misplay there as ZZQ's running in. This is interesting. He's trying to take the rune away from the Storm Spirit. Storm doesn't have the mana. Oh, ZZQ is going to be able to grab himself that shield rune away from the Storm Spirit. No bottle refill for you.
But Pugner will TP and then do the old bottle turnaround here. So, yeah, good on that front. Yeah, it happens with Pangoliers. They always go for the greedy swash, thinking they can roll, but IGV very much clumped up on that high ground, easily able to chain that control, not allowing him to roll his way through the fight with his ultimate.
It happens.
Now we get
it happens.
Yeah, it does. Marvelou, he's... Go on, mate. What's
you're you're Grandmaster on Spirit Breaker, right?
Yeah.
Do you find yourself...
right?
Yeah. Do you find yourself playing him less now that he's in meta?
Yeah, So when he got buffed, I was like, this is sick. But it always got banned. So I never get to play. I played it like twice. Because it's always banned in pubs.
Okay.
But if I had the choice, I'd be playing it. I'd be, 15 bajillion K at this point. This hero is like OP.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. I just noticed that, you know, me and some other friends would kind of play like heroes which aren't very good, but then whenever they get buffed, we're like, meh, now everyone's playing it. Now it's lame.
It's true. There was like a phase where I played like 100 Barra games in a row or something, right? Or give or take if it was available.
Jesus.
And I'd always be trying to do like, okay, this time I'm going to do a Dagon to see if like charging Dagon's kind of fun. Or this time I'm going to do no Shadow Blade to make sure I'm more punchy. Like, I went for a lot of variations, and then it kind of got really good as well in pro play. And exact same thing, just don't touch it.
70. He's trying to finish the job here into the... But wow, he wants this Pugner. Goodness gracious.
Is he gonna get him? Come on, get him.
Oh my goodness. Dodge it. Oh my god. How does he not die here? 70. He's trying to take it away, but the storm's coming in. Oh, electric vortex once again on cooldown 1 second.
It was 1 second
very
cooldown.
important died. And that would be the TB. Big connection up in the top lane once again as the Brewmaster and the Batrider. That combo, it's just so dirty. You can't play into it.
Didn't even have to use the primal split either. It was just a slow chase down. And the Brewmaster is going for the vessel that I mentioned, and it's just going to amplify their ability to take these fights. Any of this cheap heal coming from Pugner early on, it's just not going to be that useful. So I like the fact that he's gone for this item. It gives Brewmaster ways to play outside of his ultimate as well, because now he can initiate with Thunderclaps and Cinder Brews and Vessels, and then when the fight gets important, that's when he can split and take the bigger fight.
Yeah.
No, IGV, they've done a pretty good job at reacting to the aggression, and this is the best thing that their draft can do. Unfortunately, Darkseid does go down before the smoke game comes into play.
Yeah, we were checking that one out, but Butterfly Effect should be able to get at least one cleanup kill here. Getting the Morphling going to be a bit of a bigger ask, however. They will back themselves up. Still, I mean, Storm is having a game. He might be the only one on his team, but he is having a game, and we did mention that, you know, that is the condition. That is a big condition for IGV being able to fight up into this Team Zero draft. So we'll see what they can do. 70, meanwhile, just going for the roll onto Ponyo. 70, he's having a bit of a rough game. So these little kills really, really helping him out.
Yeah, it does. And to your point about, come on, Ice, you gotta come. There we go.
Pump the brakes, but Butterfly Effect, he's actually looking for him right now. Hara going for the life drain to just make sure they bring him down. Butterfly Effect with that arcane rune, having a lot of fun. Nice sidestep there on the swashbuckle as well. Can they finish the job? Kind of tricky here as Butterfly Effect is very low on mana, but he has got the Vortex. That should be enough to bring down 70. Hello. Butterfly Effect he's turning up to this game. He's looking to make a name for himself.
I mean, he's crushing it. The supports have come mid. They've helped him. The Pugner's giving him the mana. He's getting bottle refills. He's getting the active runes. Everything's really good for the Storm threat. But the trade-off is look at the Terrorblade on that net worth. Because Storm's been taking the fight inside his area of the map, this Terrorblade is incredibly starved. Nowhere near Yasha. He's below the Brewmaster by about 1,400 gold. So everything we're praising Storm Spirit for, he now needs to basically double it. He needs to find even more kills. He needs to start making moves away from mid lane and start, let's say, gank the Morphling somehow, or even kill off this Brewmaster at some point. But he needs to try and find a big pick to then give Terrorblade an extra minute or two of confidence, because it's rough right now for this TB.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's his success needs to be everyone's success. He needs to make it everyone's success, and that's kind of tricky. Definitely feels like they have a favorite neutral item on the side of Team Zero. 3 gold bracelets.
That is the best thing about the end game, when you see like 6 spell prisms and then like it's just like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's really
good.
weird. I'm still not used to it, but especially in this screen, you can really see how many people like the same items.
Do you think you'll ever get a game where all 10 have the same? Like, is the probability of that so small that if it was to occur, you'd have to like really force it?
What item do you think it could occur to with which neutral do you think everybody wants?
I think there is a world where like Ogre Seal Totem's pretty good because of nullifiers in play, and you can always move away from it. So if that item becomes more popular against nullifier, could be a thing. But with carry players, they're like, why would I want 10 strength? So they would never go for it. It would be comedic for Philly Stone, because if everyone loses damage, does anyone lose damage?
But then if everyone gains gold, does anyone gain gold? It's all about perspectives.
And maybe we need 2 pro teams to do this if
Yeah.
the RNG aligns.
Yeah, that would be some hella RNG though, as Yukio goes going down once again up in the top lane. I was just watching that Spirit Breaker the entire time. He just crashed into him at the moment he died. Pretty beautiful, but this is kind of bad. This is not beautiful. This TB has died way too many times now. I mean, how is he 0-3? How has this been allowed to happen?
Because everyone's been thinking about Storm Spirit, and we finally get to see Storm Spirit on Butterfly Effect. He tried to make a little move, but he shows himself bottom, sees the Batrider, disengages, and TB's just left it on the island. Like, if you rewatch the last 5 minutes, everyone's been just AFK middle. Brumos is an incredible matchup against Terrorblade in lane. Spirit Breaker as well can just charge in and get that extra little bit of damage on top 3-point bash. And
Hara might
His
go
Vessel
down
was
here.
doing
It's
so
got a
much
Vessel
work.
on him, yeah.
Yeah.
They'll just turn around and take his Nether Ward as well.
And now this will be the issues of IGV's draft that we're mentioning. After laning phase is often when they become most apparent, because Marblu's still farming. He's trying to rush an Ags, and he shows himself for a second. Guess what? Let's go again. Batrider, Spirit Breaker, chase him down.
Yep, lasso's out upon him. However, they got the global silence as a turnaround here. Nice little vac wall as well with the Storm Spirit jumping into the middle. They're able to take down CTY. Great start to the fight as ZZQ goes down as well. Storm jumping forward, looking for more. Takes down the Batrider. My goodness, but now he's out of mana and he's running out of health. The rest of the team coming on over. The Sunder is there. It's not onto him though. It's on to the Brewmaster. So they're going to look to try and bring down Beyond next as well. But meanwhile in the backline, 70, he's walking himself away. So they're looking for one more kill here on the side of IGV. And are they going to find it? Looks like they will. Hara comes in, blows them up with another blast, and that is going to be 4 big kills for the side of IGV. But they are respawning on the side of Team Zero, and they are hungry for revenge. Will they find it? Yukio actually just turning around and bringing the fight to ZZQ here a little bit. ZZQ, no charge available just for now, but CTY scoops up the kill onto Marblu on the side, and that's going to just about... Oh, it's not going to do it, actually, as another strike comes through onto Ponyo as well. ZZQ, though, does pay the price. His Butterfly Effect, he went back, he got all his mana back, and now he's coming back into the fight, but he's got to be careful as 70 drains a lot of his mana with these swashbuckles. He's bottling up as fast as he can. 70 being very brave with the jump forward here, and Butterfly Effect calls it quits and jumps himself away.
Oof. So much happened in that fight, and fair play to IGV getting the window of opportunity to even get a couple kills. They've killed 4 heroes in that engagement, and quite a nice bit of gold swing coming in, as you see here from the breakdown. I think if anything, it's the fact that Darkseid didn't die instantly from that initiation. They dragged him back, and then it was the global layer on top, and Butterfly Effect once again. He's just finding the jumps consistently. Like, again, he's getting the jump, sure. This time around, he's finally going to get punished for it, and it needs to happen. Oh, wait, does it happen?
Oh,
Okay,
he gets
shit,
thrown in the
there we
air.
go.
Not today, son. And yeah, Hara's going to go down as well by the looks of it. Decrepify will delay the inevitable, but inevitable it certainly is.
That would have been
70?
illegal if you lived there.
Okay. Just a little bit of taunting, but yeah, with that fight before, I mean, you know, it was a pretty big gold change. It was 1,200 gold more gained by IGV in that last fight, but their real winners are IGV when it comes to XP, because they gained 6 more XP than Team Zero, so that's really going to make a difference in the long run.
Yeah, and then the 1,500 they just gained from getting this double kill really is going to swing that back again the other way. No, I think that fight, at least, it showcases Team Zero's damage is a little bit more over time. It's the consistent swashes, the ultimate spam, the vessels, the charges, it can get dangerous, especially when IGV, once they get their items, pump in some auras, some dispels on the vessel charges, a clutch global. It isn't going to be as simple as you see him, he's dead, unless you're a silencer, because you see him and often he just dies.
Case in point. Goes down whilst trying to get a bit of de-warding done. The charge was upon him, and the charge really is a mark of death this game.
Brumos is also that. As I say, Brumos is also having such a decent game. He's like, but I'm just going to go pipe. This Storm's doing too much. He's like solo carrying this game pretty much, so I'm just going to mitigate all his early mid-game damage, and then we're going to go from there, because Butterfly Effect, he went for the Falcon Blade into Sanj Kaya. It's going to be in the middle of the fight tanky style of build, but it isn't going to be that assassin style. To be fair, like these Orchid days are long gone. We don't see them anymore. But it's always chasing the next item with Storm. You're never content.
Yeah, I'm glad he's got that that Mantic. He was a little bit slow on the strength morph there, but dealing a bit of damage to Ponyo, but in they come, layering it down onto the Storm Spirit. That is a real target, and they take him down. That is pretty big. Now Ponyo cannot escape this one either. Boop. 70 finishes the job. Even got a damage into boot as well, and yeah. Without Storm Death, it now feels like things are going to be pretty damn difficult for the side of IGV.
There's no left back. They just keep going.
They're really laying it down here. Marblu throws down the wall, but misses a vacuum as well, so won't be keeping himself alive with that one. Certainly won't be looking for any turnarounds here, especially not with your Storm. He is back in 4 seconds, though. If they can somehow delay this on the side of IGV, they could maybe look towards putting something together here, but man, it's just looking tough, especially as Hara goes down here. But Butterfly, he's in. He's managed to find the Pangolin. 70 is going to drop. Butterfly effect won't be able to bring down Beyond as he uses a split. And now Yukio is getting dragged back in. Charges there, and CTY comes in from the sideline, finishes off the Terrorblade. Ooh, a little bit of a tip coming out from the Spirit Breaker as well.
I have no idea why. He's done it when the Storm died. He did it again. When the TB dies, I don't know I want to know the lore behind this one. Either way, Team Zero, they're like, boys, there's no reason to stop now. Keep going. If Global's on cooldown, if TB's dead, if Silence is out of mana, finally ZZQ goes down. No, they're professionals here. They're professionals. They're not tipping.
It's such a chat move, actually.
5 tips at one time, yeah.
When someone's tipped you the entire game and then you kill them, like, in a really embarrassing way, especially, like, it's always better not to do it, you know, because they're expecting it. They're braced for it already. They're like, yeah, okay, get it out of the way. You don't do it. It just means they don't give a shit about you. You know, it's just such a disrespectful move to not tip them in that circumstance. It's like, I don't even care.
Especially
you've been tipping me? Didn't notice, bro. You're not on my radar. Sorry.
Like, imagine being the pro player, and when you die, you don't think about what to do next. You're like, is he going to tip me? And then he doesn't. You're like, it could be psychologically damaging. You know, Team Zero, they are utilizing their draft beautifully. It's the constant need to go, and like all their timings have aligned, right? Like every single hero has an active item to be able to go for a fight. Like even the Spirit Breaker is about to complete a Shadow Blade because of how many kills they've found, the towers that they've taken. Like a position 5 Spirit Breaker is going to have a pre-19-minute Shadow Blade. That's incredible. And Storm Spirit, there's no linkage to his name yet. He can get caught off guard.
Yeah. It's scary. You can't dodge what you can't see, T-Gov. Oh, life. You can't dodge life.
True. You don't have choice, you just get born.
Yep. So, 8k gold advantage on the side of Team Zero. They're going to claim this top side of the map. Imagine Roshan will be somewhat on their radars, but to be honest, it's probably better just to run around the map and keep on fighting at this point. That is what their draft is designed to do, and they have been executing that pretty beautifully thus far. The smoke gank. They see Hara here, and you know, they're pretty happy just lay some spells on him. Wow, Split even committed here, just making sure they get this Bugna kill. Meanwhile,
they killed Darkseers.
I did not know Marblu was in that deep. Okay. Nice little +1, I guess.
And then they instantly see the Terrorblade, and off they go again.
Oh, okay. Marblu got himself bagged and
you Shadow Blade, you wait, you track him down, you hold on. Terrorblade's oh no, he's on me, he's on me. Is he going to juke it out? No, he's not. Spirit Breaker still has the ultimate. Oh. He's going to go for the TB, but then there's the chart on the global coverage.
The bash is not there. He only got one click off. Nice global coming out from the Sansa to save the day, but you know, that is
it good?
A pretty big
Does it
spell.
feel good? Yeah. It's like, boys, I just traded global for a position 5 to... Imagine if he bashed during the global. That would have been the icing on the cake, that, like you mentioned. But now with no global, guess what? You're on the Radiant side of the map. It is daytime. You go Roshan. Everything is going right now for Team Zero. 10,000 gold lead, 20 minutes, Aegis to boot. They should be looking to progress the game quite confidently towards the Dire base shortly.
Yes, sir. Roshan dropping quick for the side of Team Zero. Get the Aegis on your Morphling. Just let him go hit some buildings, hit up that high ground. He went for an Aghanim Scepter on CTY as well. I mean, I guess it makes sense this game because you do kind of want to just take this Terrorblade form.
Exactly.
They've managed to actually eliminate 70 on the backlines here. So, you know, Roche traded for 70 and Butterfly Effect. Looking for the +1. Gets Ice Ice as well. All right. Their Storm is really playing some Dota today, but he needs to do so much. And even with all he's doing, it's not quite enough. There's a nice little wall on the high ground, though. They're going to be able to hold them back at the very least. And Yuki's in the mix as well. Just pops that Metamorphosis straight up here and just starts laying into ZZQ. A bit of revenge for earlier, perhaps, but no, ZZQ is going to be able to get away. Lacking on the catch here as Hara just constantly filling a Butterfly effect up with mana. Again and again, just resetting him and allowing him to just go in, and now he can find another one. Ice going to be the next target here. He's going to be able to get in. The charge is out onto the Storm Spirit here. Do they have the follow-up as a question? And the answer seems to be yes. There's a few heroes around here.
No.
Tries to go for the Zip TP, but that wasn't quite it. Chief does get the return kill onto ZZQ, but will be dying here. There comes the Swashbuckle. There comes the kill, and down goes the Storm.
Yeah, IGV, even again, backs against the wall, they're trying to take these fights and they're just feeling the difficulty, right? If the wall's placed, if there's a meta used, where's that extra hero to kind of keep the fight contained? I feel so bad for Butterfly Effect. It's like, it's so much emphasis on him. He needs an Aghanim, he needs a Hex, he needs infinite mana pool, he needs Pugna draining him the entire time. Whilst Team Zero, sure, Batrider pretty much does nothing in this engagement. He dies, buybacks, dies again. But with Spirit Breaker, with Morph, with Pango, how quick they get around the entire engagement, they can disengage and then instantly re-engage if IGV are to show themselves in a bad position. And it will be the story of the game until they have many more items on the Dire side.
Yeah.
Maybe like a Blink Dagger on Darkseid could help, because you can then... I found the Morphling, punch, got a clone, let's go, but... then he'll just die. So I can see why he has the Blink Dagger, but then he's going for the BKB. Like he's really tossing and turning in his choices, but yeah, they just need to push out lanes. Dodge the bigger fight. 2.5 minutes left on Aegis.
Yeah, definitely want to wait for that one. You know, it's been a good run for the Storm Spirit, but it's getting to the point now where when you run into these fights, you know, you need more than just, you know, Global can save you, sure, but you need a team behind you as well. And the team just aren't in a fighting shape at the moment, so. But TB is kind of making his way up the ranks, you know, he's only died like one time in the past kind of 5 to 7 minutes, so not super bad.
He's doing well, but he's not doing great. Like, the fact that he's been underneath all 3 Radiant cores for practically the entire game is a cause for concern. Often Terrorblade is a hero that plays like an alchemist in regards, where after lane, you skyrocket. You're always like chasing that next item before the enemy carry has even like got halfway to his, right? You're always in a bit of a lead. So the fact that he is behind, especially against a Morphling that is a bit of a slower farmer, I guess you could look, saying CTY went for this Mask of Madness, could have helped him with farming efficiency early on with the attack speed, the additional lifesteal. He will be able to disassemble it later for Butterfly and for Satanic, 2 items he likes to buy. So, yeah, I think CTY just had a really nice read on this game, knowing he's not going to get punished, go for the Mask of Madness, which is very greedy on a Morphling, but then to utilize it to push himself up the net worth, and 1 Tormentor, 2 Tormentor, couple shards coming the way over Team Zero. 13,000 gold lead now. They are Batrider and Spirit Breaker. So Batrider's just a bit bad on support, isn't it? You know, you don't get disarmed when you're lassoed or get to right click, whatever. But Spirit Breaker, get a little bit of extra self magic resist, 75%. Soak up some of these spells. It's gonna be pretty good. Soak up a decrep. That's gonna be juicy.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever said that in my life before, but that was a words first. That's that entire sentence. Soak up a decrep, that will be juicy. Interesting.
That's the big spell this game, obviously, the one we were looking at. Meta, not important.
Yeah. No. To be fair, I was trying to think of what these spells would be. Like, I guess maybe Sunder would be pretty good to soak up. Maybe a Vortex pre-Ags would be good to soak up. But there's not a lot. Right, so in my moment of desperation, I just said decrep, all right?
Man, this Morphling is so fat. My goodness. He's bulging. Just grab the full Skadi. Yeah, no worries. Oh, this little thing? Yeah, just you know, just grabbed on the side. Not a big deal. Marblue, meanwhile, being run down. ZZQ, 70, Beyond, all taken in turns, just pummel away at this Darkseer. Marblue is no more. There's your team fighter out for 45 seconds. No more tier 2s for Team Zero to really take here, so probably just going to be chilling, waiting, grab that next Aegis, and then, well, that'll be the time to go.
So there is a timing coming up for IGV. The Storm Spirit actually went back for an Orchid. He was going Lincolns, but he went Orchid. He's now got the Lincoln soon. So he's kind of looking decent right now. And then Darks is on his way to BKB. So if they get the BKB on Marblu, they can do it, right? They can actually fight.
I can see it happening. Things still need to go very well for them.
Yeah, but in this point in the game, it's like if you don't fight now with this item timing benefit, then you are accepting losing out on Roshan, losing out on map again, and waiting for the next cycle, a whole nother round of items. And maybe you don't have time for that. So I would like to see them get that BKB, look to at least take the engagement, maybe even farm up the Lincolns on Storm Spirit quick enough. But they need to do it pre-Roshan. Or at least itemize and prolong so that when Roshan spawns, all these items come into play for the Roshan fight.
Yeah. One thing to mention as well is that 70 did grab himself the Lotus Orb, so even with this Orchid picked up on the Storm Spirit, shouldn't be able to bring down the Pangolier 100 to 0. He should still be able to get himself out of that situation and get off that Rolling Thunder. They were looking for him there. They really wanted to try and bring him down. I mean, if you double down, if you go for the Orchid, he Lotuses, and then you throw down the Global, you can still catch him out, but it's a huge commitment.
This is one wrong spell from IGV and the fight will just break, and Team Zero, they know that. They're smoked up, gem checking the high ground, dewarding. Arcane Rune on Storm Spirit though.
Look at him go. Jesus. All right. Well, Batrider just gets taken out of the mix. Butterfly effect, pretty low on mana. Hara, here you go, buddy. Bit of regurgitation, like a baby bird being fed by its mother.
Such an accurate depiction.
Kind of is, yeah. 28 minutes in, and yeah, 13k gold advantage. As mentioned, we're probably going to see a bit of a lull in the action now as we wait for the next Aegis to spawn, and CTR looks to take that one, and then will be the high ground attempt from the side of Team Zero. And it's kind of on IGV to just throw a spanner into the works at some point. Don't let them play this kind of checkbox game. How do they do that? Well, taking control of the bottom side of the map, getting down some cheeky wards, and trying to set up for the Roche fight would be a pretty great starting point. But unfortunately, the Silencer got caught in the wave there, trying to go for some lane wards, and now he might be caught out even more than that. They go for him. He's got the Glimmer Gate, but it's not even going to remotely help. Down goes Silencer, and well, Team Zero, they're looking for more. They want to find a +1 here, and Marblu is going to be that target. Ice chasing so damn far. BKB even being popped from Marblu here, but the ultimate's there from ZZQ, followed up with a bash as well. Turn around with the vac wall to try and just hold them back and keep himself alive, but in comes 70, and he's actually been able to catch out the Storm Spirit here as well, but 70 can't seem to change the stuns quite well enough, and his Butterfly effect will be able to get away. Where is the TB during all of this? Well, he's not turning up to this fight. It looks a bit scuffed, and he's just going to hit some creeps and wait for the next one, as Ice does actually take a step too far forward, does go down, but it's Butterfly effect who's in trouble. He needs Hara, he needs a life drain, but it's not going to do anything. The unfortunate part about this combo is that you do have to have full health to get mana back from the life drain, so in the middle of a fight you won't get any mana brought back to you and then be able to make a clutch escape, unfortunately.
Saving grace though, look at the creep waves. They were nowhere near, so it wasn't as if Team Zero gets these big picks and suddenly let's hit the tier 3s, right? And I think that's why Terrorblade didn't care about the fight too much. It was a lot of chase down, a lot of go on, and Roshan is up in a minute and a half. It's quite a long respawn. Sure, IGV isn't aware of this, it's why they're kind of half posturing quite quickly to get out of base again, but everything should be back up again for this big Roshan fight, and if IGV can take it, then maybe that's their entry back into the game, but it is their only real way I can see it happening in the upcoming minutes.
Yeah. That's what it all comes down to. Yeah. Roshan, in 1 minute, will respawn. He will be on the bottom side of the map for the next 4 minutes as well. So that's likely where this engagement is going to be taking place. And as you can see, Zero already getting the sentry wards laid out down the bottom side. Beyond, he's got a gem as well, and just walking around the area, doing a little bit of safeguarding.
Dire are scanning.
Making absolutely sure there is IGV can see nothing and they have to come in blind.
So they actually have Lincolns, right? They've got the Lincolns on the Storm. They got the Lincolns on the Terrorblade. Ooh,
ZZQ.
ZZQ just
He gets away with that?
that was so awkward. They smoked up. He goes to kill the creeps. Doesn't even think about a smoke. Oh God, they're here. And of course, with the boulders and the speed that you run at, he's already out of there. God, poor IGV. Like that could have been a cool moment. The big smokes, and now Morphling picks up a BKB. Batrider has an Aether lens to help with that grab from his ultimate. Smoke round 2, boys, but this time don't go near the creeps. Spirit Breaker's going to break it. But he's still yet to have the Blink Dagger, so no clean form of initiation.
Yep.
And Radiant scanned. They're well aware of the smoke. It went red for a millisecond.
And Beyond, he's just got to immediately find Ponyo. What a target! Let's see if they can bring him down, though. I mean, he does turn around and get up that ultimate, and with the wall coming down, CTY's taking some heavy hits straight off the bat here. He's actually turned into this... What the... He turned into the TB form and couldn't strength morph, so he just goes down straight off the bat. Huge mistake from CTY. Can they get Yukio in response? That's the question with the ultimate coming out from ZZQ. I think they should have the damage. Beyond with his Brewlings doing so much work. A pause down the middle of the fire from Ponyo. I'm not sure what that's about, but...
Oh no,
he
stop
disconnected
pausing
on the
and
partner.
pausing.
Oh my God. Well,
Okay,
time for a quick
it
fight
was all
recap.
IGV because like. So let's first of all let's understand who. So Ponyo pauses. Butterfly Effect did the pause at the exact same time. No, he resumed it. So Ponyo's the quickest. Butterfly Effect. God. Wait, Butterfly Effect every time resumed the game.
Yeah, he's a gamer. He's gamering. He knows this fight's going well for them, and he doesn't want to give them a chance to regroup or anything like that, I suppose. But you do need your Pugner to be connected to the game at the very least.
It would help.
Yep.
Okay, he's back.
But both carries are dead, but it looks like it's going to be IGV cleaning up this fight. How did that happen, you ask? Well, it all comes down to CTY just getting caught out at the beginning. He turned into that Terrorblade form, was too keen on using their Aghanims and trying to make something happen with that. And he didn't really focus on keeping himself alive. Didn't get off the strength morph and just ends up going down. And now a jump forward from Butterfly Effect, looking to catch Beyond. He comes out of the brew form here. Marblue and Hara both backing him up here. Nice little Molotov across from Ice, as it does look like the Flame Break will keep him away. The problem is they can't really take Roshan without their TB, right?
Yeah, they can't go there. They can't do Roshan, and that's when I think Team Zero, even though it was a very poorly executed fight, will still be able to take Roshan. They don't have the timings that IGV are waiting for. Global on cooldown 30 seconds, Wall on 30 seconds, Metamorphosis on cooldown for 90 seconds. They aren't going to be able to contest this next Roshan, so Team Zero are very lucky that this blunder of a fight doesn't just make them lose the Aegis, because that's when we'd start talking about a comeback.
Yeah.
And CTY does need to kind of clean up his morphling a little bit. The fact that you start that fight, you get the silencer at pretty much the get-go, but then becoming TB, not strength morphing, putting yourself in a position where you do just get clicked down, this can't be happening, especially if you're trying to top out a division, qualify for Division 1. Need to clean performances, boys.
Yeah, but, at least IGV doesn't look like they'll be able to contest this one. The waves were really shoved in for them after that fight, so they had to go and deal with that. And now, well, they don't really have the heroes in the neighborhood. I mean, they're coming over, but they're just going to be way too late to this Roche. Yeah, CTY grabbing the Aegis, and IGV will call it quits. I feel like they could have contested that if they were better on their waves, to be honest. Like, if they were able to get their waves pushed out really, really quickly, maybe even just like ditching the Brewmaster kill and just going to deal with your waves so that you're ready to fight when you come back. But that's a level of foresight which not many teams possess.
I think it's also Terrorblade will be calling not to fight, and that your scenario that you're calling is not really a fight. It's more like a Roshan contest / still. So maybe Dark Zero Storm Spirit can use their toolkit to poke their heads in, get a cheese, or maybe even get the Aegis himself. But I think IGV would have lost the game, like outright, if they contested without meta there, like to try and win a 4th team fight.
Oh, I didn't realize they didn't have meta. I thought they did.
Yeah, no, it was on cooldown for time.
Yeah, I forget. I'm still getting used to the fact that Met has a longer cooldown than Global Silence.
Yeah, it was. I think it was 30 seconds for global, and it was 90 seconds for meta. So by the time that they were doing Roshan, it was still on cooldown for like 30.
Yeah, fair.
Sorry, boss.
Goddamn Metamorphosis. What a useless ability.
I think TV's the one hero that his little green dot for his Sunder, he could have like a second green dot just for meta. Because everyone like everyone always says meta is the ultimate of Terrorblade. And that would actually be such a cool patch change if Terrorblade, because everyone says it. Like, what if one time they just went, yeah, sure, Sunder's now just a basic spell, but it's like half as effective or something.
Yeah,
that would make the hero
it's kind of the charm
comedic.
of Terrorblade, though, is that like his ultimate's not really his ultimate. Makes him edgy and cool, and he is an edgy and cool hero, which
But the
edgy and cool
patches are
people
edgy
play.
and cool. Like Ogre getting no in, Medusa having like 100 HP and big mana pool. Like, these are cool changes.
Yeah, true.
I'm sure. Terrorblade is the one hero that when I see it in my pubs, I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, a carry player picking TV, like, they know what they're doing. You know, you don't randomly pick Terrorblade, but Storm Spirit, 27, 28 HP.
Okay. All right, bro. No worries.
Pugner's like, don't worry, I'm in base, I'm ready for you.
Yep.
The medic team is here to collect you after your
Has fallen.
brush with death. Christ.
That was quite something, but you know, gets out, so all according to plan, I guess. Man, this Sans is getting so desperate with the warding as well. Every ward he plays just getting caught, so he's kind of dumping them down wherever at this point.
Yeah, it's very hard, especially when gems come in play and how big the map is. Like, teams just sweep through. You can't really hold areas for long enough. And of course, IGV in the style of play that they're presenting. But now for Team Zero, you've got an 18k gold lead. It's 37 minutes. You've got an Aegis. You've got a Cheese. You've got plenty of Lotus Orbs, Mantas, and Dispels.
Yep, it's time to bring this one home, I think. Marblu does get seen here, but he's a pretty speedy little guy. I won't be able to catch him out.
Ponyo is so aggressive. He's on the low ground casting spells.
Yeah, both the supports just chilling on the low ground. Like, yeah, no worries. we can be here. We've got 4 staffs. Ah, yeah. Ah, look at it. It's beautiful. The Giga suck.
I did so much damage. We're going to get a fight recap just from that one. Of course, with Morphling disassembling that Mask of Madness, he has the Butterfly. After Aegis expires, he'll be able to put his BKB back in. And then you're probably talking about Satanic eating the Ags, making it into the Blessing. And through this absence of shenanigans, Terrorblade has actually been able to relatively catch up in the net worth. He's now above the other cores, but this is the moment for IGV. They're going to smoke up into the Aegis, which is a little bit optimistic.
Yeah, not the target you really want to be finding there either. The Brewmaster is probably the one guy they did not want to run into. To be fair, they also probably don't want to run into the Morphling, so...
I mean, there was Aegis was expiring in like 40 seconds, right? So I can see the smoke being good for that, but the speed in which Team Zero are killing heroes, 40 seconds is the fight already over. So potentially going a little bit early, but yeah, like you said, finding the Brewmaster never feels good, and it's why Spirit Breaker, Brewmaster, Pangolier, these heroes in their own right are very annoying, because when you find them, are you really finding them? So many ways to disengage.
Deep. Very deep.
Deep, yeah.
Morphling, meanwhile, he was also pretty deep. Got a good amount of damage off onto the tier 3 tower whilst all this was going on. Not super impactful, but, you know, sending a message. Wanted to get some high ground damage done with that Aegis, but it has now timed out. So, once again, we're going to be looking towards that Roshan. But, I mean, why couldn't they get anything done with that last Aegis? You know, do you feel like Zero just weren't aggressive enough, weren't active enough on the map?
It kind of feels that way. Like, they tried to kill a Storm, didn't get the kill. I'm surprised that they haven't tried to make that kind of force high ground style play. Maybe for Team Zero, their thought process is they need to pick before they go high ground.
Yeah.
With a Morphling being your primary source of high ground damage, putting him in a position to get vortexed into normal punched and wall, it could be too much for him to deal with. You know, think about the fight they lost outside Roshan. Like, they had quite an advantage there. And since then, IGV's picked up a couple more items, but the fact they didn't try to do any big play really might cause some concern a little bit for Team Zero. And most of the net worth disparity as well, as when you think about it, is kind of coming from the supports, right? 6k lead on Barrow compared to Pugner, but another 6k lead from Batrider to Silencer. So 12k of the net worth lead is just a support difference, which is kind of crazy to think about. So it's actually kind of just of course, ignoring support net worth isn't logical, but if you just think about the cause in a bubble of their fight, it's only like a 7k lead to Team Zero, and at the 40-minute mark, that is somewhat kind of laughable, and TB just picks up BKB. So surely there's got to be a big fight brewing.
You'd hope so. We're also kind of looking at this Darks here as well. He is incredibly poor. He is poorer than the Spirit Breaker at this point. So
he just got overtaken.
Yeah, still making that point. He slips behind.
Another smoke attempt from IGV.
Oh, 70 reads it perfectly, though, as he's already jumping in with the Rolling Thunder. The silence is there, but it's a little bit too late as the BKB's already off from the Morphling, and the Rolling Thunder's already cutting on through. But that said, Yukio pretty uncontested in this fight. The lead supports on the side of IG Vitality start things up, and Marblu as well also going to go down. Butterfly in the backlines, kills of Ice as TB tries to make his way out of this fight. He wants to leave. Beyond, though, is he going to let him? Oh my god, so much damage coming out from that swashbuckle. In comes
and
the Sunder onto Ponyo here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They'll throw the TB back into the mix, and he gets blended by CTY. A Terrorblade off his own now as he heads up the high ground, looking to try and put some daggers into this base. But Butterfly effect cutting the waves already.
Spirit, another pause. It really takes the wind out of your sails when they pause, right? Like, okay. IGV, it wasn't the cleanest fight. You know, they're smoked up. They have a timing right. Multiple Lincolns, BKB on the TB, but the fight is in the river, going into the high ground of Team Zero. Thank God we got a replay. Pugner's the one like initiating with his body. CTY is just kind of parked up on the high ground and able to just kind of waveform through. And look how disjointed this engagement is. Pango going, Spirit charging through. You got Batrider on the left getting zoned by a Storm Spirit. TB's running to the north.
Chaos.
Like, this is the issue of IGV's lineup, right? It's if they don't kill within the wall, vortex, and right clicks, the fight gets broken out so wide that they can't isolate a single hero. Silencer and Pugner will do absolutely nothing in these bigger, wider map-style fights. And yeah, Team Zero punishing that beautifully. They don't have a creep wave though, so props to Butterfly effect for instantly going for that mid-wave rather than hoping to save TB potentially. Keeping themselves in the game just a little bit longer. Why do I have the feeling this game's going to be like an hour and a half long? Like, why do I feel like Team Zero is going to do some wild high ground attempt and then suddenly all this net worth comes crumbling down? Or is that just because I watched the previous series and that's exactly what happened
the previous
as well?
series, and then we had Western EU yesterday as well, which was pretty much the same thing. So yeah,
I've lost faith.
Yeah, we don't really know what Dota is at the moment. I do know what this is, though. Oh, yeah, you love to see it. Netherward sucks. So good. Dude, it's damage. You need to respect this. You need to respect this. CTY, he's dead! What was that? Oh my god, in a shocking turn of events which no one could have predicted. Team Zero through the game going high ground. It's just... What is it at this point?
I want the clip. Someone make the clip, I beg. Me saying I think this will happen, and then literally 20 seconds later, it happening. Please, I beg, someone.
They didn't respect the suck. That's the issue here.
Send it to me on Twitter or Discord or something, but I need this video made. What a absolute
These writers,
twist.
you know, the guys who write the Dota game plots really need to step it up. You know, this trick it's getting repetitive.
Just getting boring, isn't it? But now, both of the cores dead. Roshan's available. After nearly 43 minutes of IGV not being able to muscle up any big entry to a team fight, any Roshan contest, they just get gifted a 5k gold swing into now a Roshan as well, which is going to be another like 6k gold swing.
Give it to Storm. Give it to Storm. Give it to Storm. Give it to Storm. Yes.
It went
All
from
right.
23k to 12k gold lead.
Wow. That's Dota. You get a couple of kills, get that comeback gold, get that Roshan, get that Aghanims, like, my
I'm loading
goodness.
up Twitch right now. I just, there's something in me that I just want to see the sea of lols that will appear, you know? That just fuels me for the
that's
next
true.
hour-long cast of this game.
I'll let you know if anything happens, but I have a feeling this Aegis is it's going to be a pretty ineffectual one.
Butterfly effect, of course, we didn't mention it. He had the Aghanims for some time, just completed the Hex. So this Storm Spirit, he's a menace. He is basically becoming all the control that IGV needed from an actual hero through his itemization.
Pretty much, yeah. He's I mean, if they win this game, you know, Butterfly Effect, easy MVP from me. Closely followed by Hara as well. And they're thinking of fighting this one. Team Zero, immediate jump in, Hex out onto the Morphin, look for the big target straight off the bat, but they've got the Lotus out on tip to keep him alive, so he's going to be safe at the backlines. Meanwhile, 70 rolling around, doing the damage, trying to get the lockdown out and find some targets here for his team. Butterfly Effect is still plenty healthy and could look to re-engage at any point here, and CTY is going to be the target once again, looking for the Morphling. Morphling Hex out, brought down again, the Morphling is dead, does have buyback, but Beyond is following him to the grave very quickly here. Ice trying to get away. Oh, doesn't make it down to the low ground. The saddest force I ever did see, and here will be the next casualty on the side of Team Zero. 3 heroes dead, no casualties on the side of IGV as they come barreling down on this tier 2 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And all of a sudden it's a rush for the wave here as well, as ZZQ wants to cut it so badly. But the team are already here looking to defend it. No sir, you will not be taking on creep wave today.
Oh, not enough mana. And off he goes. Octarine action. But yeah, this Bear Breaker, he's just going to be in and out of the fights, killing creep waves, doing everything. But it doesn't matter when your Morphling's just getting dismantled by Butterfly Effect. The Orchids, the Lincolns, sorry, not the Lincolns, the Orchid to pop the Lincolns into a Hex with the Vortex follow-up. Plenty of CC now to kill off this Morphling, and using the buyback.
70, no. 70, not like this. One of Gaben's pockets. You got to be careful. He puts those in there just to remind you that you're still mortal. Oh man, I thought they had the TV there. Honestly, I thought they had him. That's unreal.
I think CTY's regretting not having a Lincolns himself, or even finishing up the Satanic, and he just put the Lincolns in his quick buy. He's like, I just need something. He needs some type of combo break, because it is comedic. The last 3 big fights, he has just been fully controlled down. His damage has been minimal. Butterfly Effect has had his number the entire time. And all right, they're gonna get another shard. Do they even have? They all have shards at this point? Yeah, they do.
They do indeed.
Get some dollar. Nice. Congrats.
Nice. What about I give you money and you give me half your health pools? Sounds like a
Sounds
deal.
good. Yeah. The best one is when teams do Tormentor and then instantly try and fight after when they're like at 60% HP on everyone. It's like, oh, why do we do that, boys?
Yeah. Okay. If anybody dies to this, it's so not worth. Someone's died to this. That Tormentor wasn't worth T-Gov.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
He's cooking up a Rolling Thunder, but again, he's not that healthy. In they go. They throw it down the wall. The Global Silence being committed to this one as well, and CTY is plenty healthy this time around, so... Oh, and he goes. Butterfly Effect looking for CTY. The backlines here with that Aghanim is able to suck him in regardless of that Manta coming off. The Rolling Thunder jumping on through as well. They might get the first life of the Storm here. Yes, they will. But now they're going to try and get themselves away. Team Zero don't want to take this fight any longer. The whole team retreating up there in high ground. Butterfly Effect just trying to bring down some Brewlings at the very least here. They won't be able to do even that, however. Team Zero make it back, but who's in the better spot now that we're on cooldowns?
Maybe it's IGV. The fact they still have meta available, they've got a small window to tickle this high ground, but if they... Oh, but they're going in still. They're stopping.
They're not stopping indeed. Brewmaster's already gone. Beyond, dead. No buyback here. 3 heroes are all that stands for Team Zero at the moment.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Middle
Radiant's
barracks
top tower
will belong to IGV, and now they move forward. They've got the Morphling. They need to keep him alive here. CTY is going to be able to get himself back into the fountain, but the Spirit Breaker's in very, very deep here. Can he get himself away? Of course he can. He's a silly little cow. 7E. Oh, being bounced around all over the place right now inside that roll-up, but does get himself back into the fountain as well, but it's IGV's turn to decide what do you want to do. There's a tier 2 in the bottom lane, a tier 2 in the top lane. If you want to get any damage inside the base, then it's going to have to beat those tier 4s. It's going to have to be a push for the win. Is that a realistic situation for them? I mean, 70 seconds on the Brewmaster. They got to be having that conversation right now.
This is a careful part. This is an awkward part of the game. Sorry for Team Zero. They need to be so mindful. And again, another jump.
Lincoln's is
CTY.
there. It's not going to work, though, as he gets hexed up regardless. They'll cut through it right now. Global Silence comes down, but he makes it out the other side. BKB, TP away. ZZQ's in, looking for the backlines kill onto the partner with 70 jumping through all of them as well. They might just be able to finish the job on this one. Yes, they will, but has he taken a step too far? 70, he's in very deep, but the damage doesn't seem to be here because the TP doesn't have the meta up anymore. 70 is just going to be able to jump through the backlines, kill off the Silencer, but now he's in trouble. The normal punches out onto him, and they do finish him off. Down goes a Pangolin. Batrider in some trouble as well. Those butterfly effect he's unleashing onto CTY. Waveform up to the high ground for him, but look who's on top of him. The Terrorblade is there. They'll try and force him back with the Havoc Hammer. CTY needs to escape another waveform away. He's going to get out, but butterfly effect is actually bad dead on the high ground. 7E and ZZQ, the dream team, tag teaming it up and ripping through the backlines here. IGV did not keep an eye out for their backs, and now there is a dagger inside of it. Yukio once again using that Terror Wave to try and get them away, get them off him. And actually ZZQ might be now the one who's taken a step a little bit too deep. Eyesback's coming out from the side of IGV. Does the Storm use it though? That is a big question. 7E bouncing around, trying to bring down the Silencer here, but doesn't have the vision to finish the job. Looking over towards Yukio. That's a kill he's probably not going to get, however, so it's just a TP out from 7E. And that'll be it might not be the fight, actually. The vacuum cancels it out. He needs to leave. Disperser on cooldown for another 2 seconds. He needs that ability and does now get it off so he can just run himself out to safety. But whew, what a fight.
I'm trying to break this one down. Thank God. Yeah, let's go for the fight recap. So 5 buyback shoots total, 3 on the side of IGV, 2 on the side of Team Zero. You could argue relatively even in regards to core value. None of the carries having to do it, but Zero just scrambling in these fights now. This isn't clean Dota anymore. This is just throw bodies in. We had a 20k gold lead. We were meant to be winning this game. We've blundered it, and now it's like, go for the fight. Go. We need something. We need to feel that sensation of victory once more because they haven't felt it for nearly 15 minutes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And Butterfly Effect, he's doing so much work in these fights, and the reason why is because it's Aghanims, it's now a ground-targeted stun, not a point-and-click. It doesn't break Lincolns. So he always gets a stun onto Morphling, and during the Vortex, he can Orchid to break Lincolns and then Hex follow-up. So because Lincolns was bought so late on Morphling, it's kind of a redundant 5k gold he's bought because of the combo Storm is able to present in these fights. Yeah, Team Zero just... They're missing about 35,000 gold right now in their game. And that is in its watery form of Morphling. He's not really doing much.
It's a wet blanket.
Once he finds the position and he's able to maybe dodge the Darkseid's initiation, he could easily still 1v9 this game in certain scenarios. But just how IGV has made these fights, Darkseid has his number the entire time.
He also doesn't have a crazy amount of damage with the build he's got either. Like, it's fairly consistent, but there's no crits. You know, there's no, like, MKB. There's no big hit stick on him. And right now we're setting up for Roshan, so we will have another fight brewing here. At the moment, it is IGV in control of this area. They've set up for the water, and they're going to go forward onto the Morphling here. Can they take him out? The Global Silence is there. BKB available for the Morphling. He's trying to hold on to it for as long as possible, but he is now going to have to use it and get himself away, but that means they probably won't be able to fight here. Beyond, he's going to pop that ultimate and try and control them up. Ponyo, so far in the foreground here. Surely he's going to go down, and, well, the Terror Wave's going to buy him a little bit more time. The Silence is still alive with the Hubbing. How has no one died yet? All right, there we go. Ponyo goes down. As the rest of IGV start to make a retreat here, as Beyond is just bodying them back with all those Brewlings, but his Brewlings aren't that healthy. Maybe they could look to try and get a surprise kill onto him, but they've already thrown back Hara. Hara's going to be the one eating the dirt at the moment, but now there's Butterfly Effect. He's got to be careful, but Marblue left behind as well. 2 big kills on the side of IGV. Make it through. The same 3 heroes that bought back in the last fight are now all littering the floor here. Their blood spilling into Roshan's pit.
And Team Zero, they finally kind of understood how to win the fight. It was just delay, kite away from the Dark Sid. Don't allow Morphling to lock himself inside this like one isolated duel. Utilize the fact that your heroes are movement based. Disengage, reset, and then go back in. And unfortunately for Storm Spirit, he wasn't able to carry the fights like he did before. And yeah, so teams are adapting now as they have been losing so many fights. They've kind of found their way into winning. And who is going to be taking all the goodies? So, Aegis for Pangolier.
Interesting.
CTY is taking the axe, even though he has one. Potentially, he'll be eating it, selling his own.
Yeah.
Does anyone actually need axe on his team? Only Batrider is the hero. Interesting.
Cheese
So
just
way to
gobbled
go.
up as well. No, he
Gave it to Batrider. Okay, good. Thank God. I was
Greedy
like,
little
please.
guzzler on Morphling.
Yeah, no one needs to sell some axe, right? Just give it to Batrider.
I'm pretty shocked. I mean, I know 70 is the one without buyback, but I still feel like CTY... An Aegis on him would just give him a ton of confidence here, but, well, it doesn't look like they need any confidence. Oh, BKB actually popped from Yukio here. That's a fairly big commitment. They kind of need to make something from this, but the stun is out onto Butterfly Effect right now. 7E is just controlling him up. The barracks will be falling. Do they want anything more? The Sansa comes back, immediately just slams down on that R button, and yeah, we're also going to slam the R button, and that is retreat, or are they actually, as they come back in on this one. Beyond, he's got another ultimate available. Butterfly Effect, he's pretty low on Mana the Fizz, just about going to catch him out. That's from the Morphling, by the way, stealing that Fear. Yukio, he's in trouble though. He's thrown back into the middle of everybody. He has got a Sunder. Doesn't want to use it though, as he is going to get brought down. Has the buyback available, but otherwise he'll be back in 100 seconds. Zero, they're looking for another lane of barracks here. I'm expecting a buyback from this TB as they get the kill onto... No, they don't get the kill onto 70, actually, as they look to maybe turn this one around onto the Storm Spirit. Okay, 70 does fall, but Hara, he's gone as well. The wall is nice, but is it nice enough? Ice Slice is going to be the next one to drop. 70 jumping through everyone right now. I mean, he's so damn tanky. He's got so much health coming out for himself right now. Yukio, got to be careful, does get the Sunder off this time around, so will bring himself back up to full HP. Metamorphosis is popped as well, so they kind of need to force it back here. They managed to catch out the Morphling on the sidelines. Yours is out, though. 70 is on top of him as well. Storm trying to jump himself away. He's controlled up, though. They've caught him out. They've caught the Storm for the first time. He's going to buy back immediately and come back in. Who is going to be his target, though? 70 is still being so annoying inside this Rolling Thunder tee.
I mean, the fight's still going.
It's not stopping. Butterfly Effect jumping back in again, looking for the targets. And CTY, though, is still pretty low, but also able to just try to turn this fight around regardless. Storm Spirit, he's getting low. They try to cook him with the Nether Strike and with the charge. They will be able to finish the job. 4 down on the side of IGV. He's not able to do it by himself, I don't believe, on the Terrorblade. I mean, I've seen clips in the past, but this isn't the game for it. Ancient starting to fall. Ponyo is back. Yukio going to try and make an entry into the fight, but the Ancient explodes, and the game will eventually go to Team Zero. Whew.
Oh, God. Okay, so 57 minutes of just absolute weird shenanigans. I think Team Zero, excellent early game. CTY, he had a little bit of a rough one. And if we could ever give an MVP to a player who's lost, it would be Butterfly Effect. Like, he tried his damned hardest to win this game. He really showcased how each item can give him new ways to take the fights. And I think Team Zero will not be too happy with how wishy-washy this game was for them. But they got it in the end. So I guess that's all that matters.
Yeah, I like the cameras at the end, you know, there was like some stretching, so, you know, like some, okay, like, thank God, let's just, you know, stretch it out, reset, and yeah, get ready for the next game, and let's not really, you know, there was no, like, sometimes when games like that, the winning team even will just have like these really angry faces where they're just like, we know we messed up, you know, we've been talking about it for the last 20 minutes because not much has been happening, so... Yeah, clearly none of that going on Team Zero. You know, they're ready to just get into the next one, and maybe even enjoying the end of that game a little bit there. As you know, hopefully you should. But yeah, wild series so far. I mean, I cannot believe that they were able to actually take a couple of fights there at IGV. You know, that they were 25k gold behind, and they were able to come back into it. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, I think when you think about there's like 25k gold roughly around about the 45-minute mark or so. Or actually before this, actually not 45, we're seeing the highlights, clearly not 45 minutes, but pre this, And then when the comeback starts, like, don't you just wish it was like 10 minutes earlier? If like things went a little bit better in the early game, if they were able to construct some type of fight in the earlier Roshans, a whole game could have been different. But the entire comeback was all about butterfly effect. Early game, his rotations. Late game, his jumps. And if he misexecute, if they survive his initiation, their entire kind of comeback potential did crumble. So again, fair play to butterfly effect. He did so much work for his team. But yeah, Team Zero,
I mean,
I don't know who I'd want to give an MVP to, because I'd probably lean maybe 70, maybe. But again, it doesn't feel good. I'm going to rarely say, I've never said this before on a broadcast, but I don't really feel like I want to give it to any of them, because they all averagely won this game through just existence.
Yeah. No one was like amazingly outstanding. You know, CTY was good, but also he had a couple of like big deaths in kind of like the mid game, which kind of stopped them being able to close it out. They did manage to pull it back together, but yeah, and then his itemization with the Lincolns just made things kind of awkward. 70, you know, I did like his use of Disperser. That is one item which I feel like is criminally underused, but he was actually able to do a really good job on just using that properly to get himself into the right positions and slow people down. And yeah, good usage of that at the very least. There are a lot of slows in this game, so it does find its value.
I know who to give MVP to.
You found
it's
it?
Of course the Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker.
The position 5 Spirit Breaker, who basically decided not to be position 5 after 20 minutes. Goes Shadowblade, Ags, Octarine, Wind Waker, plays his own little mini game of killing creep waves, and that could have, it was constantly annoying for IGV. Like, I guess that is a saving grace for Zero. Even when the game gets difficult, you're jumping a Brewmaster who can always split, or you're trying to deal with a Spirit Breaker killing all your creep waves, so you can never really progress the map. And
yeah. Also, he had 28k gold on the Spirit Breaker. Just for reference, beyond the Brewmaster, his own position 3, who he was supposed to be position 5ing for, had 27k gold advantage. Gold. So he had 1k gold more than his offlaner by the end of this game.
Oh, I just love these highlights. Also so banging because we've been talking for so long, and each highlight has been like just an insane fight of just so many spells, like there's just so much information in all this, like in all these fights. But yeah, fundamentally, Team Zero, they eventually do claim the victory.
You know what? Like it's been a while since I've like kind of casted regularly. I've done a bit of casting this year, but you know I've been hosting a lot. But I feel like I've really gotten into it over the past couple of days, just because we've had like 7 games now, all of them going to the super late game with these crazy fights in them as well. You know, I think I'm back into it. I think I'm warmed up. So thanks, guys. Appreciate that. You know, helping me out, doing me a solid.
I think the teams are now warmed up. I think someone's gonna get like a 30-minute win, and we're like, you know, good. What's the deal here?
Who knows, man? Who knows? MVP, who's it going to?
No, I like the idea. No, I like that idea. How about we just don't do it this time? This is a first for production. There we go.
Yeah, let's
refuse to give an MVP. There we go. Straight back to us. There we go. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm happy now. Yeah, good. Yes.
Everyone's happy, except that one guy who does the MVP graphic, who, you know, his entire job, the MVP graphic guy, is employed solely to do that, and he's just oh.
Yeah, he's gone. He's already fired. I mean, it's difficult right now in esports. We've got a lot of, you know, investors and stuff backing out. It's just all around the place. And of course, if PGL, if they need to fire the one, you know, graphic guy, we're helping them out too. So no more MVPs, especially in Div 2 China, if these games are going to occur. Yeah, that's about it.
That is about it. Well, Team Zero do tie off this game very nicely in the end. Well, eventually at least, and bring themselves one game up in this series. Will they be able to close it out nice and cleanly? I doubt it, but we're going to be finding out after this short break. Man, I love the China DPC intros. They're always so cool looking, and some cool games as well as we're into the next game on this series. It is IG Vitality versus Team Zero battling it up here in the China DPC. D-Governor, we just had a game where IGV opened with the Sansa. We raised some eyebrows, and they loved it so much they're doing it again.
remaining.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a second to break down what's occurring here. I don't want to rush into anything. Let's load up the previous drafts. They stole the Morphling as well. Don't know if you want to be stealing that one, but they stole it. I think, at least in regards to the Spirit Breaker aspect, Morphling is very, very good against his hero. Because if it appears in your lane, you free farm. It's kind of the same concept as Darkseer, right? Like, if Spirit Breaker's in your lane, he never kills you. Dark's in your lane, he never kills you. So I can see why they picked it, but maybe I just lost faith in it from that previous game. Maybe I'm just too afraid of the shenanigans. And we get an ET? Yo, okay. That's kind of hype. A classic counter to the Morphling. Eat through his high armor because you have the Spirit, or the Aura, sorry, but pretty cool. We don't see it often, but all right.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Yeah, definitely a hero which is underappreciated. It can be a bit tricky to make work, but Team Zero, they want to take the second game with confidence. They don't want to back down. They want to just make a big statement and just absolutely sweep this one, I'm pretty sure. They feel like they can. They did win the last game eventually, and I think this time they just need to be like, right, let's do it properly, let's do it clean, and let's do it with a bit of pizzazz. And the big man with his briefcase will certainly give them that.
And you can kind of see it with the bans that they're doing, right? So the Windrunner feels like it's going to be a off-lane. Basically, it's a core, right? Because you're banning Shadow Demon. And also the Butterfly Effect respect bans with the Ember and the Storm Spirit.
Wow. IGV was just like, yo, we really liked your heroes last game. Mind if we, check them out?
Borrow them? Am I happy with this?
Good. If you're Blink right now and you drafted this last game and now IGV are just taking it, you're just like, oh, thank you. And now Willow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Willow's... So now for IGV, they picked 3 heroes that are very good against Spirit Breaker. Willow, because she has the roots. And with her Bramble Maze, you then have Brewmaster. And if you survive through the charge into Neverblast, and then suddenly... Not Neverblast, Never Strike. And then you're able to get your split off. Of course, you dismantle Spirit Breaker. And Morphling, of course, we've already mentioned the laning phase. And throughout the game as well, the charge never is a spook factor to Morphling. So IGV's response is to make sure they just have no way for Spirit Breaker to want to play this game as it goes later. And Zero have 2 options now. They either pick heroes that can take the fight early on, so then Spirit Breaker just amplifies their games, or they just continue kind of greeding up a little bit. And it's like, sure, you might have all these cool heroes, but we now don't want to rotate. We're just going to push out lanes and happily farm up and just outgreed you.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd ever would have predicted the Elder Titan into Earth Spirit.
I mean, let's be realists. Other than the Brewmaster, I think the second phase is pretty out there, to be fair.
I need to double check, like MVP Phoenix, like some proper old school team, South Korean team.
Yeah.
I need to look at their drafts now from... What year was that? Yeah, 2013 onwards, 2017. All right, I'm going to scroll through. I'm pretty sure some of these drafts are somewhat equal.
Reminiscent, yeah.
Some Spirit Breakers, some Run At You heroes, some casual Earth Spirit in the mix too. Like,
the question is Team Zero the new Wings?
Get me out. I mean, they do have one player...
Someone
as a player and one player as a coach.
He loves that.
I love that statement because people translates the wrong way, but or they misunderstand it, right? Because there's so many different meanings to it. It's like they could be the Wings due to the fact that they have freedom of draft, creativity, right? They could be the next Wings because they are dominating in a region, right? Of course, this doesn't apply to Team Zero Division 2 team, but I love this statement because I've used it before because I've respected like moments where Faith Beyond has given PSG the ability to draft any hero, and it's like just wow, especially when PSG changed their roster from the Arme era to whatever they were. Like you could feel that kind of sense of freedom in them.
Yeah,
but then obviously now they're kind of but You see,
Wings were an incredibly cool team, and they
They're too
kind of
S-tier,
gave
you know?
us a lot of, they made a
Yeah.
big splash in the Dota world. So yeah, I enjoy throwing it out every now and again.
it's just a good meme. We should do it to like teams that clearly aren't, just to really, spice it up.
Yeah,
Like, we're
hilarious, Jake, if
tie-breaking
someone
from
to do that.
elimination. Oh yeah, imagine if you'd done that already today. Crap.
Be a banger.
See how I made that joke knowing you made the joke and then fake laughed after? Wasn't that really good?
Joke, a bit of, yeah, that's peak comedy right there. Peak comedy. All right, let's have a look at some bans right now. IGV, they're going to throw the Doom in the bin. Void Spirits, not Void Spirit, that's Faceless Void, the other Void boy, but he's gone as well, so we don't need to talk about him. Meanwhile, the Puck and the Queen of Pain are banned out, so what is going to be the pick now for IGV? Pangolier is banned out. Ooh, Spirits, there is a Storm available. No, there's not. No Spirits available. Bloody hell, what's left?
I feel like some Kunkka could be pretty good, but we don't really see it too much nowadays. Magnus is
Oh,
available.
that guy's still there. Hey, bud.
I just wanted to see a tanky hero from mid lane because it further goes down the route that I'm mentioning about the Spirit Breaker not having a good time. Spirit Breaker now can't charge mid because he's a shockwave, it cancels charge. If he does connect, skew it away from your mid laner. So Team Zero, they have a lot of kind of combo heroes with items, but it's incredibly greedy. And they don't actually have, I think, clean enough stuns to kill IGV. Like, their combo is charge into roll follow-up with ET to kill a hero, or you focus via one hero. And with all of this, 4 heroes doing kind of the same thing, Brewmaster just needs to tank it one time for Mag to hit the RP. You have 3 melee heroes that like to get in your face. There's a Mag in play as well. So I don't really know where this last pick from Team Zero is going. I don't know the team well enough to understand what heroes should be the core for them. I'll just wait for them to pick the heroes.
You may now select
But
your hero.
okay, I respect the fact that they didn't try and greed, and now they're playing on just get ourselves out of the game. Like, if we have ways to find heroes and kill them, we need to make sure we present that with tower damage. And Visage, of course, is very good. Now that I remember, 70 is the Earth Spirit mid laner, so it's kind of cool. But this easily is the type of game where they do well for 20, they just lose because IGV, of course, will outscale them.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to a game 3 potentially. So Team Zero's game to not lose, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, coming into it, I'm expecting to see something from Team Zero here where they are looking to make a statement, where they're just coming through and absolutely sweeping this game. I feel like they believe they can do it. So this draft is definitely showing me that is what they think, and that's the kind of gameplay they're going for here. You've got this Wind Ranger carry, you've got this Earth Spirit mid, you've got the Visage in the offlane. Like, it doesn't scale great, as you say, definitely not compared to a Morphling Magnus kind of draft, but also, if you have a couple of slip-ups here on IGV, this map is going to feel incredibly small, but I would still be leaning towards of IGV. This is still Division 2. It doesn't matter how good you are, the mistakes are going to happen, and I'm never sure if it's the right play to go for this. I respect they have belief in themselves. After last game, I don't have the belief in them yet, but I'm ready for them to show me. I'm ready for Team Zero to turn my head and make me a believer. But yeah, after that last game, I'm a little bit shaken on them. My trust is hurt. So let's jump into this one and see exactly what happens.
Let's have a gander. So 7E Earth Spirit, he played it 27 days ago during the qualifiers, so that was pretty cool. And I'm trying to see if he's beat like a big notable team with the mid Earth Spirit, but unfortunately not. It's been often the hero that he's picked up during his. This team isn't as great, so let's try and get it into the draft a little bit. We'll see. Normally he goes for Greaves, like one casual aura, and joining the fight pretty much. This game, I'd like to see maybe a Vessel from the mid laner that could help supplement a couple of their damage issues that they may have.
Yeah, I feel like that's likely. I would like to see it as well. Get onto the Morphling, especially if you can get it really early, which mid laners usually can.
30
Like a Spirit Vessel against Morph is something I only like to see on course. If you're going through it on the sport, by the time you get it,
Oh,
there's
it's
going to be
so
a Manta,
late, yeah.
and then you just feel like a silly old sausage. And also, Morph is going to kill you because you don't have a Glimmer or anything like that. So, yeah, that's a lot of branches.
It is a lot of branches. And Blood Grenades, only Silencer has one, compared to both ET and Spirit Breaker having Blood Grenades. So already a little bit more aggression potentially coming from Team Zero's side. Something to be mindful of.
Yeah, the Blood Grenade difference. It's always a big one. There's a bit of scuffling going on over these runes at the moment. Looks like Zero are going to come out ahead, though, as they're going to pick up their third. Yukio, the only one able to pick up a rune for his side there. They went to contest both of them in the river and didn't get either, unfortunately. Nice little deny on that Observe Ward there from Ponyo, though. At least he gets to protect that ward a little bit. Does that ward give vision on mid? Oh, it does. That's kind of cool. Might use that.
Which ward are you on about, sorry? The one that just got dewarded,
it's
or?
dead now, but yeah, the one that just got
Yeah,
dewarded.
yeah, sure. Yeah, it shows you the ruin and just general rotations. It's nice for mid-game as well, because supports naturally, when they're running through, they just plonk the low ground sentry, often don't have ways to check for the high ground.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just generally nice. There's a lot of these like little mini cliffs across the map, and that's why when you first see the patch and map changes, it's so hard to play because you don't know where the spots are, but now kind of people are finding the rhythm. And level 2 advantage, butterfly reflect. Oh, nice body block. Ooh.
Very cute. 7E. Oh, the
Shockwave
right click's
through.
there.
Oh,
He is
doesn't
actually going to be able
even
to
need
finish him off. I didn't think he had the speed.
That was clean.
Yeah, that was some
Magnus and mid
zesty
lane
Magnus
is-
gameplay.
It's so obnoxious. Like against any mid laner, you always know you're going to have at least one chance to put them under your tower.
Yeah.
Oh, that bash as well.
Oh, top lane, Hara, pretty low.
Not enough.
They're looking for the return, though, as Marblu starts
Has a
whacking
stick.
away at ZZQ. 6 sticks available on him. Hara is stickless, so it was a little bit more vulnerable, but neither of them are going to drop.
Yeah, I think for me, the entire game of Team Zero boils down to how Beyond itemizes. Will he go for the 33 style of build for Tundra, where he goes like Phylactery into Solar Crest, and then buys activating auras based on the game state? Or is he going to go for a different route? And I think he really needs to, I think, bully from the get-go. So I'd love to see him buy Phylactery, shove out the Morphling, and then to kind of take the game by storm. Because if he doesn't have a good game, Windrunner is an AFK farming hero. The reason why we see this hero with low win rate
Top
is
lane,
unique kills in lane.
Marblu.
Yep.
He's going to get finished off. The damage coming out from these two is pretty severe. You charge, and all of a sudden, you know you're going to get that set up for the power shot. Very, very tricky to play yourself out of that situation. Yeah, so top lane, that's going pretty bad. They're looking for another one. In fact, they're going to just be able to bring down Hara as well. My God. This is a completely different lane than the Spirit Breaker lane we saw last time around. ZZQ is messing with them.
It's a weird one as well, because it's not as if they pack some incredible punch. Like power shots, it's good, but they're really relying on the bashes of ZZQ to then set everything else up. And poor 7E, this is not a fun mid lane for himself.
Ooh. They did mess up that power shot charge combo, so maybe they can get a bit of revenge on ZZQ here. Probably not going to bring him down, but I'm going to do a good amount of rustling there.
It's such a brute lane. Like, as soon as you look away from it, there's a charge or there's some bramble maze or something going on. So
Spells being used as Isis will grab the Morphling's courier down at bottom. Ponyo and Yukio, you're really not very good at kind of punishing anyone for being out of position. Isis can really just kind of wander around and do what he wants. God, this
this
top
is
lane's
probably one of
like
the more
a...
weaker lanes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just constantly chipping each other down. I mean, you have such tanky heroes, both Brew and Spearbreaker, love to absorb damage within the laning phase. And then behind it, you've got a Willow and a Windrunner who love to throw in their right click. So you're kind of expecting this. It's just the minute we look away, then you know he's going to charge in and he's going to die. And that's why we keep looking top, because we look away.
Yeah. It's like...
Oh, we're trying to tease it now. We're now trying to... Oh, I didn't go for it. He had charge up, but...
Oh, fight for the water runes here. And suddenly he's going to be able to grab them both. This top lane's like the youngest child, you know, constantly being like, Look at me, look at me. You are. There's some cool stuff going on in the middle lane. 70 was actually able to secure both water runes by utilizing roll to make sure Butterfly Effect didn't get one. So he's feeling very silly with his empty little bottle. Little bottleless baby. Oh, Marblue up in the top lane. Power shot. Oh, narrowly off the mark, but it doesn't matter. ZZQ runs him down regardless. Hara taking... Nah, he's going to be all right, actually. They're still waiting for those cooldowns. But again, the moment charges up, Power Shot's going to be up as well. And look at these guys. There's just non-stop from them. T2 actually saving it this time around. Wants to keep the mana available for Wind Run at any given point, I guess.
Right, just so you're aware, whilst you're looking at this top lane, I'm going to manually go and look elsewhere, just so when things start breaking out, I'm going to have a little bit more information.
Yeah,
because I see CTY again.
I'm cursed.
I mean, this top lane, it's like... And now even, everyone's in the mix, of course.
Yeah, let's bring everyone in. Why not? Everyone's like, oh, my lane's boring. I want to come to this top lane. This looks great. Ponyo, he's going to be the one receiving the business from Team Zero right now. Marblue trying to finish the job on ZZQ, but CTY does a ton of damage. You got to respect it. Dark Willow going to pop that Shadow Realm, but when she comes down on the other side, there's going to be a bit of hurt waiting for her. Power Shot available, not even needed, as they'll run down Hara as well.
Okay, and so IGV, they bring in numbers as well, but not to the advantage. Zero, they are incredibly tanky on their heroes. Be it through just raw stats or what?
He really wanted to get the rune.
Yeah,
he's going to go for the RP here. Ice won't be able to run away from the Magnus and will just be giving up that kill. So that's probably a trade he'll take. Meanwhile, ZZQ just going to secure the bounty rune. Make sure at least the Butterfly didn't affect. Butterfly Effect didn't get that. But yeah, it's lucky he got that kill, honestly, because if he didn't, he'd be in a really bad position. He rejected the bottle refill from Ponyo in order to go and try and go for the active rune. And unfortunately the Titan was already there, grabbed it, but then does go down. So all's well and good in the land of the mag.
Just the net worth, the last hit disparity between the mid Magnus compared to the mid Earth Spirit. It is very jarring. 42 for the 16 on Magnus to the 26 and 2. We do have the 7-minute mark coming up. Everyone's here for the contest, so what's the deal?
70 really needs to start being more active, I think, at some point at least, to try and make up for this. ZZQ is getting punished in the top side at least, so, he'll steal the Wisdom Rune, but does get brought down.
Yeah, 2 Wisdom Runes going to the way of Team Zero, though, so nice XP advantage.
Yep.
That's looking good. And, Beyond, he is going for the Phylactery.
I would like to request...
Just hits level 6 as well.
We bring up the graph. The only time we ever want to look at the XP. There we did. Look at that. Look at that.
Wisdom.
Oh my god. Drop.
So clean.
So clean. Look at that graph.
70's being active like you asked for.
Hooray! Top lane, Marblue has no primal split to use and he shall die. Elder Titan tries to save him with a little bit of a stomp, but that's not going to work. And they even kill Hara inside the Shadow Realm. So, 4 heroes in the top lane. Nets them a couple of kills. Will it net them a tower? Probably not. It's not a tower you particularly want to sit here and attack, so...
Radiant's top tower.
This is the window for Team Zero to at least recover this mid matchup. Like Magnus will always push out lane farm, go jungle farm. He'll get kills if they come to him, but he's never chasing them.
Yeah.
While 7E, when you pick mid Earth Spirit, like you were requesting, he needs to be the active hero. 8-minute, 10-minute rune. Anytime you get a haste or a DD, you're always looking for that next fight. And I think 7E, he's kind of going to have to do a lot more in this game.
Radiant's
Butterfly Effect.
Even wasting a little bit of his time, yeah.
Beyond does have to be careful there, because there is a double damage available on this mag, so should he choose to, he could chop you up pretty good, even through your Gravekeeper's cloak.
Man will slap if he has the opportunity.
Yeah.
Ponyo, though. Oh, sweet old Ponyo.
Yeah, he's been hanging around this top side for quite a while now, just trying to, I don't really know what, just have some sort of effect on stopping this top lane going completely to shit, but couldn't really help out.
I mean, it's one of those scenarios where, does he want to be with the Morphling bottom? No, it's a really weak lane. Does he want to be mid with Mike farming? No. So he's kind of forced to go top, otherwise he's just AFK making stacks. So it is a little bit difficult. 7E could have got the kill. nighttime vision. He just wasn't ready for it. He easily could have just soloed the Morphling there, but instead, Ponyo respawns and decides to add another death to his tally.
Yeah, that's you know, it's a consolation prize, but at the same time, you know, you're not immediately dropping the Morphling, then the Morphling's probably going to be okay. CTY is going to find him, though. He's got a Javelin, so he might just be able to do enough damage through the Strength Morph. Let's see. He's going to need a little bit of help, and there is none coming. CTY going to have to back himself away. 70 is nearby. Pretty low on mana, though. He actually wants to roll through, but... Wait, ZZQ just killed him.
Yep.
All right.
He dead.
Didn't expect the Spirit Breaker, I guess. And even the ultimate now onto the Brewmaster as well. So they're looking for the +1. And I think they're going to find it. Power Shot comes through. The wand is there, but bop, bop, bop. There you go. Magnetize gets it done. Usually a very underwhelming ability, but in some occasions does do some damage.
Yeah, just using their heroes really nicely. They need to play together. Morphling was getting a little bit greedy because he waveformed in, and then suddenly Windrunner was there. Sure, 70 didn't hit his spells early on to be able to get a clean kill, but when you bring in the numbers and the fight lasts long enough, you are eventually going to get that kill off. And this Morphling, unlike the previous game where we saw greediness be good with Mask of Madness Manta and whatnot, oh, that was a nice roll to connect on the skewer.
Yeah. Doesn't do an awful lot, though, and
cool, yeah.
RP gets committed for this one, but he's got CTQ coming across here for 70, so that's going to stop the Magnus really being able to follow up. Questionable
going back
usage
to my
of
point about
RP.
Morphling, he's very defensive on this Morphling. He's going for the Lincolns. He can't farm efficiently in regards to Mask of Madness or Manta, like we saw CTY do.
Yeah.
So he really is just going to be waiting and waiting, and that could potentially be the issue of IGV now, is Brewmaster is only an ultimate. He has nothing else, really. He has no vessel. Mag's still farming, whilst everyone on Team Zero, other than Windrunner, wants to join together and look for a fight. So a little bit of disparity in how they can engage right now.
Yeah. Butterfly effect, looking around the middle lane. There's a Spirit Breaker behind him, and CTQ does actually commit to that one. Threatens the Nether Strike for just a second there. Just like, am I going to?
Beyond
No,
is so
I'm just
deep.
kidding. But wow, that's deep from Beyond. Coming behind the tower here, might be punished for it. Do they have the damage to finish off the Visage, though? It doesn't look like it. Roll in onto the Dark Willow, as Ponyo is also taking some heavy hits here as well, but Yukio swoops in through the sidelines to bring down Beyond. The supports do both end up going down, though, so Zero get what they came for, but they do trade up for their Visage. Not the best trade in the world.
Will 70 find his great escape? Nope.
Okay, now it's gone from bad to really bad.
Radiant's middle tower is
That was very interesting from Team Zero. 70, of course, was forcing it a little bit with these vessel charges, kind of baiting his team in to go for the fight. But yeah, both Morph and Brew, heroes that we mentioned are static in nature, are bumped up by an extra 400 or 500 gold from this
Absolutely.
engagement.
Well,
dire are
coming up on the 13th minute of this game, we wanted to see Team Zero really kind of taking this game in a chokehold. And, you know, so far they have been trying to make things happen, but honestly, IGV have been fighting back really, really well. I'm still kind of feeling like IGV have got this. I mean, again, we're looking at this Morph and saying like, okay, he's going to be a bit of a slow guy this game. It's not going to be the same as last time where he was like miles ahead of everybody else and just kind of farming the entire map and doing what he wants. It's not that kind of game for him, but eventually he will be able to be the Giga boss in the late game. Just depends if they can get there or not. Yeah, Visage wasn't super convincing in that mid lane fight though.
No, he wasn't. So for Visage, it's the type of hero that you need to, from lane, pressure, towers, approach, but then if you go behind towers, all your tankiness is kind of out of the question because you're now in a position where heroes can wrap around you. You always want to play with your team like on one side and your birds in front. So then if they get onto you, you've had to get through a couple bird stuns or through the wall of your heroes. So when he puts himself in a position where it is like Willow, Silencer, slows, shockwaves, you are going to go down. And you just need to be mindful of that. I think Team Zero, this lineup, they want to be aggressive, but if they mis-execute a couple times, maybe even give away a first Roshan, that's when their draft and the quirkiness of it can start, spiraling a little bit out of control. But
Yeah.
very much the game is still in their hands.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if Beyond is able to have a better entry to the next fight, but maybe playing the Visage a bit too much like the Brewmaster in that last one. The Fight Factory is certainly interesting, though. I suppose it gives you a extra charge of Soul Assumption every time you use Grave Chill on an enemy hero, which I think is really useful. That's probably the best part about it, right?
Mm-hmm. It's good. It's nice. Very solid. The game just entered this like awkward static point where I expected Zero to just keep going at this point. I didn't think there'd ever be like a point where they want to rest, but maybe this mid engagement scared them a little bit because they feel like they can die, but I feel like it was more a bad position to fight rather than the bad call to make. And now because of it, we're seeing them just wait around. Like Spirit Breaker, he's doing his position 5 rush on Shadowblade, and I love the fact that he's consistently able to find. Sure, he is stealing creep waves quite a lot from his team, but it's because he goes for the phase boots. And Vessel is complete on Brewmaster now, so Beyond maybe not as tanky as we've seen.
Yeah, they're getting on top of him, and now the Shadow Realm plus the Bedlam being used just try and bring down the Visage, but they haven't done quite enough here, and Beyond is going to be able to get out of this one, and then I can look for the turnaround on Team Zero. Hara definitely going to die here, but what else can they find? 70 finishes the job. Marblu still in the neighborhood, but does have quite a lot of health on that Brewmaster still available. Ultimate comes out from ZZQ, throws him back with another strike. Split no longer available here, and 70's going to roll on top of him as well. Spirit Vessel's there, the damage is in, and they'll get themselves another kill. And now they're even considering going for more here. 70, he's pinging out Ponyo. Ponyo's got the magnetize upon him as well, can keep refreshing the duration of that. Oh, doesn't quite get the stone off in time. That might mean that Ponyo survives. Yarpy's out on 70 now as well as Butterfly Effect just looking to run him down. 70 needs to keep the distance. Hara trying to come in and finish the job, won't be able to do so. Nice sleep coming out, but in comes a Morphling from the side, and 70 can do nothing about that one. He's going to fall. Lincoln's available in Morphling now, going to help him with the damage from Beyond as Beyond attempts to leave, and should be able to do exactly that. And again, it feels a little weird to me. I'm really expecting Team Zero to be looking to fight this with everything they've got, but CTY's not even there. He's from the top side of the map, and actually now might be in some trouble. Skewered back under the tower. Wind Run is not available. Oh, sorry, just used it there, which is why they couldn't kill out. Already used it.
CTY very lucky to live there. Going for the tier 1 tower, meanwhile all this stuff's happening bottom, like you're a windrunner, it's not a clean tower to take. And Team Zero, I think 7E really is at the forefront of these engagements, hitting roll after roll after roll. But now Morphling's in the river.
Hold on. This isn't a hero that can die. Let's see if they can save him. I mean, they do have this Dark Will on the sidelines. They're throwing down the Terrorizer, Global Silence as well. Every single spell being used that they've got to keep the Morphling safe. Will be successful, though. It's a nice rock.
That was just nice, yeah. Oh, and the charge through as well. They're just getting poked non-stop, and the ET ultimate.
Some seriously high-level poking here coming out from Team Zero. And, well, they'll run them down one at a time. Hara still alive for the time being. 70
this is so disgusting.
Should be able to finish the job on this one. There you go.
ZZQ's got the Shadowblade on the Morphling. He's looking. Nice stroke morph and disengage. But Team Zero, they just beautifully using their spells there. Be it from the charges, from the rolls, the vessel usage, ET with the Echo Stomps on 3-4 heroes at some points. Like, they are doing really good at making sure this draft feels like it can consistently fight, but they need to get I don't think they want to rush to get CTY into the fight, but they need to understand that when he gets his Manta, I think it needs to be the fight into Roshan and get the Aegis. Like, secure your entry to the mid game with the confidence that IGV can't sneak it away themselves, or you're being too aggressive and losing out on the bigger picture of the game.
Yeah. Like, I would say I still want CTY to be involved in more fights. Maybe when the Manta is up, that's when we're going to be seeing CTY really engaging more, but yeah. Ice being jumped on right now. The gank from IGV is going to be successful, but only catching out of support, so not a big deal. Maybe they can turn this into a tower as well.
Yeah, potentially. ET as well going for that Veil. We don't see it too often, but in these lineups where you have a lot of early damage and you want to kind of put it over the edge, Veil's quite nice, especially for ET. You hit your stomp, you just layer the Veil on top. So yeah, Team Zero, it feels like they are just fully subscribed to this. We want to do stuff in the mid game and try and win it there. And Spirit Breaker's 700 gold away from the Earth Spirit.
Wow.
He's about to overtake, but I mentioned the need to respect Roshan in this game for Zero, and look what's happening.
They're not.
They're not.
In fact, it doesn't even look like anyone's headed towards a pit right now. Do they even know this is going on? I don't think they've clocked it at all. This is bad. This is really bad.
With Earth Spirit, Elder Titan, Spirit Breaker, 3 heroes that love to fight around the pit. 19 minutes in IGV, they're the ones to claim the Aegis.
Great call.
Truly splendid.
Well, Team Zero are going to be kicking themselves about that one. And, you know, as we mentioned, these guys wanted to be taking this early game. They wanted to be getting a chokehold on the map. Enemy team getting an Aegis is not a chokehold.
I guess the saving grace is Morphling still doesn't really do damage. With Lincolns and Nyasha, Morphling's damage comes from just kind of chipping, throwing out the adaptive strike, putting out a waveform, maybe getting some right clicks off, but it's not that big statement hero yet where you waveform in and you really hold your ground.
Yeah, I mean, the Empower is always nice to give him an extra bit of a buff, so he'll feel stronger than he would usually going for this build. But yeah, you're right. He's still definitely not the same Morphling as last game. Beyond's coming in the backlines, though, and it's going to be able to check up this cheeky kill onto Ponyo, I suppose. That said, though, both the supports just dropping a hell of a lot of spells upon him, and CTY and 7E both committing round for the Silencer kill, but he's still going to be able to get off that ultimate. So much committed for the Silencer, and he still gets it off. They're looking towards 7E now, and 7E, I'm not sure he's got a way out of this one. Never mind, they don't block his retreat. He is able to roll himself away. ZZQ, meanwhile, just crashing onto Hara, but Hara does have the Shadow Realm to keep herself alive as Beyond gets cut down by the Morphling. Hara to fall as Morphling looking for more, but does have to be a little bit cautious. Nice Shackle coming out from CTY, though. That'll put an end to Marblu, and Yukio's first life is gone. Where is the Magnus? He's on the sidelines. He's going to be the next target. No RP available. He's already used it, and he's going to go down now towards Yukio as well. Yukio with a waveform plus TP combination, but the stomp is there in time to stop him getting out. 7E connects on him, gets up to that high ground, and now it's just a simple case of slurping out that puddle. Stick a straw in, lads. It's 4 heroes dead on the side of IG Vitality. Actually, all 5.
IGV kind of getting the fake confidence of having an Aegis on your team. As soon as they have the Aegis, they change their playstyle. They lived on the Radiant side of the map for nearly the entire game. 1 Aegis at 19 minutes, boom, let's go for the Dire side. And against Spirit Breaker, the Visage with the Ags, we're going to see a replay here, but the fight starts because Visage with the Ags instantly locks onto Ponyo. He's able to just cause that rift, and if you look at the minimap, IGV, they're not in position. Butterfly effect still by the secret shop. So at this point, the global, it's not as if the global's layering with a skewer RP. And that, wait, hold. Magnus now arrives. He's now onto the Visage, but again, look at it. Spirit Breaker's on the Willow. You got a fight at the north. Everything's so disjointed, and Team Zero perfectly capitalized on that. There was no vision. Team Zero didn't have some like incredible ward that saw this Magnus not there. They just decided, we want to go for the fight, and they were rewarded with IGV just not being ready. 11k gold lead. What could have been IGV just stalling out the game, waiting for their item timers to come in. Unfortunately, a little bit of a blunder with that need to be on their side of the map.
Yeah, they could have just kept this game in neutral. Instead, they try to force it into like 5th gear, and their gearbox just explodes, and now their car is just melting away from under. That said, ZZQ is in a bit of an interesting spot.
Finally, he has to die. He does this too many times.
He does.
But Visage just flying over the tree line.
I don't know, IGV are kind of like, whoa, Visage. Oh my god! What the fuck?
That was so cool.
I just penned them in and murdered them. What did I just witness? That was like pigs to the slaughter. Oh, Jesus. That was traumatizing to witness. I mean, they were just stuck in this camp, like 4 heroes just stuck in this tiny camp. All their exit paths were just cut off, and then... Holy crap. All right. Well, onto the high ground we go.
I don't know if we're able to request the replays, but I just want to watch that one more time, all right, before potentially the game concludes. I don't mind when you show me, but that was just, that was like a buttery, smooth engagement. Oh, instant replay. Beautiful. Oh, and slow motion. Just the...
Oh, yeah. You love it as an Earth Spirit when you don't have to think anymore. When you're just on top of 4 heroes, you can just smash your keyboard. You can pick your keyboard up and smash it over your dog if you want to. Don't do that. That's nasty. But
That is horrendous. Christ, no, man. We're having a beautiful moment.
I call
Can
it
you please
pigs to the
apologize?
slaughter. This has awoken something in me and I don't like it.
Yeah, but don't go from a pig to a dog. Let's keep
It's
it in the realm
thing. I'm a vegetarian. It's all the same to me.
of... So... Makes it worse that you want to hit a dog.
I never said that.
What a weird vegetarian you are.
I don't want to eat it. I just want to hit it. Marblu getting beaten up right now. Oh, God. There goes the Brewmaster. ZZQ, is he going to find any more? No, he's not. Oh, how quickly this went wrong for IGV, these poor guys. Ponyo go for the TP out of the high ground. Makes it to safety. All right. Silver linings, I suppose.
I think this is why that Team Zero lineup is such a high risk type of lineup, because the only way that this type of draft does well is that sweeping across the map execution style of play. And I think we've seen a lot of teams be able to deal with that nicely. But it boils down to this bloody silencer. You know, a whole aspect of your draft is global or useless. And with how tanky these heroes are, global isn't that effective right now. And by the time heroes are strong enough to utilize global, there's always going to be BKBs and mantis in play. So I hate silencer in first phase. I think it's egregious. I think you are going to lose games on it. And I think, yeah, it's so far not really helped out. Not because of Ponyo, to be fair. I don't really know him too much of a player, but I think the hero is not doing much, not really the player itself.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think this is just a weird pick that you seem to be a little bit obsessed with. And like, especially in a game like this, like they're so high tempo on the side of Team Zero. Like they don't have any big ultimates they really care about. So you global silence, all right. Well, even if we do lose this fight, we're just going to run at you again next fight. And then you don't have global silence. And you're going to have a dude just throwing out arcane curses and last words and pavises from the backlines. Oh, well.
Yeah, and if you look at like the wider itemization on Team Zero now, they're going to hit this like 30-minute timing of everyone getting some big ticket. 70's about to complete the BKB. Windrunner's got Manta Lincolns. You've got Visage, who's going for a Hex with that ultimate orb. Like, everyone's just going to be so tanky in about 5-6 minutes time. It's spooky. And IGB, I don't even want to mention what they've got. They've just got a lot of stuff. A lot of small, cheap items that make themselves feel good, but for the bigger picture of the game, it isn't the items to deal with an 18k gold deficit.
Yeah, Butterfly Effect's even actually gone for this Lincoln Sphere as well. That's pretty interesting on the Magnus. Not what I would have expected.
The ZZQ factor. You get tipped for like 2 games in a row. You're now going to start itemizing for the tip guy.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom
Wellity. 10 to 30 on the scoreline. 18k gold advantage for the side of Team Zero. Pretty crazy.
has been killed.
You know what, T? I'm going to put you to the test right now. I want you to answer very, very quickly. Okay, don't check the graph. How much total gold do you think that Team Zero have right now?
What,
Just look at the
across all
gold
of them?
advantage. Yeah, just think about it and answer.
I'd say
Go.
74,000 is my
Not
guess.
not far off. 63.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's close enough. I
I
think
had
I
an
would have
extra
got that.
11k. Yeah, that's a bit optimistic, I guess, yeah.
Look, I would have done worse. you could do that to me in a future cast, and we'll see.
Oh, God. All right, fair enough.
I do wonder how much total gold fluctuates between games. Like in games where there's loads of fighting, I guess there's probably more or less gold. I don't know.
I mean, it's
I do
just
know that Marlu's
time-based,
dead.
pretty much. Because as the game draws longer, you'll naturally find kills and stuff. Sure, there's those awkward games where people don't get kills, but yeah, it's just a time thing. And Butterfly Effect,
Rug.
he doesn't have much time to live here, as he does go
He
down.
doesn't.
This
His Lincoln Sphere couldn't save him.
They can't show on the map, though. Like, as much as you want to see IGV find a way into this game, the heroes that they have, the way in which they push out lanes, it's very much showing inside the wave. They can't, from fog, push it out cleanly. And then the Spirit Breaker charging, 70 with the Octarine rolling around, like Ags with the Visage with invisibility. All of their heroes have hunting capabilities. And Windrunner is about to complete Ags as well to also amplify that you show on the map and try and be a rat, we'll kill you. Like, look at Harrod. He shows for a second. There's a stomp from the left, a charge from the right. He's already TPing out. Just
Terrifying.
I'd hate to be IGV in this game. This is...
Yep.
I just looked at the minimap as well. The dire vision. It's like one ward top, mid, and bot. Like, all lanes are just covered by wards.
Yeah.
This is... If you've ever seen a team getting choked in a game right now, like fully pushed into their base, this is the game that you send to people. The 28-minute mark, just, yeah. This is what you want to try and replicate in your games. Of course, it's hero dependent, but this is it.
No, it's what the draft does, though, right? And something we were saying a lot in the drafting phase is if Team Zero get ahead, then it's going to feel pretty suffocating, and that's exactly what seems to be going on right now. Let's see what they can do, though. I mean, they do have tools in the fights, right? When it comes to on the map, they don't have many tools at all. But in the team fights, they have a hammer, a screwdriver, maybe an electric drill in there. And they're going to try and use some of those. Ice Ice is going to be the target right now, and there you go. Very, very quick kill. They finally get a bit of punishment coming out. It was a smoke gang for a support, but in this situation, I think they'll take it.
Every kill right now is worth 1,000 gold. If you use the logic of the 22 kill lead they have, it just went down to 21k. If they can get an extra 1,000 gold, then it'll be 20. Oh, there you go. See, 22 kill lead, 22,000 gold lead, 96% win probability. This is quite the
22
game.
kills, and the game is even. That's how it works, right?
Kinda. And this we saw IGV as like one team wipe into Roshan last game was their comeback mechanism.
Yep.
With a Magnus in play, 1 RP could change everything. Ooh, nice Manta.
Yep, that's one of those tools we were talking about. That might be the electric drill as CTY gets himself out of there. The global silence comes down. 70, immediate BKB coming out from him, though. Wants to keep on fighting, and they might be able to bring down the brew. They certainly can. No ultimate for you. And now, well, ZZQ has a bit more than he can chew, as 70 is going to be the next target here. Beastmaster on top of him, just pummeling away. I mean, so much damage coming out from the Morph and from the Magnus. But in comes CTY. The big carry win enters the fight, but Yukio's on top of him right now, and they're trying to just fight with each other. The Linkins is out from both of them, meaning that neither Shackle connects. That's kind of cute. But now Hex out onto the Morphling. Morphling taking some damage, but in comes the RP to try and drag him back. Ice Ice is dead, and as is Beyond. Team Zero, it's all slipping away from them right now. It has cost them a couple of buybacks on the side of IGV, but I mean, they'll take it. Big win for IGV.
Wouldn't be a good old Dota game without a nice sort of hiccup in the trajectory towards victory. Yeah, Team Zero, they kill off the Brewmaster like instantly, right? With the Hex, looked beautiful. 2 buybacks and supports and the Magnus in play. He was able to continue kiting, and Zero, they weren't fighting in the wider space that they had before. But when you push it straight towards the tier 3 area, Magnus is now skewering multiple heroes. He's keeping them close to the Morphling. Zero can't disengage, look around the map, and once again, Team Zero have attempted to make a play near the enemy base, failed horrendously, and given away an Aegis. Like, we saw this last game, and we're seeing it again.
See what they're fighting this? I can't believe that this is the call. I mean, there's a couple of low supports, and CTY is really, really kind of lusting after them. We'll find Hara in the area too. Hara with the Shadow Realm. Yukio stealing the Spirit Breaker form and going after Ice Ice here. Morphling might be able to grab himself a cheeky little kill on the side, can do absolutely that. And with that Spirit Breaker form, can feel completely safe in getting out as well. Yeah, I mean, going for that fight there just on the steps of the IGV base is just kind of wild when Roshan was still up, but I guess they didn't kind of choose to be there. They got skewered back and whatnot, so.
8k gold swing, right? It was like 22k we were mentioning, now it's only 14k. Aegis here. What? These games are a little bit wild. Like, for Team Zero with their draft, you always feel like there's going to be a mistake, right? Like, the mindset of the team is going to be hunt for the kill, go, you find you just need to throw spells in. Well, also at IGV, it's always that potential turnaround, but they just need so many items, and I guess now they have them. When you click on Morphling, he's got a BKB, the Ags, the Lincolns, the Manta. Like, he's got plenty of things to survive that very high-paced playstyle of Team Zero. And he's only an item or two away from then packing a punch himself and being able to make a statement.
Yeah, and that's when things get tricky, right? Because at the moment, you've kind of been playing with Morphling that's not really been having a whole lot of impact. The last 2 fights, though, he's been able to get off some damage. You know, I think he got like 5.5k damage off in the last fight, which is pretty insane. And then, of course, you got the Empower on top of that as well. That only gets stronger and stronger the later into the game you get. Yukio, he's going to be a beast. The pressure is on. Team Zero, you have to find a way to finish this game into an Aegis. Good luck. Side Device is out on Beyond, though. He did manage to land that onto the Morphling in the last fight, but there wasn't the follow-up they needed. Damage is starting to become an issue. CTY is pretty much their main tool for taking down one of these big cores quickly. And even then, like, he's gone for this... I mean, it's kind of the typical Wind Ranger build at the moment, right? Like, with I think the Ags are still pretty atypical. You don't have the damage item on the Wind.
Yeah, Wind Runner's just kind of about a lot of little clicks, right? It's why Crimson Guard's pretty good against her. And anything to prevent her from moving around the fight because she can't continue to get those clicks off. She hits for 300. It's a hearty amount of damage, but she really needs... Or at least in her current build, it's like Gleipnir stuff. I'm not seeing like they're super over-the-top Daedalus into many stat items. Oh, Bruce Hexed again.
That's unpleasant. Global Silence comes out. They're trying to keep him alive. If you can get off the Primal Split here, there's a good chance they'll actually be able to take this fight. And he assembles the Aeon Disc and can get off the Split. And now they look over towards... And Butterfly Effect's just going to make damn sure that he comes in under the tower. Morphling on the hunt, looking for more, but it's Butterfly Effect who might be in some trouble here. Beyond's on top of him. ZTQ and CTY all can't team up and take him down. Yukio's just sliding straight in, though. He's like, hey, you've used your Hex. That means I can go, go, go. Aegis available, BKB available. He might be losing his first life here, but what can he do on the second? Well, the Brewmaster's back to mortality here, and he is going to feel that with a thump as the Soul Assumption takes him out. Yukio looking for the big kill onto ZZQ, but realizing he can't get it, morphs up to the high ground with Waveform. Poyo trying to get away as well. Shackle Shot's just going to set up onto the both of them there as CTY starts unleashing onto Yukio. Actually, Focus Fire's down Ponyo there and will now look towards the Morphling. Morphling, though, he's stolen that Spirit Breaker form, and that's going to get him out to safety.
Yeah, really nice buyback there from the Elder Titan. Without that, no way Team Zero are able to turn this fight back around.
But now they have to go. Now they have to get up that high ground.
They need to do something. It's going to be difficult. 30 seconds for Magnus back alive. Potential buyback into Blink Skewer. You need to respect it. And IGV, when they get Aegis, things go poorly straight away after. It's quite an unconventional approach. Bot Rax is exposed, though. They are going to be able to slowly click this one down. 15 seconds for Magnus. It might not even go down. There's a Crimson Guard in play. Mentioning the importance of that against Windrunner, especially when trying to defend your base against Visage as well. Base equals defended.
Easy peasy. Yeah, so Team Zero, I mean, you know, they have been able to bring it back into a somewhat neutral position here, at least when it comes to Aegis and whatnot. They've got a ton of gold to work with, to be clear. But, you know, you look at the heroes on IGV, Morphling, he's going to be able to do a lot more with his gold than, say, the Wind will be able to do with hers, but... CTY, what is the item? Gleipnir? I really want CTY just to get it like a Daedalus or something, because at the moment they are landing the Hex onto the Morphling. They just don't have the damage to kill him off inside of it. Just get some overwhelming damage on the Wind range, you know, maybe even get rid of Maelstrom and just grab a big hitting stick. That's what I want.
So where are we going to go with this one? You're saying big a lot of times. Oh, 7E. He's trying to make some big plays in mid lane.
Yeah, there's big plays, but who's he actually going to find here? I mean, it seems like he's just kind of messing with them. The temptation to drop the RP is there, but he's not going to do it as ZZQ starts messing around with Ponyo as well. It's such an awkward fight. Global?
All
right. Guess we just not cast our spells for a bit. Unlucky. ZZQ still in the middle of everything right now, being force-stuffed around all over the place. Was that a force-stuff from the... No. It was a force-stuff from the teammate. Ice just really wanted to be stunned.
Whilst we're in a little bit of the lull state of the game, gonna preemptively say MVP, the Observer, for how chaotic these fights have been. Keeping it going. True. Good job, boss.
Yeah, getting it done. Get to work on that MVP graphics, guy. I wanna
No.
Honestly,
There's,
still
there's actual
beautiful
players
face.
who deserve MVP in this game. We're good.
Oh, butterfly effect, dragging back the Visage. Visage does have a BKB. Not gonna matter though. He just gets torn in twain by Yukio. All right, probably try to bail out of this one. Oh, they're still tempted to go for the fight. The CTY doesn't actually land with the shackle shot here, and 70 commits to this one as well. BKB comes out. This doesn't seem like the play. RP comes down. They've still got that one to go. Yeah, it's a huge question mark from me.
Oh, but the Odin Titan.
Oh, huge Esper comes out from above though. Never mind. They make it happen. Yukio all by himself just trying to fight up into them right now. The buybacks are coming thick and fast from IG Vitality. It's time to leave, but the skewer back's going to stop, and Butterfly Effect says no. You will stay in our base whether you like it or not. Ice lands a stomp onto them, but they've got the focus fire out onto Yukio. Yukio is trying to make it away. He's still got strength to work with. He should be okay here at CTY, who needs to leave. BKB, TP, I am out. Meanwhile, ZTQ taking a trip to the enemy base, but bye-bye. He's a Spirit Breaker. That hero is very cool and can just blast away from trouble at 1,000 miles per hour. And, well, that was a fight.
5,997 damage done by the Elder Titan, 4,824 damage done by the Spirit Breaker. These two supports, in conjunction of a 5-man stomp into Earth Splitter charge, pretty much solo carrying what looked like a horrendous fight for Team Zero.
I would love to know the comms there, because that seemed like the wildest call to go back in there. You know, like, our Visage is dead, our Hex is dead, they have RP. Yeah, let's go, let's fight.
He's showing why he's, on the Wings days, why he done so well. But look at how juicy that is. And also the fact that Spirit Breaker's charging the guy at the back, not the front, clipping through absolutely everyone. Forcing the double buyback on the Brew and the Magnus. Like, this game was getting incredibly awkward for Team Zero. These buybacks will give them a little bit of a breathing room where, sure, you kill a Mag, now he's not going to be able to get back into the game. And Morphling is a little bit of a cause for concern. He still is very elusive in these fights, rarely getting punished or put down low. Nice Shadow Blade there from Spirit Breaker.
Get the T-Governor Spirit Breaker seal of approval?
Oh, he's up there for sure. He's putting on a little bit of a show for the viewers for sure. Is he gonna get top 3? Ooh, maybe. He's right now 4th.
Okay. All right, I won't put you on the spot and ask who's ahead of him.
It's Faith Beyond. It's me.
Okay.
God.
You're in your own rankings.
No. I can't do
I'm
that.
top of my own rankings.
No, it'd be like Faith Beyond and maybe some Katomi type stuff. I like it. I'd need to think about it, but Faith Beyond easily is up there. No, why am I saying Faith Beyond? I'm literally lagging so hard. Zhao 8. I meant to say Zhao 8 like every single time. Every time I said Faith Beyond, can we edit out and just say Zhao 8, please?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because Zhao 8 was the one who kind of popularized
the
the
game, and your mind's just going to Faith Beyond for him.
I just giga lagged so hard.
All right, well. IGV hanging out, smoked up together. They've actually got 2 of them inside the sleep as well. Yeah, they're going to know exactly where they are. Ice just scouts them all out beautifully. He's like, why did this Astral Titan give me so much Oh, okay, ZZQ just runs into them.
Yeah, he was hugging the tree line.
Over there, ZZQ just like, all right.
He was already in the tree line when they were making the smoke, so Butterfly Effect just kind of found him off and was able to instigate the fight. But once again, IGV, so the 3rd Aegis now in a row. But this time, Zero are kind of ready, but without that big hitter of the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. Asper's going to come on through, but Roshan's already dead. Just picked up by the Morphling here. Team Zero, 0 chance of contesting this one. And 0 chance of Ice living through this. Down goes the Elder Titan. Godlike now on Yukio. Morphling having an absolute game and a half as 70 actually jumping in this one. They're committing to the fight into the Aegis. I've learned not to question Team Zero, but man, it's difficult as this just does not look like the play for them. CTY trying to get himself away. Can they catch is the question, the answer.
He's ratting in the base right now.
Oh, okay. It's all a distraction. Fight us all you want, my friends, as this is all smoke and mirrors. CTY even looking to give his life to the cause here. Everything for Beyond to try and finish it off, but they've realized now Marblu's gotten himself back. If they can, CTY looking to bring down Yukio's Aegis though, might be able to do exactly that. He's got the damage now and does kill him off. Cheeky little kill on the sidelines onto the Spirit, onto the Silencer, and now looking for Yukio once again. That focus fire will still be going. Hex from the sidelines. Beyond arrives in the nick of time, but in comes the RP, locking down the Visage, but it doesn't catch the Wind Rage, which means Yukio will die. And now Butterfly Effect, does he need to get himself out or does he need to go in? That's kind of the question. CDQ on top of him though. Here comes the Spirit Breaker. They're looking to fight this one. No buyback on the Morphling. He can't come back into this fight even if he wants to. And another focus fire out onto Butterfly Effect. CTY getting it done. The big carry of the game is not the Morphling. It is a Wind Ranger. She gets herself a double kill, going godlike herself now as well. They'll tear down Marblu. Teagup, that might be it.
It is game. Every time IGV got an Aegis, they instantly were unable to capitalize on it. In the top tier, the 2 fight, they lost it. The fight after this fight here, Beyond, low-key carrying, sure, 14,000 damage from Windrunner, but I think the indirect damage from Visage, taking the bot racks, taking the mid racks, it caused IGV to have kind of split comms. Guys, we need to defend. Guys, we need to take the fight. And in frantically TPing back home, Morphling was by himself with the Aegis, couldn't do anything. CTY just pummeling into him. Beyond with the MVP final last-minute plays. I think if he doesn't do this, IGV reset and the game lasts another half hour or so.
GG is cool.
What a game.
And Team Zero, they pull it out of the bag. I mean, both games just back and forth. It looked like it was going to be an easy win for Zero in both games, and then IGV just pulled some crazy shit out of the bag and fought back tooth and nail. But Zero, they do keep it together, and yeah, with some creative gameplay, they win out this series. But man, hey, you got to give it to them. They made it entertaining. I mean, what would the kind of... Oh wow, CTI didn't actually die in this game. 14-0. I didn't actually notice that.
Yeah, he played a very stable game because when you're a hero that takes a lot of time, right? You need a lot of items, and I think the time that we saw CTY thriving as a carry was with this, and thank God the first highlight we see is Beyond with his like invisible initiation into 70 follow-up. I'm so torn in this game because it was comedically back and forth. Team Zero unable to utilize Roshan that effectively at all in this game. I think they probably won the game without even touching it. It was, yeah, pretty interesting. But Beyond on his Visage, super stable type of game. He might have died a couple of times, but the rat play is incredible. And then Ice Ice on his Elder Titan, 3-8-32. We get... Wait, when was the big 5-man stop? That was pretty soon, right? That was like relatively soon.
Yeah,
I think
because this is
the highlight after this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, wait, is this the throw? I can't tell anymore. But either way, at some point in this highlight,
there were so many fights in this exact position. Actually, there was like 5 fights in this exact place.
Yeah, this was the Whoopsie Daisy one. Yeah, okay, it wasn't this one because Elder was already dead. But either way, I am so torn between Elder Titan or Visage for MVP. Like, they both played and had immaculate moments in the game to bring their team into it. And now we're going to start seeing the undoing of IGV, which is they have an Aegis, but where's the oomph? This was a really delayed fight as well, and super, super awkward.
Yeah, not quite putting things together. I mean, execution-wise, you know, Team Zero, they did have moments where it was kind of lacking. And again, this was a draft where they had to fire on all cylinders and really take control of the game to make it work. They did that, and then they kind of stopped doing that. They definitely dropped the soap a little bit and gave IGV a chance to get back into it. But in fairness, you know, they then kind of stepped it up again and then outplayed their way back into the game, and yeah, we're able to take the win. Who knows how that last fight would have gone if Beyond didn't go for the barracks there. I think they would have just straight up lost, honestly. Yeah,
100%. But I've after rewatching the highlights and understanding everything, it has to be Ice Ice who's the MVP. The buyback in that previous engagement during the second Aegis spike got the kill, and then this play here, the stomp. Morphling actually walks into it. He wasn't part of the stomp. So the 4-man stomp into Morphling walking into it. Yeah, Ice Ice was the MVP. God, this type of Dota is so much fun to watch because Zero, it's rough. It's like there's so much logic to it, but it appears like there's no logic because it's just going at the running, using spells. But there's like the craftsmanship at utilizing the vessels, the stuns, the layering, the CC, the raw aggression. you are going to have moments where you throw, right? And it looks janky, but eventually you're going to break them that one time. So fair play to Zero. This was incredibly fun to watch. Do I think this is TI qualifying performances where they're going to make the great run? Probably not. But are they going to cause upsets throughout the entire division and potentially during the TI qualifiers when they get to play up against some of these Div 1 teams? 100%. Like, this feels like the upset team.
Yeah, big underdog energy coming out from these guys, for sure. And, you know, even though they're not underdogs in this Division 2, but yeah, so let me get it straight. I mean, we had CTY going 14-0. So MVP graphics guy is like, okay, I'll just load that one up real quick. And then they hear us talking about observers being an MVP. He's like, okay, I'll just put that one on real quick. And then it's like, oh, no, beyond game-changing plays, he's the MVP. The guy's like, okay, all right, I'll put that one. And then it's like, and then T-Guy's like, no, actually, guys, Ice is a real. Now I've watched the highlights. Ice is a real MVP.
No, I made it. I actually felt so bad because it's like you mentioned CTY 14-0, so I know like in the back of their mind they're like maybe winner of the MVP. I had to make it so clear, like Ice, he deserves it.
Aren't we all MVPs today? That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
there we go.
Ice, I'm so sorry, production, for whimsically running
MVP.
around.
Yeah.
This
The
game
MVP
just broke
graphics
me, I'll
machine
be
is
real.
now on fire. Yeah, but you know,
I'm already submitting my request, by the way, Nomad, that we don't cast another Team Zero game. I don't think my heart can take it. It is too hot in the UK to be able to think logically for this long with this many emotions. But luckily for Ice, he holds his emotions in, locks in the MVP.
Yeah, some great L-time play. It's fun to see people on these kind of unusual heroes pull off such amazing games as well. But yeah, we definitely saw some clutch moments coming out from the Elder Titan, and when he gets on top of that Morphling as well, the Morphling just melts. It's very, very tricky to play into, and that's going to do it for this series, which means we are all done and dusted here for the China DPC. In our first series, of course, we saw Team Disillusion taking the win over Supernova. Quite the upset, actually, as Supernova, you know, on paper looked like a pretty decent team, but yeah, Disillusion came through, got the wins, and they're now sitting at 2-2. Meanwhile, Team Zero with another win under their belt, another 2-0 puts them up at 3-0. Great results coming out for this team here in the Division 2 at the moment, and so far, so good, as they are undefeated here in the China DPC. Can they keep that run going? Well, we're going to be finding out with more action. Of course, the next day of the China DPC will be coming up on June 13th, and that will be in just a couple of days' time, where we're going to have Team Disillusion playing up once again versus Team... sorry, no, that's today. I'm talking about today's game.
Go on, 15th, mate. Go on. It's on the screen. It's Limit versus Holy Grail.
You can do it.
And it's Supernova versus Big Brain. Holy Grail, the team sitting 2-0. They're the ones that I believe they bestest the Erica team last Dark. So kind of the might actually make it to top 2 contestants to fight up against Zero. So yeah, I think if anything for that day, it's all about Holy Grail. Yeah, there you go. Back to you, Nomad.
Thanks, mate. Thanks. Covering for me in my moment of weakness. I appreciate it. Yeah, that'll be all coming up on June 15th, so 2 days' time. And the second game is also going to be Team Supernova versus Team Big Brain, my favorite named team in the DPC at the moment. I love that team name. But yeah, can they do it versus Supernova? Fighting out for those middle runner spots, maybe still getting a chance at tiebreakers, or maybe fighting for relegation. Who knows at this point? But still, every win so important here in the DPC. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. But from today, we are all done. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today for another action-packed round of China DPC. And of course, you know, hang around all the PGL channels and check out the other DPC regions going on. But for now, we're all done. We'll see you next time for more action. But goodbye and thanks for watching.